Chapter 1. The Chu Clan, a beastly heart beneath a human facade. In a dimly lit prison cell, a woman clad in a pale blue gown bore a face grotesquely marred and bloodied. With trembling hands, she raised them to her blood-drenched visage. Anguish and despair etched in her gaze as she looked upon the tall figure of a man standing outside her cell. He was Imo Hongjin, the crown prince of the Yin kingdom and the favored son-in-law of the Chu family. He was also her first love, the embodiment of her dreams, her cherished white moonlight. In a reckless gamble for her lifelong happiness, she had wed into the Pingnan Wangfu, leveraging her medical skills to deplete her husband, the heir Rongyun, and aiding the Chu family in utterly vanquishing the powerful Shao clan of Pingnan. She had believed that when the emperor issued an edict to confiscate the Shao family's assets, it would herald her return to the Chu family. Yet, she was gravely mistaken. Her father cast not a glance her way, and the very man she had idolized ordered her skin to be flayed. In that moment, Chu Miao awakened to the bitter truth. She was merely a pawn of the Chu family and the crown prince. Yet, she refused to accept this fate. She would not be resigned. Kneeling, Chu Miao staggered to the cell door, grasping the bars as she cried out in torment. Imo Hongjin, how foolish I have been. How could I have ever believed you would still desire me? The man outside the cell regarded her with a look of disdain, retreating a step as he coldly replied, Chu Miao, you can only blame your ill fortune. Born as the legitimate daughter of the Chu family, yet through a twist of fate, you exchanged lives with Yao Shui. She became the esteemed daughter of the Chu family, while you were relegated to the daughter of a widow in Zhang'an village. What does it matter to be born noble if one lives in poverty and disgrace? You foolishly fantasize about reclaiming your identity upon returning to the Chu family, becoming my fiancé. Chu Miao, you are truly pathetic. In his heart, he believed she was unworthy of him. Yao Shui, though born of a peasant, possessed a refinement that she could never match. Had it not been for her medical talents, her parents would not have wished to welcome her back to the Chu family. In the Chu family, you are superfluous. Superfluous. Chu Miao had labored in vain, ultimately becoming a source of shame for the Chu family. Now, as a discarded piece on the chessboard, they eagerly awaited her demise. A hollow laugh escaped her, mingling with tears of blood. Ha ha ha, how naive I was! The pretense of familial love, the illusion of brotherly virtue, merely serve as bait me, the fishhook, aiding your imperial family in obliterating the loyal Shao army that has stood for a century. Shameless. A congregation of the utterly shameless. The Chu family was shameless. The crown prince was shameless. The imperial family was shameless. And she was even more so. Ha ha ha. Her laughter echoed, tinged with a hint of madness. At that moment, a graceful figure entered, recoiling in horror at the sight of Chu Miao's disfigured face, screaming, ah. Imo Hongjin immediately turned, pulling the woman into his embrace while shielding her with his loose sleeve, softly uttering, Yao Shui, how did you come in here? Is she the second sister? She is but a lowly wretch, unworthy to be called Yao Shui's sister. Someone, sever her hands and feet, extract her tongue, and gouge out her eyes. Send the remains to Rong-un, the heir, and let the rest be pickled in a jar of wine. She has seduced the Shao family into rebellion, a crime of the gravest nature, unworthy of life. The anguished screams from within the cell soon faded into silence. Though blind and unable to speak, she could still hear the voices outside. Imo Hongjin had cast a glance her way, informing her, on your 12th birthday, it was not I who rescued you from the bandits, it was your husband, Shao Rongjin. Chu Miao, even if you have married into the esteemed Pingnan Wangfu, you have not enjoyed any true fortune there. It seems you are destined for a life of misery, a wretched soul. I hope in your next life, you find a better family and never cross paths with me again. Chu Miao was engulfed in pain. Death had become an unattainable luxury. Submerged in a potent concoction, she lived in a hellish existence, shrouded in darkness. She was aware that Chu Yao Shui would visit daily, flaunting her blissful life before her. Did it hurt? Yes, but the pain had become so profound that it rendered her numb. Eventually, Chu Yao Shui ceased her visits. The sounds of an army trampling the city echoed outside. The next time she heard Chu Yao Shui's voice, it was one of pleading to Shao Rongjin, filled with horror. Her husband, Shao Rongjin, had arrived. Though she could not see him, She felt as he employed the same cruel method to imprison Chu Yao Shui in a wine jar. Then, cradling her battered form, he whispered, "My dear, I have come to avenge you." My dear was the name she had borne in the Gu family. In his embrace, Chu Miao, her face ravaged by torment, slowly formed a faint smile. She could not see the man holding her, who had also lost his legs. Yet, he emerged victorious in this battle, though it had come too late for her. In her final moments, Xiao Rongjin spoke softly. In your next life, do not be a daughter of the Chu family or a wife of the Xiao family like yourself. Yes, she would be herself. Chapter 2. The soul returns, awakening to rebirth. Alas, I did not push you. How can someone raised in the countryside be as crude as clay? A familiar yet detestable female voice reverberated in Chu Miao's ears. When she opened her eyes once more, she found herself sprawled on the path beside a small bamboo grove. The searing pain surged through her hands, which were pressed against the ground. Bewildered, she stared at her hands. Had they not been severed by a mohongjin? How could they still be intact? One ought to consider one's own station. A country girl ought not to don such an exquisite jade hairpin. Yao Shui, I will seize it and adorn you with it. That sharp and scornful voice caused a buzzing sensation in Chu Miao's head. A distant memory suddenly surged into her mind. The year was the 54th year of Emperor Zhao Yuan, on the 6th day of the 7th month. It marked the 2nd month since Chu Miao had been retrieved by the Chu family. In this brief span, she had been regarded by the household as anxious, timid, and cowardly. Originally, she was the legitimate eldest daughter of the Chu family, but at birth, her identity had been mistakenly exchanged with that of Gu Shi's daughter from Minghuan village. The young woman standing before her, adorned in a purple gown, was none other than that very daughter, Chu Yao Shui. Although the Chu family had welcomed her back, they did not publicly acknowledge the truth of the identity swap. In a bid to solidify the engagement between the legitimate daughter and the crown prince, they declared her, the true legitimate daughter, as the secondary daughter of the Chu family. Her biological mother, Lin Shi, relentlessly instilled in her the notion that Chu Yao Shui was her beloved elder sister. After the untimely demise of her adoptive mother, Gu Shi, Chu Miao had hoped to lead a complete life like other children blessed with parents, free from the turmoil of her past. However, upon her arrival at the Chu family, she realized her profound disconnection from the ministerial household, while Chu Yao Shui seemed more at home there. Her attire and living conditions were merely the remnants left behind by Chu Yao Shui. Initially oblivious, she later comprehended why her biological mother, Lin Shi, treated her with such coldness. It was solely due to her ignorance of the arts, etiquette, and the refined manners expected of a lady of high standing, which she believed tarnished her reputation among the elite. Nonetheless, she continued to tread cautiously, striving to win Lin Shi's approval, chasing after her elusive standards throughout her life. Ultimately, Lin Shi's frigid gaze and piercing words awakened Chu Miao to her grim reality after her imprisonment. Now, as this distant memory resurfaced, Chu Miao's expression froze. She had been reborn. Today was intended to be a celebration of both her and Chu Yao Shui's birthdays, yet her rightful position had been usurped by Chu Yao Shui, rendering it a celebration solely for her. Lin Shi organized a grand birthday banquet for Chu Yao Shui, inviting numerous noble families, yet neglecting to mention her, who had only recently returned to the Chu family. Before her stood 3 individuals, Chu Yao Shui, Gu Shi, and Zhuo Shi, all noble ladies. One was named Gu Jingjing, and the other, Zhui Yinran. Upon her return to the Chu family, the old matriarch had gifted her a treasured jade hairpin. This exquisite piece had long been coveted by Chu Yao Shui, who had been denied it by the matriarch. Upon Chu Miao's arrival, she received the hairpin, which soured Chu Yao Shui's demeanor whenever they crossed paths privately, her words dripping with sarcasm. Yet, despite her longing, it was a gift from the matriarch, and Lin Shi dared not demand that Chu Miao relinquish it. Gu Jingjing and Zhui Yinran, likely informed by Chu Yao Shui of the hairpin, deliberately summoned her to the secluded bamboo grove in the Chu estate, where they unleashed their ire upon her. The one attempting to seize her jade hairpin was none other than Zhui Yinran, the young daughter of the Prince of Jinan. Very well. Since heaven has granted her this opportunity for rebirth, she shall repay blood with blood. Chapter 3. After her rebirth, she turned dark. This is rather inappropriate. It is a hairpin gifted to my sister by our grandmother. If our grandmother were to learn of this incident today. Chu Yao Shui raised her hand, intending to remove the hairpin from her hair, but Gu Jingjing restrained her, saying, if she dares to complain to your grandmother, she shall find it impossible to navigate our circle of noble ladies in the future. I speak of you, country bumpkin. Allow me to instruct you on how to speak. Zhui Yanran, hands on her hips, declared fiercely. If your grandmother inquires about the hairpin, simply state, this hairpin is far too precious. It is better suited for my sister. Thus, I took the liberty of gifting it to her. Should you fail to articulate it this way, you shall find yourself ostracized from our noble circle, just as Gu's sister mentioned. Should you dare to enter our realm again, I shall ensure you regret it. Do you understand? Zhui Yanran's words echoed in Chu Miao's mind, each syllable meticulously processed. The excuse and methods of snatching away possessions mirrored those from her previous life. Foolishly, in her past existence, she had sought to appease the Lin family, fearing to offend these noble ladies, and had indeed uttered such words to old Madame Chu. When old Madame Chu heard her willingly relinquish the hairpin, disappointment flickered in her gaze. At that time, Chu Miao had been oblivious. She believed that by yielding, both her grandmother and her mother, Lin, would be delighted. In hindsight, the old matriarch had hoped she would assert herself. Furthermore, old Madame Chu did not bestow this precious Yuling hairpin upon her without reason. According to Aunt Jane, who was close to old Madame Chu, she bore a resemblance to the old lady's deceased daughter, her own aunt. The Yuling hairpin was part of her aunt's dowry, a cherished remnant for old Madame Chu. Yet she had carelessly bestowed the most treasured possession of the old matriarch upon the fraudulent eldest daughter of the Chu family. Why are you staring? Speak. Zhui Yanran, noticing Chu Miao's unwavering gaze, stepped forward and kicked her. However, Chu Miao retracted her feet and picked up a sharp stone from beside her. Zhui Yanran was taken aback, retreating several steps as she pointed at the stone in Chu Miao's hand, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" Chu Miao glanced at Chu Yaoshua, a faint smile gracing her pale lips. Like Zhui Yanran, Chu Yaoshua assumed Chu Miao wielded the stone as a weapon and hastily pulled Gu Jingjing away. However, just as the three retreated 5 steps, Chu Miao suddenly turned the stone and struck it heavily against her own head. The trio was stunned. They watched as Chu Miao discarded the stone, agilely rising to her feet and dashing away. Blood quickly streamed from her head wound, staining half of her face crimson. As Chu Miao fled from the bamboo grove to the banquet hall, the noble ladies within the courtyard were taken aback. Heavens, so much blood! At this moment, the three in the forest regained their composure, but Chu Miao had already vanished without a trace. This is bad. She has headed to the banquet hall. Quick, stop her! Chu Yaoshua exclaimed. The three, along with their personal maidservant, hurriedly pursued her, but by the time they emerged from the bamboo grove, there was no sign of Chu Miao. Once the noble ladies had departed, 3 figures emerged from behind the bamboo thicket. The foremost young man, clad in a green robe and appearing around 16 or 17, had a slightly round face and was savoring a roasted goose leg. His eyes were fixed on the 3 noble ladies who had walked away. While chewing, he commented, "I witnessed quite the spectacle at the Chu residence. Old Fourth, that Zhui Yanran is your fiancée, is she not?" inquired a tall, slender man with a scholarly demeanor, who, despite his refined appearance, could not conceal his frivolous nature when he spoke. The last young man, fanning himself with a landscape folding fan, added, "Young Master Su, I recall that Gu Jingjing is to be your bride next month." At this, the frivolous young Master Su's expression soured, but soon after, he seemed to remember something and cast a playful glance back toward the bamboo grove. There stood a youth of exquisite beauty, his posture as graceful as a pine. Chapter 4. After her rebirth, she darkened. He was adorned in a flowing robe of deep purple, the loose sleeves and silken hem elegantly tracing the contours of white cloud-like patterns, exquisitely embroidered. His slender waist was graced with a pendant of white jade, with violet tassels cascading down his side. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a finely crafted dagger ornament tethered beside the jade pendant. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he faced the southeast, the very direction from which Chu Miao had just departed. "Young Master Rongan, what are your thoughts on the recently retrieved second young lady of the Chu family?" Su Qin inquired, seizing the landscape fan from Song Lingheng's grasp, fervently fanning himself. "I've heard from my father that His Majesty intends to bestow a marriage between you and the second young lady of the Chu family. Your little fiancée's tactic of inflicting 1,000 injuries upon the enemy, while suffering 800 herself, is rather ruthless." "Give it back," Song Lingheng retorted, reclaiming his fan with a sense of preciousness. "Indeed, it is quite ruthless, but she is also remarkably clever. That stone striking her head should not leave her disfigured, I presume." Xiao Yuqing discarded the remnants of a roasted goose bone and hurriedly picked up the stone that Chu Miao had just used, mimicking the action against her own forehead. An involuntary gasp escaped her lips as she quickly covered her head, massaging her temples. This Zhui Yanran is truly malicious, daring to hurl such a sharp object at the second young lady of the Chu family. Third brother, regarding my engagement with Zhui Yanran. Go and clarify matters with mother, interjected the previously silent figure in purple, who abruptly turned and exited from the forested stream. He strode past the trio, his robe billowing in the wind, and his ink-black hair swirling in delicate tendrils. He exuded the restrained aura of a scholarly gentleman, the resilient spirit of a war hero, and the refined demeanor of an aristocrat accustomed to luxury. In the city of Yanjing, it was unlikely to find another young man who could rival young Master Rongan. His father, the Prince of Ping'an, was a renowned warrior with an undefeated record, and his mother, the Princess of Ping'an, was the daughter of the wealthiest man in the Yin Kingdom. He certainly possessed the grounds to be proud. Xiao Rongjin proceeded directly towards the direction from which Chu Miao had departed. With each step, he seemed to intentionally avoid the bloodstains left by Chu Miao on the ground. Within the inner courtyard of the Chu family, news of Chu Miao's injuries reached the ears of the matriarch in an instant. When Aunt Qin found Chu Miao, half of her face was drenched in blood, her left eye glued shut by the crimson liquid. Following Aunt Qin into Songqing courtyard, upon seeing the matriarch, Chu Miao fell to her knees with a thud. Grandmother, I am inept and failed to protect the Yuling hairpin you bestowed upon me. I beseech your punishment. The matriarch, upon witnessing the blood-soaked side of Chu Miao's face, rose from her soft couch, gripping her tiger-headed cane with concern. Aunt Qin, quickly help the second young lady to her feet. Send someone to summon the physician to tend to her wounds. Miao Miao, I have already dispatched someone to investigate the matter. Though the matriarch was advanced in years, she had been observant of the Lin family's treatment of Chu Miao during the past month. The steward who had gone to investigate soon returned. Old madam. The second young lady emerged from the bamboo grove in the southern courtyard, accompanied by the eldest young lady, the fourth young lady of the Zhua family, and the second young lady of the Gu family. Upon hearing the names of these three individuals, Chu Miao's body trembled involuntarily while seated in the chair. Aunt Qin, noticing her fright, placed her hands gently on Chu Miao's shoulders, softly patting and comforting her. The matriarch resumed her seat upon the soft couch. Exuding an air of unspoken authority, have the eldest young lady invite the young ladies Zhua and Gu into Songqing courtyard. Chapter 5. After her rebirth. She turned dark. Shi Guanshu responded with a polite yes and stepped out of the courtyard, leading Chu Yaoshui, Zhui Yanran, and Gu Jingjing into the house. Zhui Yanran, though willful, was aware of the respect commanded by the elder matriarch of the Chu family within the elite circles of Yanjing. Upon entering the room, she appropriately bowed to the elder. Gu Jingjing, still in a daze, found the expression on the elder's face quite alarming and lowered her head to pay her respects as well. However, Chu Yaoshui took a couple of steps forward and, with a resounding thud, knelt down, presenting the Yuling hairpin in her hands, saying, Grandmother, this is the hairpin my sister placed in my hair when she invited me to the bamboo grove in the southern courtyard. I understand that what I am about to say may be difficult for you to believe, but I must clear my name. Without casting a glance at Chu Miao, she continued, when my sister invited me to the southern courtyard, Miss Zhua and Miss Gu happened to be by my side. They can attest to my innocence. After my sister gave me the Yuling hairpin, she suddenly fell to the ground and picked up a stone from behind her, striking her own head. Her injuries were not caused by me, I swear. Indeed, grandmother, Chu Miao is truly cunning. In our presence, she resorted to deceit, injuring herself with a stone before running out silently. Those unaware would believe she suffered a great injustice at the hands of the Chu family. Before Chu Yaoshui could finish her statement, Zhui Yanran interjected. Gu Jingjing, hearing their accounts, quickly nodded in agreement. Our personal maid can testify that it was Chu Miao who harmed herself. We had no part in it, Gu Jingjing reiterated, emphasizing Chu Miao's condition. Meanwhile, the family doctor had already tended to Chu Miao's facial wounds and located the source of the bleeding on her head, preparing to bandage her injury. However, upon hearing the trio's words, Chu Miao abruptly stood up from her chair. Tears welled in her eyes as she knelt on the ground, her voice quivering with emotion. Grandmother, it was Sister S maid, Pin Mei, who called me to the bamboo grove. As soon as I entered, Miss Shua snatched the hairpin from my head and pushed me to the ground. At this point, Chu Miao raised her hands to reveal the abrasions on her palms, continuing through her sobs. Then she took the hairpin and placed it in Sister's hair, saying that it was inappropriate as it was a gift from you, grandmother. If you knew of today's events. Before she could finish, Gu Miss interrupted, declaring, if she dares to report to your grandmother, she can forget about socializing in our elite circles. Miss Shua chimed in, I'm talking about you, country bumpkin. Let me teach you how to speak. With her hands on her hips, Miss Shua issued a fierce warning. If your grandmother inquires about the hairpin, simply say, this hairpin is far too precious. It suits sister better. Thus, I took the liberty of giving it to her. If you don't say this, you will find it impossible to navigate our elite circles. Just as Gu's sister mentioned, should you dare step into our society, I will ensure you regret it. Do you understand? I refused, demanding that sister return the hairpin. But in the ensuing struggle, I was struck on the head by an unknown assailant. Realizing her vulnerable position, my granddaughter fled desperately, fearing that if she were even a moment late, she might be knocked unconscious. Sister could take anything, but she could not have the Yuling hairpin. It was a treasure bestowed upon me by grandmother. Grandmother, I speak nothing but the truth. If I utter a single falsehood, may I meet a fate worse than death. Chapter 6. After her rebirth, she became dark and vengeful. As the words death without a complete corpse echoed in her mind, Chu Miao felt a chilling pain surge through her limbs. She would never forget the excruciating agony of being ordered by Mo Hongjin to have her limbs severed and subsequently stuffed into a wine jar. In her previous life, she had been compliant in all matters, leading to such a tragic fate. In this life, however, she was determined to forge her own path and pursue the ambitions she had once feared. Upon hearing Chu Miao's final words, the old matriarch of the Chu family trembled slightly, her grip on the tiger-headed cane quivering, and a look of palpable astonishment crossed her face. The matriarch, a devout Buddhist, rarely made oaths lightly. For Chu Miao to invoke death without a complete corpse as her vow required immense courage, a fact that weighed heavily on the old matriarch's heart. Chu Yaoshua, upon hearing her granddaughter's ominous oath, felt her expression shift dramatically. No one understood the old matriarch's obsession with Buddhism better than Chu Yaoshua. After the death of her only legitimate daughter, the matriarch had dedicated herself to repairing a statue of Buddha in her courtyard, reciting scriptures, and copying sacred texts daily. Thus, when she had intended to make an oath to prove her innocence, she had not anticipated that Chu Miao would be even more resolute. In disbelief, she turned to Chu Miao, her eyes filled with panic and confusion, and hurriedly addressed, Grandmother. Just as the words were about to escape her lips, another stewardess hurried into the courtyard. The old matriarch glanced at her. The stewardess, Song Mama, approached the matriarch, bending slightly and whispering into her ear for a considerable time, glancing occasionally at Zhu Yanyan, Gu Jingjing, and Chu Yaoshua. Chu Yaoshua's heart raced uneasily at Song Mama's furtive glances. After Song Mama concluded, she stepped back, and the old matriarch's gaze sharpened further. Song Mama, recount precisely what you just shared about those 4 distinguished individuals. Song Mama bowed respectfully to the matriarch, then turned to Chu Yaoshua, Zhu Yanyan, and Gu Jingjing to acknowledge them, saying, Miss. Earlier 4 distinguished individuals mentioned that when they exited the fish-leaping pond in the bamboo grove of the southern courtyard, they happened upon you, 4th Miss Zhu, and 2nd Miss Gu in a dispute with our 2nd Mississippi. Chu Yaoshua's breath caught in her throat, while Gu Jingjing's eyes widened in shock. Zhu Yanyan furrowed her brows and retorted, which 4 distinguished individuals? You must let them come in for confrontation. Song Mama remained calm and composed, responding gently. The identities of the 4 distinguished individuals are of great stature. I cannot divulge them at this moment. However, I can relay what they witnessed and heard to 4th Miss Zhu. 4th Miss Zhu, 2nd Miss Gu, please listen for any discrepancies, as I am merely conveying the words of these distinguished individuals. Having said this, Song Mama cleared her throat and recounted the events as described by the 4 individuals without missing a single detail. The nobles stated that they had first entered the southern bamboo grove to admire the carp pond commissioned by the matriarch. Less than 15 minutes later, they heard a woman's voice outside the pond. Aware that it was improper for men and women to meet, they refrained from exiting the bamboo grove. Just as they intended to discreetly leave via a small path, they witnessed 4th Miss Zhu abruptly snatch the hairpin from 2nd Miss Chu's head, pushing her down in the process. Subsequently, 4th Miss Zhu adorned her own head with the stolen hairpin, to which Chu Yaoshua hesitantly replied, This is not appropriate. It is a gift from my grandmother to my sister. If my grandmother were to learn of this today. As Chu Yaoshua heard Song Mama recount her words from the southern bamboo grove verbatim, the color drained from her face visibly. Meanwhile, Chu Miao slowly raised her gaze towards Song Mama, her eyes reflecting an unruffled calm. There was only one person in Yanjing known for an impeccable memory and attentive listening, the heir of the Pingmen princess estate, her husband in her previous life. Xiao Rongjin. Chapter 7. After her rebirth, she turned dark. Madame Song continued. The eldest young lady ceased her speech. And then Miss Gu asserted with conviction, if she dares to report to your grandmother, she can forget about mingling in our noble circle from now on. Subsequently, Madame Song recounted the scene that Chu Miao had just reiterated, with every word identical, not a syllable amiss. Finally, Madame Song shifted her tone when Miss Chu refused to comply. She attempted to reclaim her hairpin, leading to a dispute. Miss Zhu then picked up a stone and struck Miss Chu on the head. You lie. Zhu Yanran immediately shrieked in denial, her emotions running high. I did not hit her. She struck herself. Chu Miao's head injury had been bandaged, and she sat supported by Aunt Qin on a nearby chair. When Zhu Yanran pointed at her, Chu Miao straightened her back and countered, when I confronted you earlier. Madame Song was not present in the courtyard. Now Madame Song can recount everything that transpired in the southern courtyard in the words you spoke verbatim. How shall we explain that? I admit to seizing your hairpin, but I did not strike you. You know full well what happened. Do not be deceived by this country bumpkin. She is quite scheming. Zhu Yanran was incensed, incoherently denying the truth of striking Chu Miao. However, at that moment, bang! The sound of a table being struck came from old Madame Chu. Zhu Yin and S words came to an abrupt halt. The elder lady seated on the pineapple wood chair wore a severe expression, her eyes ablaze with anger. The country bumpkin referred to by Miss Zhu is my own granddaughter. Zhu Yanran found herself at a loss for words. Old Madame Chu's gaze sharpened. You attempted to seize my granddaughter's hairpin and even resorted to violence. Yet you refused to acknowledge it. Is this how the princess of Jinan has raised you? Today, do not claim that I am bullying you. You have assaulted my Chu family's legitimate daughter. I shall inform your mother of this matter. No, please don't. Zhu Yanran was terrified of her mother. Although she was the youngest in the Wang residence, she was not the most favored. In fact, due to her lack of talent and poor temperament, the princess of Jinan was particularly strict with her. Yet, she had forgotten that the truth would eventually come to light. At this moment, the noblewomen in the front courtyard who witnessed Chu Miao's bleeding head had already discerned the cause and understood that this incident was inextricably linked to Zhu Yanran and Gu Jingjing. But old Madame Chu was resolute in not sparing Zhu Yanran any leniency. Miss Zhu need not lament her innocence before me. You are in the wrong for harming another. Madame Song, please escort Miss Zhu directly to the Princess of Jinan. As for Miss Gu, she turned, her gaze devoid of warmth. Send Miss Gu back to the Gu residence and inform the matriarch of everything she has said while at the Chu household. Gu Jingjing trembled at the thought. If her grandmother learned of her mischief, she would surely be punished severely. Terrified, Gu Jingjing clutched Chu Yaoshue's arm and exclaimed, Old Madame Chu. It was Yaoshue who incited me to seize the Yuling hairpin from Miss Zhu. She said that regardless of the means, as long as we could intimidate Chu Miao into willingly surrendering the hairpin, she would take us to meet His Royal Highness, and once she became the crown princess, she would recommend us as concubines. Preposterous. Gu Jingjing's words ignited old Madame Chu's fury. She seized a nearby teacup and hurled it at Chu Yaoshue. The cup filled with tea struck Chu Yaoshue's chest with a thud. Chu Yaoshue gasped, bending over in shock, and protested, Grandmother, I did not. It was Miss Gu who falsely accused me. I did not slander her. Miss Zhu can attest to this, Gu Jingjing insisted firmly. Zhu Yanran felt a sense of injustice at Chu Yaoshue's prior silence in her defense. This matter had originated from a few words of Chu Yaoshue. Why should she escape unscathed? It was only because I heeded Chu Yaoshue's words that I attempted to seize Chu Miao's hairpin. You all, slap? Chu Yaoshue, fueled by indignation, attempted to retort, but old Madame Chu had already risen, delivering a resounding slap across Chu Yaoshue's face. Her cheeks flushed with anger as she sternly admonished, the selection of consorts for the Eastern Palace is not a matter for a mere girl like you to meddle in. You have not even entered the Eastern Palace, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly. Clearly, the Lin family has spoiled you. Today, before our ancestors, I shall uphold our family rules and show Miss Gu and Miss Zhu that our Chu family will never shelter or condone wrongdoing. Someone, bring me the rod. No, grandmother. Yaoshue did not. Yaoshue is wronged. Chapter 8. Once again, encountering my biological mother. Lin, the ruler of discipline, strikes those who speak boastfully and lie profusely. Chu Miao clearly remembers that in her past life, after an altercation with Chu Yao Shui, Lin punished her with the ruler. That resilient instrument, akin to a measuring stick, struck her across the face. The pain left her lips swollen, a tooth lost, and her mouth bloodied. Such agony and trepidation rendered the former Chu Miao increasingly timid, instilling in her a fear of any semblance of rebellion. Today, however, the wheel of fortune has turned, allowing Chu Yao Shui to experience the torment of the ruler as punishment. Zhang Mama presented the ruler. After the old matriarch took it, others restrained Chu Yao Shui's arms and back, immobilizing her. The expression in the eyes of the matriarch was one of sternness, devoid of any compassion, as she raised the ruler and brought it down heavily upon Chu Yao Shui's lips. The sound echoed, smack. Gu Jingjing and Zhui Yanran, startled by the noise, instinctively covered their mouths, as though the ruler had struck them as well. Chu Yao Shui cried out in agony, as she writhed and twisted, calling for Lin. Mother, mother, come quickly. Seeing no remorse, the old matriarch's anger intensified, and she thundered, no one can save you today. As a daughter of the Chu family, where do you place our family's rules? Your engagement to the prince is a royal grant. How dare you use it to engage in thievery and allow outsiders to bully your sister? If I do not punish you today and awaken your senses, the Chu family will be doomed by your hand in the future. Indeed, Chu Yao Shui felt no contrition. Upon arriving at Songqing courtyard, she had sent someone to fetch Lin. Time was drawing near. Instead of remorse, she felt indignation and fury. Yet, she could not resist. She had to appear frail to elicit more sympathy from Lin. Mother Yao Shui knows her fault. The sound of the ruler's striking echoed from within the room to the courtyard. Chu Miao observed this scene with an impassive expression, feeling a deep sense of injustice for her grandmother. In the Chu family, only her grandmother upheld their family's rules. However, her grandmother was unaware that in 6 months, she would suffer a fatal accident while visiting Fuling Temple, falling from the temple's steep steps. Shortly after, her biological father, Chu Xiang, would become the most notorious traitor in court, causing havoc among the loyal and innocent, nearly leading the Yin state to ruin. Without her grandmother, the Chu family would ascend to prominence, becoming relatives of the imperial family, while the granddaughter she had sought to protect, Chu Miao, would become a pawn in the hands of these traitors. At that moment, a throng entered the room. Leading the group was a woman adorned in resplendent purple-red garments, exuding the aura of a noblewoman. This was her biological mother, Lin Wenwan, lauded as the esteemed matron in the circles of high society. Upon witnessing Chu Yao Shui pinned to the ground by 2 matrons, Lin Wenwan disregarded her noble demeanor and rushed into the room, positioning herself protectively in front of Chu Yao Shui. Mother, stop. Lin grasped the ruler. Today is Yao Shui's birthday banquet. She must greet the guests. You cannot mar her face with the ruler. How will she face others? Even if you are angry, punish her only after the guests have left. Family disgrace should not be aired in public. This is a matter involving outsiders pointing fingers at your daughter. Does she not fear family shame? The old matriarch forcefully flung the ruler away, which fell to the side. Lin glanced at Gu Jingjing and Zhui Yanran. She could manage these 2 children, but today, she must protect Yao Shui at all costs. Mother, please calm down. As your daughter-in-law, I have learned about the incident in the southern bamboo grove. It is neither trivial nor significant. At its core, it was merely a playful scuffle among children that led to an accidental injury. If you make a scene, it will tarnish Yao Shui's future and the reputations of the Gu and Zhou families. Chu Miao's injury is minor, and she will heal in time. The most crucial thing is it would be most unfortunate if you were to suffer from this matter. A chilling sense of despair washed over Chu Miao. This was her biological mother. Chapter 9. The Lin matriarch, upon her arrival, had not spared a single glance towards Chu Miao, nor had she inquired about her injuries. Instead, upon noticing the wound on Chu Yao Shui's lips, she hastily sought to absolve her of culpability, trivializing the matter as though it were a mere child's game. Chu Miao had long since extinguished any hope regarding Lin's regard for her. Yet, upon witnessing Lin's disdainful demeanor once more in this life, a chill crept into her heart. Before Madame Chu could erupt in indignation, Chu Miao rose and spoke with a calm demeanor. Indeed, it is most regrettable that grandmother's health has been compromised. My injuries are mere flesh wounds. There is no need for you to suffer the embarrassment of the Gu and Zhou families on my behalf. I grew up away from home, accompanying my adoptive mother, Gu, to gather firewood on the mountains. I once fell from a great height, breaking my leg without shedding a tear. After my adoptive mother passed when I was 8, I was cast out from the village, enduring a life of hardship. In my desperation, I snatched food from wild dogs and suffered bites on my arms, even being pursued and beaten by beggars, resulting in a dislocated shoulder. Eventually, an elderly gentleman took me in, providing me with sustenance and security. I learned medicine from him, foraging for herbs in the mountains. And despite plummeting from the cliffs of Shiyin Mountain, fracturing 8 of my 9 ribs, I did not cry out in pain. Now, the injury to my head pales in comparison to those past afflictions. I am resilient. A few days of rest will suffice. Today marks my sister's birthday, and as the betrothed of the crown prince, she must present herself with dignity to her guests. I was merely injured when a pin was forcefully taken from me, and with time, I shall recover. Upon hearing these words, Madame Chu's heart twisted in anguish, her eyes misting with tears as she choked out, "Why? Why have you never shared these things with me? Forgive me, grandmother, for causing you concern." I refrained from speaking of my past, believing I had finally found a family to protect me, as any child with parents would. I now share this with you to convey that I have endured far worse than this injury. Truly, I am not in need of your worry. She gently touched the bandaged area on her head. Indeed, compared to having limbs severed, eyes gouged out, or tongue extracted by Mo Hongjun, this wound is but a trifle. With her tiger-headed staff in hand, Madame Chu approached Chu Miao, tenderly caressing her face. She acknowledged her own selfishness. Chu Miao bore a striking resemblance to her deceased daughter, Chu Zhen. Yet, the trials faced by Chu Miao clarified the distinction between her and Chu Zhen. Chu Miao was her own granddaughter. 15 years prior, she had failed to protect her daughter, and now, 15 years later, she vowed to safeguard her sole granddaughter. "Yu Qian," Madame Chu commanded, "take the second miss to the west courtyard of Sanqing Garden. From now on, let her recuperate there." After issuing her orders, she turned to Chu Miao, stating, "Miao Miao, today's events are not solely dictated by Lin. As long as I draw breath, the integrity of the Chu family shall not be easily tarnished. I shall seek justice for you." Chu Miao. Madame Chu lamented the hardships faced by her granddaughter. However, despite Chu Miao's heartfelt revelations, Lin displayed no semblance of empathy. She glared at Chu Miao, her voice cold. Lin believed that Chu Miao's choice to disclose her past at this moment was an attempt to harm Yao Shui. Embracing Chu Yao Shui, Lin's expression bore traces of anger. "Has the Chu family wronged you so grievously that you would air such disgraceful tales before outsiders? How dare you speak of your time wandering, snatching food from wild dogs? Spare your dignity, and do not bring shame upon your sister." Chapter 10. A reunion with Mother Lin. The light in Chu Miao's eyes gradually extinguished, and her gaze towards Lin was devoid of warmth. No, she was already thoroughly disillusioned with Lin. Now, she had completely severed ties with her mother in her heart. In her quest for vengeance, she would no longer be swayed by maternal affection. The matriarch of the Chu family, her face flushed with anger, was about to chastise Lin. Yet she was firmly grasped by Chu Miao. With a single look, Chu Miao conveyed her intent, prompting the matriarch to take a step back. Chu Miao offered a slight bow before emotionlessly turning to face Lin. With an icy detachment, she posed a question. "I have been raised away from home. As my biological mother, where have you been?" "Chu Miao, what is this attitude? Is it proper for you to speak to your elder in such a manner?" Lin retorted, her temper flaring as she failed to perceive Chu Miao's underlying anomaly, believing she had learned to manipulate the situation before the matriarch. A wry smile curled at the corners of Chu Miao's lips as she softly replied, "The Chu family indeed has not mistreated me. However, had I not been welcomed back, my skills in medicine would have sufficed for my own sustenance. I, Gu Jianyang. Why should I stand here, confronted by the mother I have long yearned for? You question me, yet the child in your arms, Yao Shui, is your flesh and blood. What am I?" She advanced slowly towards Lin, her eyes and expression rife with mockery. It was then that Lin began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Chu Miao had never dared to look at her this way, nor had she spoken to her in such a tone, much less glare at her with such intensity. Yet, despite this realization, Lin felt no remorse for Chu Miao's accusations. Clutching Yao Shui's head protectively, she furrowed her brows and stated, "You are, of course, my offspring as well. However, Yao Shui is your elder sister. Therefore, anything desired by her must be relinquished to her, including the life that rightfully belongs to her." Lin remained oblivious to the full implications of Chu Miao's words, as her primary concern was Yao Shui's injury, which urgently required attention. Guests awaited outside, leaving her little time to engage in a battle of wits with Chu Miao. Resolving to deal with her later, Lin turned to the matriarch and said, "Mother, I understand your anger, but allow me to handle this matter. Madame Gu and Princess Jinan are waiting just outside Sanqing courtyard. Let us not create a scene." The matriarch tightened her grip on her tiger-headed cane, her gaze fierce. "Lin, if you dare take Yao Shui out of Sanqing courtyard, you will come to regret the decisions you make today." Lin dismissed the matriarch's words, assisting Yao Shui to her feet as she replied, "Once Yao Shui's birthday banquet concludes, I will take her back to Sanqing courtyard to apologize to you, Mother, and I hope for your understanding. Someone assist the young lady and summon a physician from the Yu residence to tend to her injuries." Lin's associates helped Yao Shui, along with Gu Jingjing and Zhui Yanran, who knelt on the ground, and soon they departed in a grand procession. Chu Miao's grandmother closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, the fury on her face had subsided significantly. "Yu Qin, gather your belongings. I shall take the second young lady to Fuling Temple." Chu Miao abruptly turned to her grandmother, a ripple of emotion stirring within her. Her grandmother's promise to protect her was not mere rhetoric. "Child, would you be willing to leave the Chu family with me?" Chu Miao nodded. "Grandmother, I am willing. I assure you, when you return to the Chu family, it will be with great prestige." Chu Miao lowered her gaze and clasped her grandmother's aged hand. She no longer sought the spotlight of being the Chu family's second young lady. Nor did she yearn for Lin's pity and attention, nor the shallow affection of a father. All she desired was for her grandmother to live well. Outside Sanqing courtyard, perched within the jujube tree that climbed the courtyard wall, sat a youth clad in a majestic purple garment. He absorbed every detail of the events unfolding within, as well as each word uttered by Chu Miao. Chapter 11. The carefree and unrestrained Xiao Rongjin upon emerging from the bamboo grove of the southern courtyard. Xiao Rongjin followed his path here, driven by a singular purpose, to ascertain whether the woman in his dreams, whose limbs had been severed and confined within a wine jug, was none other than Miss Chu, the second daughter of the Chu family before him. Despite his inability to clearly discern the visage of the tragic figure from his dream, an inexplicable sense of déjà vu washed over him upon first encountering Chu Miao in the southern courtyard's bamboo grove. He unconsciously imposed the image of the dream's victim onto her. At that moment, Chu Miao emerged from the house, accompanied by several maidservants from Sanqing courtyard, one of whom was supporting her left arm. Xiao Rongjin's gaze immediately fixated on Chu Miao, though he stood at a distance. The keen eyesight of a martial artist allowed him to perceive her delicate features and the mischievous glint in her dark eyes with remarkable clarity. As she paused in the courtyard, tilting her head towards the jujube tree, their eyes met through the layers of branches and leaves, as if she were aware of his concealed presence. Yet, despite this uncanny connection, Xiao Rongjin wore an expression devoid of guilt. This dream had haunted him for an entire month. Although he could not make out the woman's face, he distinctly remembered a red mole beneath her left eye. "Miss," called out the maidservant Yin Feng beside her. Startled from her reverie, Chu Miao replied, "I have nothing to pack. You stay here to assist Aunt Qin. I shall return to Qingfu courtyard to fetch my medical box." Upon entering the Prime Minister's residence, she had brought only 3 sets of clothing and a medical kit, and she had no intention of taking even a single thread from the Prime Minister's household upon her departure. Returning to Qingfu courtyard, she retrieved her own garments, changing out of the light pink dress recently tailored for her by the Lin family. The clean-cut short dress imbued her with a sense of newfound ease. Suddenly, a sound erupted from the window behind her, a cool breeze brushing against her neck. Then, a deep and resonant male voice emanated from the window. "Your performance was commendable." Standing before the floor-length copper mirror, Chu Miao caught sight of a familiar silhouette reflected within. Upon her next encounter with Xiao Rongjin, her emotions surged like a tranquil lake disrupted by a great stone, creating ripples of disturbance. She momentarily froze, her expression solidifying as her dark eyes fixated on the carefree and vibrant Xiao Rongjin in the mirror. At that juncture, Xiao Rongjin had yet to fall victim to treachery while traversing the perilous terrain of Wangshan, nor had he succumbed to illness that would render him frail. He remained the charming youth who captivated the hearts of unwed ladies in Yanjing. Yet soon, he would face irreversible suffering, losing half of his inner strength, sustaining grave injuries to his legs, and lapsing into a coma for 3 long months. As for Chu Miao, she was deceived by the crown prince and lured by her family's ambitions, ultimately marrying Xiao Rongjin in the guise of a bride meant to bring him fortune. While he lay in a state of unconsciousness, however, their previous lives had not intertwined in such a manner. He had never climbed through her window, Their first encounter took place in the southern courtyard's bamboo grove, where her treasured hairpin had been snatched away. Paralyzed by fear and timidity, she had refrained from pursuing the matter. After being threatened by Chu Yao and Shui, she had left the bamboo grove in tears, crouching on the ground in a state of despair when Xiao Rongjin emerged from the shadows to stand before her. It was her first glimpse of the extraordinary young Master Rongyun of Yanjing, whose noble demeanor made her feel like a mere jester in comparison. She had thought he had come to mock her, yet to her surprise, he offered her words of encouragement. Why weep? What others can take from you, you can reclaim. Chapter 12. The nonchalant and unrestrained Xiao Rongjin. Xiao Rongjin's words failed to awaken her from the memories of her past life. At that moment, she was engulfed in despair, and his casual tone only served to diminish her initial impression of him. Wiping away her tears, she stood up and declared, "You need not concern yourself." With that, she composed herself and fled from the bamboo grove in the southern courtyard. In this lifetime, their encounter was markedly different. Yet, the air of carefree nobility surrounding Xiao Rongjin remained unchanged. Chu Miao gathered her thoughts and turned to him, saying, "I am profoundly grateful to Lord Rongyun for vouching for me." He leaped down from the window, casually closing it behind him. Had it not been for Chu Miao's understanding of his character, she might have already dismissed him as a rogue. He seated himself leisurely at the tea table by the window, his tall, straight posture reclining against the pearwood chair, a subtle smile gracing his remarkably handsome face. His dark, bright eyes glinted with a sharpness, as if he were scrutinizing something. No, he was observing her visage. After a brief pause, Xiao Rongjin raised his hand and pointed to a spot beneath his left eye, inquiring, "Is that natural?" Chu Miao was taken aback. She glanced at the copper mirror. The spot he indicated was the red tear mole situated beneath her left eye. Her grandfather, who had taken her in, had once warned her that such a blemish on a woman was ill-fated, predicting a life fraught with misfortune, advising her to perform good deeds to mitigate her karma. Yet, upon arriving at the Chu family, she had become blinded by wealth, lost her heart, committed murder, and met a tragic end. Snapping back to reality, she replied, "It is natural. Is there a problem?" Xiao Rongjin responded with a nonchalant "Oh," adding, "No problem at all. It merely reminded me of something a wise man mentioned a few days ago." The sage he referred to was likely a strategist from the Pingnan Wangfu, well-versed in astronomy and adept in the mystical arts. The sage had claimed that women with such moles were prone to tears, and there existed an absurd belief that such women had unfinished destinies in their past lives. Chu Miao stiffened slightly. Had someone uttered such words to her in her previous life, she would have dismissed them as nonsense. However, having been reborn, she found it impossible to ignore the connections between her past and present. Yet, what this unfinished destiny entailed remained a mystery. Xiao Rongjin raised his hand, resting his chin, and continued to scrutinize the tear mole at the corner of her left eye. The wise man also mentioned that women with tear moles at the left eye are intelligent, eager to learn, exceptionally clever, and never shy away from challenges, adept at psychological warfare. In the bamboo grove of the southern courtyard, her actions had indeed left Xiao Rongjin in awe. While others believed she had harmed herself while defeating her enemies, he recognized her as someone extraordinary. Such a person, if taken to the battlefield, would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon against foes. Unconsciously, Chu Miao furrowed her brows. Had Xiao Rongjin come to her courtyard solely to confirm the presence of her tear mole? That seemed implausible, given his status. He must have encountered far more significant matters than this trivial blemish. Could it be that he, like her, had also been reborn? Yet, if he truly had, there would be no need for him to concern himself so deeply with her mole, as her overall being had not changed in the slightest. What was Xiao Rongjin's intention? Was he perhaps attempting to use the mole as leverage to intimidate her? With no power or influence in the Chu family, it would be unnecessary for him to threaten her. Contemplating various possibilities, she remained perplexed by Xiao Rongjin's motives. However, this life was distinct from the previous one. They had returned to the starting point, and she was no longer his wife. Thus, she could not engage with him as she had in the past. "I do not believe in fate." Chu Miao loosened her brow slightly. "I only believe in myself. Furthermore, I appreciate your guidance, Lord Rongyun." Xiao Rongjin raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Chu Miao continued, "To be a woman who does not shy away from challenges and excels in psychological warfare may not be a bad thing after all." Chapter 13. The unfettered Xiao Rongjin. Xiao Rongjin parted her delicate lips and let out a soft chuckle, before lifting a cup of cold tea from the side and pouring herself a drink. Chu Miao glanced over and interjected, "That tea is from last night." and the cup is one I usually use. Xiao Rongjin offered no response, and before Chu Miao could finish her sentence, she drained the cup in one swift motion. Chu Miao's lips twitched slightly. At that moment, a voice from outside the courtyard called, "Second miss, are you ready? The old madam has sent me to help." Chu Miao fixed her gaze on Xiao Rongjin, silently urging her to leave. Then, addressing the voice, she said, "Aunt Qin, I'm almost done." Xiao Rongjin had already opened the back door and gracefully leapt onto the windowsill. Chu Miao recalled that in half a month, Xiao Rongjin would be dispatched by Emperor Zhaoyuan to Wangshan to quell bandits, where she would suffer severe injuries. Involuntarily, her steps moved closer to Xiao Rongjin. "Young Master Rongan, beware of those who lurk nearby." Xiao Rongjin turned to her, her dark eyes unruffled. "You suggest that there are petty individuals around me? One must not harbor ill intentions. Yet vigilance is essential. The closer one feels to friends and brothers, the more caution should be exercised, especially during critical moments. Do not turn your back to anyone other than your parents." Chu Miao could not reveal to him the fate that awaited him in half a month, the treachery of those close to him, which would leave him on the brink of death. The concept of reincarnation was already astonishing. She needed to wait for an opportunity to discreetly convey the information about the hidden malefactor to him. Xiao Rongjin countered, "Have you studied medicine?" Chu Miao nodded. "For 6 years. How skilled are you?" Her medical prowess could be encapsulated in a single phrase, capable of reviving the living and guiding the deceased to the afterlife with a mere needle. Without such abilities, her father, Chu Jingde, and Prince Mo Hongzhen would not have chosen her. However, Chu Miao refrained from directly addressing her skills. She simply stated, "If one day young Master Rongan requires my assistance, you may seek out Chu Miao." A nonchalant reply escaped him, and his figure vanished from the windowsill. After his departure, Chu Miao hastily approached and shut the window, unaware that her slightly pale lips had formed a faint smile. Once the window was closed, she remained still, contemplating the prospect of leaving the Chu family, allowing Chu Yaoxue to bask in the glory of being the legitimate daughter, celebrating her birthday banquet. It was far too lenient. From the moment of her rebirth, it should have been a descent into hell for Chu Yaoxue. Turning towards her medical box, she retrieved several vials of powdered medicine, poured them into a black bottle, gently shook it, and concealed the bottle within the inner pocket of her clothing before exiting the room. "Aunt Qin, I'm ready." Aunt Qin glanced at Chu Miao, who was dressed in a simple, short skirt, and shook her head in silence. Realizing that the second miss was genuinely upset with the madam, who had indeed acted excessively. While the eldest miss had been raised with care, the second miss was, after all, a piece of flesh from her own body. Aunt Qin said nothing further and, together with Chu Miao, left Qingfu courtyard. However, after a few steps, Chu Miao exclaimed, "Aunt Qin, I forgot to take the amethyst bracelet that grandmother gifted me. Please return to Sanqing courtyard. I will join you shortly." Without waiting for a response, she hurried back to Qingfu courtyard. Once assured that Aunt Qin had returned to Sanqing courtyard, Chu Miao stepped out of Qingfu courtyard, holding a slender bamboo branch adorned with a few verdant leaves. As the wind blew, the leaves swayed towards the southeast. She slowly made her way to Sanqing courtyard, passing by the Furong pavilion of Chu Yaoxue, when suddenly the wind shifted direction, causing the leaves to veer north, exactly towards the banquet hall. A subtle smile graced Chu Miao's lips as she seized the opportunity, taking out the concocted medicinal powder and pouring it into her palm. As she opened her hand, the fine powder was whisked away by the wind, flying towards the north. Chapter 14. The enchanting dance of the phoenix. Chu Yaoxue had a penchant for crafting fragrant sachets adorned with flowers. Such creations were surely beloved, yet today, those attending the banquet might find themselves in a predicament. Once the medicinal powder had dispersed, Chu Miao hastily departed. A shadowy figure clad in deep purple silently observed this unfolding scene. After Chu Miao's exit, Xiao Rongjin addressed the hidden shadow guard, informed the Princess Ping and that the fourth young master has suffered an ailment, causing him to vomit and lose consciousness in the Chu family latrine. I have taken the liberty of sending him home early. Advise her to return to the palace promptly. The shadow guard's lips twitched in disbelief. It was improbable for the fourth young master to faint while indulging in delicacies in the latrine. Xiao Rongjin continued, "Maintain vigilance over the Chu residence. Report any unusual activities to me at once." With that, he deftly leapt away, gliding over slender bamboo leaves, leaving the Chu family undetected. In the front courtyard, the hall was filled with joy and a throng of guests. This was the honor bestowed upon the Chu family's legitimate eldest daughter. Yet it was not meant for the true Chu Miao. Chu Yaoxue, adorned with an exquisitely embroidered veil, had her makeup refreshed, escorted by Lin Shi before the gathering. "Do not be afraid, my dear. I am here by your side. Today, you shall stay close to me, and I shall ensure you do not lose face before the crowd," Lin Shi whispered soothingly. Chu Yaoxue's lips bore the marks of the old matriarch's wrath. No amount of cosmetics could conceal her swollen mouth. Hence, Lin Shi allowed her to appear veiled, preserving the air of mystery surrounding the renowned beauty and talented maiden of Yanjing. Feeling aggrieved, Chu Yaoxue leaned against Lin Shi and implored, "Mother, do you believe in me? I did not treat my sister in that manner." Lin Shi recalled Chu Miao's earlier demeanor, her brows knitting in concern. A daughter who possessed mere medical skills without the refinement of the arts was hardly worth keeping. Once the banquet concluded, she would concoct a reason to send Chu Miao away from the estate, ensuring that when Yaoxue wed into the Eastern Palace, Chu Miao could be summoned back without jeopardizing the match. "Mother will advocate for you. But what of grandmother? Madam Chu, this must be your family's eldest daughter. Truly a vision of grace." A group of noble women approached, bringing their daughters along. I recall witnessing Miss Chu's mesmerizing phoenix dance at last year's palace banquet. It was nothing short of breathtaking for all of Yanjing. Hearing the praises, Chu Yaoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. What was Chu Miao, after all, to warrant her concern over such trivial matters? Lin Shi reveled in the admiration and flattery, dismissing the earlier unpleasantness from her mind. "Today, my daughter shall once again perform the Phoenix Dance to express gratitude to all who have made time to attend her 16th birthday celebration," Lin Shi announced with a radiant smile. Chu Yaoxue, blushing, bowed gracefully to the crowd. At that moment, an announcement echoed from outside. "His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived." Instinctively, Chu Yaoxue shielded her face, but upon feeling the veil, she sighed in relief. As long as she could remain concealed today, with a few more days of recuperation, she would soon unveil herself. Crown Prince Mo Hongjin entered the hall, clad in an elegant dark robe, adorned with a design symbolizing his noble status. The gathered ladies and gentlemen bowed in unison. "We pay our respects to His Highness." His gaze fell upon Chu Yaoxue, her veil billowing delicately, her eyes shimmering with allure. His expression softened unconsciously. "Today is the birthday of the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Ladies and gentlemen, please be at ease." The crowd echoed, "Thank you, Your Highness." Mo Hongjin's attention never wavered from Chu Yaoxue. "I heard earlier that you are to perform the Phoenix Dance today." As she prepared to respond, Lin Shi interjected, guiding Chu Yaoxue forward with a smile. "Your Highness, Ashue has recently been ill with a cold and is only just recovering." She had intended to sing Sunset over the southern mountains, but her voice has not fully returned, so she will perform the Phoenix Dance instead. "You are unwell?" Chu Yaoxue cast a fleeting glance at him, one that appeared to Mo Hongjin as that of a frail child still recovering, evoking his sympathy. Mo Hongjin inquired further, "Are you capable of performing the Phoenix Dance?" Chu Yaoxue nodded slightly, murmuring, "I can." "Excellent. I long to witness once more the captivating dance that has enchanted all of Yanjing." The guests found their places, some seated and others standing, while Mo Hongjin took his seat at the head. A gentle breeze stirred through the courtyard, unnoticed by the attendees as delicate particles drifted silently down upon the gathering. Chapter 15. The enchanting dance of the swallow. Chu Yaoxue returned to her chamber to change into her dance attire, her body enveloped in the fragrant essence of blossoms. The pinnacle of the enchanting dance is said to attract butterflies into the courtyard, dancing alongside them in a display that captivates all. Clad in a crimson gown, her long, ebony hair cascaded gracefully down her back, flowing smoothly to her waist. Adorned with a veil embellished with pearls, her eyes were accentuated with exquisite winged eyeliner. Upon her entrance, her appearance left the audience utterly spellbound. The noble women regarded Chu Yaoxue as a paragon, urging their daughters to emulate her grace. The atmosphere was filled with admiring whispers, greatly satisfying Lin Shi and gratifying Chu Yaoxue's vanity. As the music began to swell, Chu Yaoxue took to the grand stage, her movements harmonizing with the floral perfume that permeated the air, competing with the blossoms for admiration, eliciting gasps and applause. Mo Hongjin gazed tenderly at Chu Yaoxue. Seizing the moment while everyone's attention was fixed on her, Lin Shi glanced toward Mo Hongjin. Noticing his enthralled expression, she breathed a sigh of relief, reassured that Chu Miao's earlier incident had not jeopardized Yaoxue's future. "Surely, after today, look, what is that in the sky?" A voice broke through the murmurs, suggesting that the enchanting dance had indeed lured a swarm of butterflies. The buzzing grew louder, and soon, 1, 2, 3, an overwhelming mass of dark, buzzing creatures surged into the Prime Minister's estate. One black wasp landed on the hand of a noblewoman. Upon seeing it, she shrieked, "Ah, it's a black widow." The black widow, known for its ill omen and painful sting, caused the woman to leap up, violently swatting the creature away. Panic ensued as others cried out, "Black widows! So many black widows!" It was Miss Chu who summoned them. "Someone tell her to stop. Ah, quickly, move away, move away." A swarm of black widows invaded the courtyard, targeting the fragrant Chu Yaoxue. In her frantic attempts to fend off the wasps surrounding her, she inadvertently tore away her veil, revealing her swollen lips. A child pointed at her and exclaimed, "Her lips are swollen from the bee stings." The crowd, hearing the child's words, simultaneously attempted to shoo away the black wasps while casting glances toward Chu Yaoxue. The wasps had just arrived, so how could her lips be swollen so quickly? It was evident that she had been punished severely. "Quickly, let us retreat indoors." Cleverly, someone scooped up their child and fled to a nearby room. The people in the courtyard scattered in all directions, hastily escaping the chaos. Yet, Chu Yaoxue was not so fortunate. Waves of black wasps surged toward her, the deafening buzz reverberating throughout the courtyard. Overwhelmed by pain, she could hardly focus on her appearance. With a distorted expression, she screamed, "Mother, help me. Ah, get away, get away." Lin Shi, unable to remain still, urged her attendant, "Quickly, save the young lady." She had heard that the Black Widow's venom was incredibly toxic. If Yaoxue's face were to be marred, Lin Shi dared not entertain such thoughts. For where could she find another daughter so gifted? Before the attendants could reach Chu Yaoxue, Mo Hongzhen swiftly removed his outer robe and leaped onto the stage. He waved his robe in an attempt to drive away the black widows surrounding her, but to his dismay, the wasps turned their aggression toward him as well. Initially, only a few approached, but soon they swarmed his body. In a desperate embrace, Chu Yaoxue and Mo Hongzhen clung to each other, causing further panic. "Quickly, save His Highness." Several palace guards rushed onto the stage. At that moment, a round-faced youth, holding a beggar's chicken in one hand and a handful of refuse he had just retrieved from a latrine in the other, marched straight onto the stage, hurling the refuse toward the entwined figures of Chu Yaoxue and Mo Hongzhen. Chapter 16. The enchanting dance of the phoenix as the fetid liquid cascaded down like celestial flowers scattered by a divine maiden. The guards encircling the crown prince instinctively recoiled, their noses wrinkling in disgust as they lowered their heads to sniff the damp, foreign substances clinging to their garments. What is this foulness? How repugnant! The swarm of dark bees, initially attacking the crown prince and Chu Yaoxue, instantly fled the courtyard. Xiao Yuqing, the fourth son of the Pingnan Wangfu, fell to his knees in a display of terror, confessing, "I beseech your highness to mete out punishment. Just moments ago, I witnessed the venomous Black Widow infiltrating the Prime Minister's residence, and it reminded me of a technique utilized by my elder brother 3 years ago in the northern frontier. The Black Widow is particularly attracted to floral scents, and the northern frontier is known to be its habitat. My brother cleverly lured the Black Widow to the battlefield using its deadly poison, while our soldiers covered themselves in the excrement of livestock and even human waste, overpowering an enemy force of 50,000 with merely 5,000 men. Thus, I hurried to the latrine of the Prime Minister's residence to procure this bucket of beer-repelling substance. I acknowledge my guilt and do not seek glory. I only wish to save your highness, even at the cost of my life." Upon finishing his plea, Xiao Yuqing bit down fiercely on the dish in his hands, raising both arms in a gesture of submission towards Mo Hongzhen, trembling as he knelt. At that moment, Mo Hongzhen's countenance was one of utter dismay. Previously, he had been cradling Chu Yaoxue when the bucket of foul liquid was poured upon them, saturating his head and shoulders with the vile substance. The stench was so overwhelming that it threatened to bring forth the very milk he had first tasted at birth. Chu Yaoxue, turning away from Xiao Yuqing, was not spared from the onslaught either. The liquid drenched her exposed shoulders, and upon hearing Xiao Yuqing's claim that the repellent was derived from the Prime Minister's latrine, she pushed Mo Hongzhen away and retched violently, spewing her stomach's contents directly onto his face. Puffed. The eruption landed squarely on the crown prince's visage, who, already ashen-faced, was now devoid of any patience for Chu Yaoxue, his expression twisting into one of disgust. Gong Gong Chuanfu was horrified, exclaiming, "Heavens! How dare you, Xiao Yuqing? I shall demand the emperor take your head. Quickly, Escort His Highness to wash and change." At that moment, a strategist beside the crown prince interjected, "Your Highness, the venom of the Black Widow is indeed lethal, yet a small sting poses no grave threat. However, if that swarm of bees had lingered on you for much longer, your limbs would have been rendered useless. The excrement is, without a doubt, an effective means to repel the Black Widow. In fact, young Master Ronin once employed the Black Widow's preferences to lure bees into battle, personally applying the repellent to confront the enemy, thus safeguarding 11 cities in the northern frontier and repelling the Tianru people." As Mo Hongjin, celebrated for his wisdom, presided over the Eastern Palace. He harbored a desire to dismember Xiao Yuqing. Yet, he could not exact revenge. Instead, he must express gratitude and reward him. The strategist continued, "For now, it is imperative to assist His Highness to the quarters for cleaning, where a thorough examination can be conducted and the venom extracted in a timely manner. Quickly, help His Highness to wash up." Lin Shi, having regained a semblance of composure amidst her fright, resolved to attend to the crown prince diligently. Thus, Mo Hongjin, engulfed in the stench, allowed himself to be led away for cleansing. As for Chu Yaoshua, her face, swollen and crimson from the stings, succumbed to unconsciousness after her retching episode. The crowd's gaze fell upon her, murmurs circulating in hushed tones. Just then, Granny Guan, standing behind Lin Shi, exclaimed, "Isn't this the second miss?" Chapter 17. The enchanting dance of the phoenix. The old servant had sensed something amiss with the eldest young lady's dance. Her movements were rigid and her steps disordered, a far cry from the fluid grace she exhibited during her performances at the palace feasts. The second young lady had previously pilfered a hairpin from the eldest, only to be punished by the matriarch with a ruler. To the old servant's astonishment, the second young lady had not only failed to correct her misdeed but had also usurped the eldest's birthday celebration, ultimately inciting the wrath of the Black Widow, which nearly endangered the crown prince. As these words fell from Granny Guan's lips, Lin's heart, which was previously filled with trepidation, now steadied like a pillar of calm resolve. The figure on stage had already been so disfigured by the stings of the black bees that no one could dare to claim she was Chu Yaoshui, the legitimate daughter of the Chu family. By shifting the blame onto her sister, Yaoshui would remain the esteemed first talent of Yin Jing and the crown prince's fiancée. Should it be revealed that the one who fainted on stage was the eldest daughter, the marriage alliance between the Chu family and the crown prince would likely be shattered. Lin had intended to send Chu Miao away, as the moment had come for her to contribute to the family's interests. With a stern expression, she reprimanded, "Chu Miao, I cannot believe you would go to such lengths for the sake of attention, deceiving everyone and bringing shame to our family with this calamity." "Madam, the second young lady appears to have been stung into unconsciousness by the black bees, and the injuries on her face seem severe. Rather than punishing her now, it would be prudent to have someone escort her back to Qingfu courtyard to treat her wounds and see if there is any hope of recovery," Granny Guan suggested, her voice deliberately loud when mentioning the second young lady. Lin, deeply concerned about the injuries to Chu Yaoshui's face, found solace in Granny Guan's words, which provided a way out of their predicament. With feigned annoyance, she commanded, "Take the second young lady back to Qingfu courtyard and send someone immediately to find the eldest young lady." "Understood," Granny Guan replied, following the path of Chu Yaoshui as she departed the banquet hall. The recent appearance of the black bees had extinguished everyone's appetite, and the unpleasant odor wafting from the stage rendered the sumptuous feast unpalatable. Yet, the guests were not foolish. How could one servant recognize the second young lady amidst such chaos? Despite murmurs of doubt, no one wished to draw the ire of the Chu family. Soon, Lin bid farewell to the guests, offering them lavish gifts as a subtle form of hush money. Meanwhile, in Songqing courtyard, news of the incident had swiftly reached them, including Lin's ploy to substitute Chu Miao for the call of the black bees, resulting in the disfigured Chu Yaoshui. The elder matriarch, Chu Laoforan, was seized with a fit of violent coughs, exclaiming, "This Lin, how dare she? Cough, cough grandmother." Chu Miao entered swiftly upon hearing her matriarch's distress, kneeling beside her and gently soothing her back while applying pressure to a specific acupoint at her collarbone. Chu Laoforan soon calmed, but remained enraged, furious at Lin for disregarding her own daughter's honor and casting Chu Miao aside, and equally furious at the injustice suffered by her innocent granddaughter, who had endured hardship after being cast out. "Come, grandmother shall seek justice for you." Chu Laoforan grasped Chu Miao's hand, preparing to rise. "Grandmother, the truest justice is for the world to recognize my identity as Chu Miao, To put an end to this matter once and for all, Chu Miao urged, pressing her matriarch back down. Lin placed great importance on Chu Yao Shui's talents and her own reputation. She would seize every opportunity for personal gain. Sensing the underlying message in her granddaughter's words, the elder matriarch inquired, "Child, do you have other intentions? I shall accompany grandmother to Fuling Temple to provide aid to the people." Chu Lao Foreign, momentarily lost in thought, felt tears well up in her aged eyes as she tightened her grip on Chu Miao's hand. Suddenly enlightened to her granddaughter's purpose, she instructed, "Yu Qin, do not bother tidying up. Arrange for a carriage at once. We shall head to Fuling Temple directly, swiftly. We must leave before Lin can impede us." Chapter 18. Departing with hopes for a safe return. As soon as they departed, the Lin family hurried to Songqing courtyard, which was firmly locked with Steward Qi on guard. The arrival was urgent, as they sought to capture the troublesome second Miss, Chu Miao. With the approval of Prime Minister Chu, Lin disregarded decorum and was determined to take Chu Miao away from Songqing courtyard, removing her from the Prime Minister's residence. Not only did she intend to send her away, but she also aimed to make a grand spectacle of it, ensuring the entire city was aware that during the birthday banquet of Chu Yaoxue, her daughter, Chu Miao, had sought the limelight by usurping her sister's role in the stunning dance, thus attracting the widow's ire. In an attempt to delay, Steward Qi engaged in a prolonged struggle with Lin outside Songqing courtyard before finally allowing her entry. Meanwhile, the carriage of the old madam of the Chu family had already exited the city gates. Observing the movements of the Chu family from the shadows, a pair of keen eyes swiftly returned to the Yujin courtyard of the Ping and Wangfu. The shadow guard, Liu Guang, knelt before the back of Xiao Rongjin and reported, "Your Highness, as per your instructions, I had the fourth young master drive away the black bees. Both the Crown Prince and Miss Chu are now sullied, with the Crown Prince's countenance darkening, leaving him speechless. As for how they dealt with second Miss Chu, Xiao Rongjin, holding his sword, meticulously wiped the blade with a cloth, showing no interest in the Crown Prince or Miss Chu. His attention was solely drawn to that pitiful little girl. After the Crown Prince was assisted back to the side courtyard, the matron beside Madame Chu called out to the fainted Miss Chu, affirming publicly that it was indeed second Miss Chu. Liu Guang interjected, "Ah." A cold laugh escaped Xiao Rongjin's lips. The edge of his sword reflected his striking visage, his dark eyes sharper than the blade itself. Chu Miao was indeed a cunning little wretch. Madame Chu, having received permission from Prime Minister Chu, took a sizable entourage to Songqing courtyard to apprehend second Miss Chu. However, the old madam had already departed with the eldest Miss Chu towards Fuling Temple a quarter of an hour prior. Just then, a voice from outside announced that Steward Xiao had news. "Your Highness, there are battle reports. The prince requests your preparation to head to Wangshan for the bandit extermination. You are to assemble at the military camp immediately." Xiao Rongjin sheathed his sword, his tall figure turning slowly as he inquired, "Where has Chu Miao gone?" When Madame Chu's men were dispatched to pursue, second Miss Chu and the old madam had just left the city gates. According to my sources, the old madam was unwell and could not travel swiftly. If Madame Chu's people had been quicker, they would soon have caught up with second Miss Chu. A sly smile graced Xiao Rongjin's lips, concealing a cunning scheme. Out to exterminate bandits. At Yinzi Ridge, the old madam struggled to breathe. Chu Miao halted the carriage along the bamboo path and took medicine from Aunt Qin to administer to the old madam. With labored breaths, the old madam grasped Chu Miao's hand, urging her not to stop, for her mother would not easily allow her to depart. "Grandmother, I intend to take you away in good health, not to let you suffer alongside me. If my presence brings you trouble, I would rather be captured and taken back. Your health cannot endure the strain of travel. You must rest." Aunt Qin had informed her that since her aunt's passing, the old madam had been afflicted with heart disease, a condition that required tranquility and care. Chu Miao wished to shield her grandmother from further harm. Yet, the old madam shared her sentiments. She too did not wish for Chu Miao to endure any injuries. "Yu Qin, here, servant. You will take the young lady in the carriage behind to Fuling Temple first. There are those there who will protect her. I will rest with Aunt Song for a while, and once I feel better, I will join you." After issuing her commands, the old madam tightened her grip on Chu Miao's hand. "Miao Miao, heed your grandmother's plans. I will ensure my safety, for I wish to see you married and bearing children." Chu Miao's throat tightened at the weight of that expectation. She promised her grandmother she would not easily surrender herself, just as she was about to respond. The sound of galloping hooves echoed ominously from the depths of the tranquil bamboo grove, causing everyone's hearts to tighten in trepidation. Chapter 19. A Parting Journey. Wishing you safe return. Hurry, child. The old matriarch of the Chu family understood Lin's nature all too well. Chu Yaoxue was her pride and joy. From the moment Chu Yaoxue began her journey of enlightenment, Lin had pressured her to excel in the arts, ensuring she surpassed all other young women. To solidify Chu Yaoxue's future position as the crown princess, Lin would never easily relinquish her adopted daughter. Meanwhile, Chu Miao, who lacked proficiency in these arts, was deemed expendable by Lin. More crucially, she had the support of her son, the Prime Minister Chu, behind her. They were both blinded by power and privilege. "Aunt Qin," said Chu Miao, as she made her way towards the carriage, "let us depart." The madam would not dare to confront the old matriarch. The old matriarch nodded tearfully. Chu Miao and Aunt Qin quickly boarded the servant's carriage and departed. Shortly after Chu Miao's exit, the Shao family army caught up with the old matriarch's carriage. The leading man, clad in black battle armor, wielded a flying eagle sword, adorned with a string of white jade pendants at his waist. His strikingly handsome features were framed by a helmet that concealed his long, dark hair. As he approached the carriage, Xiao Rongjin tightened the reins and halted beside the old matriarch's vehicle. "Might I inquire which esteemed member of the Chu family is traveling?" Upon hearing the voice from outside, the old matriarch felt a wave of relief wash over her. Clutching her prayer beads tightly, she replied, "I am Gu, an elder of the Chu family." Xiao Rongjin cupped his fists in a respectful bow. "It is a pleasure to meet you, esteemed old matriarch. May I ask where you are headed?" "I am on my way to Weng Mountain, and if it aligns with your path, I would be honored to escort you." His courteous demeanor won the favor of the old matriarch. The reputation of the young master of Rongan and Yinjing matched that of Chu Yaoxue, both standing among the elite. She had interacted with his mother, the Princess Pingnan, but had seldom seen Rongan in her presence, only receiving his polite greetings at gatherings. Thus, Xiao Rongjin left a favorable impression as a refined and courteous young nobleman. Today, he proved to be a young man well versed in the intricacies of social relations. "My health is not suited for travel at the moment," she replied, "but I shall have my attendants escort my granddaughter to Fuling Temple to offer incense. With the protection of the Shao army, Chu Miao will surely arrive safely at the temple." Though the area was relatively safe, night was approaching, and the forest paths were known to harbor dangers. "I shall assign 2 of my subordinates to protect you, as they are en route to Weng Mountain and Fuling Temple. Please rest assured and take care of your health before continuing your journey." Without waiting for the old matriarch to express her gratitude, Xiao Rongjin left 2 shadow guards to accompany her and then urged his horse onward, hastening to catch up with the carriage ahead. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as the old matriarch instinctively lifted the curtain to peek outside. The young master of Rongan appears to be quite amiable, understanding, and polite. Whoever marries him would undoubtedly enjoy a life of comfort at the Pingnan prince's residence, remarked Granny Song. The old matriarch felt a stir of hope. The prince and princess Pingnan had only one son, Xiao Rongjin, while the other 6 were orphans of battlefield soldiers whom they raised as their own. This demonstrated the kindness of the Pingnan couple. Among their 7 sons, the grown children had reached the age of marriage, yet no troubling rumors ever surfaced from their household. If her Miao Miao could wed into the Pingnan family, she would no longer be under the thumb of her mother, Lin. Yet, fate determines marriage. She was reluctant to impose her will upon Chu Miao as she had once done with her own daughter, believing herself wise in choosing a husband for her. Ultimately, happiness was not guaranteed. Let us see what destiny has in store for Miao Miao. Chapter 20, A Farewell Journey. Wishing for your safe return. The sound of hooves drew near. The horse-drawn carriage carrying Chu Miao galloped desperately forward, the driver not daring to glance back. Aunt Qin held Chu Miao tightly, using her own body as a shield to absorb several impacts. Chu Miao clenched Aunt Qin's garments, her eyes filled with profound hatred for the Lin family. Neither her grandmother nor Aunt Qin had met a favorable fate in their past lives. Even if the Lin family managed to capture her, she had her own means to retaliate. Yet, she did not wish to burden her grandmother with worry. Suddenly, a familiar sound of woe echoed outside. The carriage slowed to a halt, gradually coming to a stop. Aunt Qin's heart skipped a beat as she asked the driver, "Why have we stopped?" The driver offered no reply. At that moment, the carriage curtain was lifted from the outside. Chu Miao raised her gaze to see the figure of Fei Ying Tanyunjian, the sword of Xiao Rongjin. The curtain parted halfway, revealing a pair of bright, dark eyes that met Chu Miao's own. That familiar handsome face appeared unexpectedly. The driver bowed, saying, "This servant greets young Master Rongan." Xiao Rongjin, perched upon his horse, tilted his head slightly and replied, I have been entrusted by old lady Chu to escort Miss Chu to Fuling Temple. It just so happens that I am passing by. Aunt Qin sighed in relief, nodding respectfully to Xiao Rongjin. Thank you, young Master Rongan, for your escort. It would be even better if we could accompany your troops. Indeed, he remarked, his brows arching. Old lady Chu mentioned the same. It seems we may not be able to pass Yinzi Ridge today. You should accompany my troops to Yinzi Valley to rest for the night. There are many dangers in Yinzi Mountain. Stay close. As Xiao Rongjin lowered the curtain, he cast a glance at Chu Miao. The curtain fell. Chu Miao's emotions swirled as she stared at the fluttering fabric. Where could Xiao Rongjin and his entourage be headed? The expedition to Wangshan to quell bandits would still take half a month. Had it been advanced? The carriage traveled for about an hour before halting at Yinzi Valley. Chu Miao found an excuse to approach a nearby stream to fetch water and wash her face. Xiao Rongjin stood not far from her on a rock, holding a water pouch and drinking from it. Chu Miao gazed at the reflection of the man in the stream, unaware that Xiao Rongjin was also observing her image in the water. Their gazes brushed against each other indirectly. Xiao Rongjin glanced at Chu Miao's reflection, tightened the water pouch, and casually settled on the rock, asking, "Do you have any medicine?" Chu Miao looked at him in confusion. Had he discovered her secret? What do you intend to use it for? She glanced at the Xiao family army behind him. Are we going to war again? Xiao Rongjin replied. The mountain bandits in Wangshan have been causing disturbances lately. The emperor has ordered me to eliminate them. Chu Miao's heart jolted. They were indeed heading to Wangshan. Her gaze instinctively fell on the young man sitting beneath a large tree among the Xiao army, whose expression subtly changed. They had advanced by a full half-month. Most importantly, Xiao Rongjin was still bringing her along for the campaign. Noticing her unusual expression, Xiao Rongjin deliberately turned to glance at Song Lingheng beneath the tree, his eyes darkening slightly. He then remarked, "It should be possible to eradicate the bandits in one sweep. What do you think?" Indeed, Chu Miao stood up and said, "However, I have heard that Wangshan is rife with snakes and ants. It may be better to lure them into the bandits' lair to aid you. What do you think?" "Yes, that sounds good." He pointed to a small bamboo grove across the way, saying, "I will wait for you there." "All right." She turned back to the carriage, opened her medical box, and prepared a venomous snake lure and a bottle of antidote for Xiao Rongjin. She thought that if Xiao Rongjin encountered any unforeseen circumstances, this antidote could provide him with a moment's respite. Chapter 21. A farewell for you. Wishing you safe return, of course. It is best if you do not suffer any more injuries. She gathered some medicinal supplies for treating wounds and took a small cloth pouch to bundle them up. This way, he could carry it on him for easy access at any time. Soon, she held the prepared medical supplies and ventured into the dense forest behind Swallow Valley. Xiao Rongjin stood beside the bamboo grove, and she trotted over, presenting the bundled supplies with both hands. "Lord Rongan, inside this pouch are snake-repellent medicine, antidote pills, and other items for treating external injuries, as well as materials for bandaging. You should tie this white pouch around your waist or thigh for convenience." Xiao Rongjin accepted the heavy bundle and glanced at Chu Miao, retorting, "Are you showing concern for this, Lord?" Chu Miao revealed an innocent smile and replied, "Consider it a token of gratitude. Should Lord Xiao witness anything inappropriate in the future, I hope you will be understanding. Moreover, I am thankful for your assistance today on 2 occasions. First, you refrained from exposing my actions in the bamboo grove of the South Courtyard. Second, you allowed Xiao Laosi to douse that pair of despicable individuals with a bucket of filth. Out of both sentiment and reason, I must express my gratitude. Isn't it a bit unfair for this lord to receive such a token to silence him?" Xiao Rongjin said, yet he proceeded to tie the cloth pouch around his waist. The weight of his armor effectively concealed the white pouch. Chu Miao smiled gently, saying, "I mentioned before, if you ever need my help, Lord Xiao, you may seek me out. I am a healer. Do you not wish for my well-being?" Xiao Rongjin chuckled softly. He had yet to meet anyone who offered medicine to silence someone. He found it peculiar that a healthy person would seek her out for treatment. Had it been anyone else, they would have been dismissed long ago. Yet, he sensed that Chu Miao possessed a certain foresight. Chu Miao smiled, genuinely unsure how to respond to his remark. Mount Wang was a pivotal moment in his life. After marrying him, she became intimately acquainted with his physical condition. She understood better than anyone the heavy burden Xiao Rongjin carried after that severe injury. She was painfully aware of her anxiety for him. She hoped for his safe return. Taking a step back, she said, "We are but fleeting acquaintances, yet our meeting is fateful. I, Chu Miao, naturally wish for the safety of good people. But who can guarantee that in every battle you face, there are not those who wish for your demise in the cities you protect? Those who offend me, I shall repay 1,000-fold. Yet to those who have shown me kindness, I would gladly risk my life in return. What I have given to you, my lord, is with the hope that you shall never have to use it on the battlefield. After delivering her heartfelt sentiments, Chu Miao performed a respectful bow and slowly turned to leave. Xiao Rongjin remained rooted in place, pondering her words. It seemed that the operation at Mount One was not against mere bandits, but rather against his own Xiao family army. In the deep of night, as Chu Miao rested against the carriage, she was haunted by a dreadful nightmare. She envisioned Xiao Rongjin being ambushed and poisoned, collapsing before her eyes. A figure wielding a thick club shattered Xiao Rongjin's knees, severed his tendons, and crushed his vital energy, rendering him incapacitated before pushing him down a steep slope. Chu Miao desperately attempted to reach out in her dream to stop his descent, but she could only watch helplessly as he tumbled down, ultimately striking his head against a boulder, falling unconscious. In utter despair, she called out, "Xiao Rongjin." Suddenly, she awoke with a start, and the familiar visage of Xiao Rongjin appeared before her, blurring the lines between past and present. She lunged forward, embracing him tightly as he squatted in front of her. Chapter 22. A farewell to you. Wishing you safe travels, she suddenly lunged forward, embracing the unanticipated figure of Xiao Rongjin within the carriage. Tears cascading down her cheeks. The dream felt all too vivid. No, perhaps this was the torment Xiao Rongjin faced at that time. His inner strength was unparalleled, and his martial skills were few. Only those he trusted implicitly had the opportunity to approach him with malice. She had not anticipated the depth of his suffering. Yet, he had endured enough. She had approached him as a mere pawn. She illuminated his darkest days, offering warmth, earning his trust, and allowing him to confide in her completely. And yet, she was the one who inflicted the deepest wound. She had employed the same treacherous tactics to poison his father, the Pingnan Wang, rendering him powerless and leading to his demise by 1,000 arrows. She watched helplessly as the Pingnan Wangfei fell into the wolf's den, losing her honor, ultimately leaping from a precipice to end her life. As for his brothers, none met a favorable end. She was the true perpetrator of these heinous acts. I am sorry. I will no longer harm you, Ajin. You must live well, safely, and healthily. I will never disturb you again. I will no longer be a pawn for others, nor commit any further atrocious deeds. You must live well. I am sorry. Her small face pressed against his shoulder, tears dripping onto his armored shoulder as she incoherently poured out her heart. Xiao Rongjin was momentarily taken aback. Aunt Qin had gone to the nearby stream to fetch water for cooking, leaving Chu Miao alone in the carriage. As he passed by, he heard someone within calling Xiao Rongjin and Ajin. Curiosity compelled him to investigate. The sight of Chu Miao in her current state left Xiao Rongjin somewhat at a loss. He spread his hands, adopting a half-squat, remaining motionless, with only his eyes subtly shifting. In a low and cautious tone, he inquired, "Are you speaking to this air?" As the words brushed against Chu Miao's ears, her sobs abruptly ceased. She widened her eyes, glancing around, then lowered her gaze to the figure beside her. The cold armor sent shivers through her delicate skin. She abruptly straightened up, awakening from her dream. Did I just sleepwalk again? Chu Miao raised her hands to wipe her tear-streaked face. Xiao Rongjin remained silent. If I said anything nonsensical just now, please do not take it to heart. I have been ill for many years. My grandfather told me it was due to the trauma of my adoptive mother's passing. After wiping her tears, she felt a tinge of embarrassment. She truly had no recollection of her previous words. A torrent of thoughts had spilled forth. Yet, Xiao Rongjin wore a perplexed expression. Did your adoptive mother call you Ajin? He countered. Chu Miao was momentarily stunned. Did I just call out Ajin? Xiao Rongjin nodded emphatically, his dark eyes glimmering with certainty. Chu Miao rubbed her temples and replied, My adoptive mother is not named Ajin. Then, who is Ajin? The grandfather who adopted me had an old yellow dog. Huh. Xiao Rongjin's lips quivered slightly. Shouldn't your dog bear the surname Chu or some other name? Why would it carry the surname Xiao? Just awakened from a nightmare, Chu Miao's mind struggled to comprehend. Xiao Rongjin, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Not only does it share my ancestor's surname, but it also bears my name, Xiao Rongjin. Upon hearing this, Chu Miao realized her whimsical fabrication was becoming increasingly absurd. That's not. She attempted to explain. I just had a nightmare. I dreamt that. Think carefully before speaking. Were you dreaming of a dog or the person Xiao Rongjin? This air is not so easily deceived. Chapter 23. Farewell to you. May you return safely. Chu Miao found herself at a loss for words. Xiao Rongjin was indeed not someone easily deceived. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he possessed a meticulous mind. Since he had just overheard her call his name in her dream, it was only natural for Xiao Rongjin to harbor suspicions about her. She could hardly confess that she had dreamt of him from a previous life. She glanced at him, and he returned her gaze, noticing her prolonged silence. He raised an eyebrow and smirked slightly, as if indicating that he had the patience to wait for her explanation. Resigned, Chu Miao finally admitted, "I did dream of young Master Xiao just now." Xiao Rongjin's brow arched again, and he responded with a soft urging her to continue. "However, it was not a pleasant dream, and I cannot recall the details. My grandfather once told me that dreams are the opposite of reality. So I wish you triumph at Wang Mountain." As soon as her words fell, Xiao Rongjin leaned closer to her face. Startled, Chu Miao leaned back heavily, her head hitting the carriage's wooden board. You dreamed of this young master." The distance between them diminished, their breaths mingling in the air. Strangely enough, Xiao Rongjin found this sensation rather agreeable. In contrast to the artificial fragrance of flowers, Chu Miao exuded a faint herbal aroma reminiscent of his mother's gentle scent, evoking a sense of familiarity. It is said that thoughts during the day manifest in dreams at night. Does Miss Chu dream of this young master out of concern? Or perhaps due to affection? He paused, softly articulating the last few words. "Do you like this young master?" Chu Miao's heart raced, a wave of warmth flooding her cheeks. If it were any other woman, she would have promptly pushed Xiao Rongjin away. However, tears brimmed in her eyes, betraying her emotions. What good could come from him liking her? After all, she was a notorious femme fatale. Yet, Xiao Rongjin's amusement, albeit teasing, only deepened her sense of sorrow. Noticing her tears, the smile on Xiao Rongjin's face faded, and he leaned back, frowning. "I was merely joking." Chu Miao wiped her tears and replied, "I know. Do you have information regarding the trap laid for me at Wang Mountain?" Xiao Rongjin speculated that perhaps Chu Miao had overheard some scheme of Prime Minister Chu's, which explained her sensitivity regarding the matter. Just then, a plausible explanation occurred to Chu Miao. "Yes, I must inform you that Song Lingheng is aligned with the Crown Prince. The entire Song family has already shifted their allegiance. I once overheard a conversation between my father and the Crown Prince while searching for a book in my father's study. They were plotting the extermination of bandits at Wang Mountain, intending to use young Master Song to eliminate you." Xiao Rongjin's gaze darkened. "I believe young Master Xiao is a fine person, and I do not wish for anyone to perish," she said, clutching her garments tightly. "This matter has weighed heavily on my heart for a long time. I have been having the same dream almost every night. Just now, I dreamt that young Master Xiao was in peril. That person was your close brother, who, unbeknownst to you, plunged a poisoned sword into your heart while you were incapacitated. He shattered your legs, rendered your hands useless, and destroyed your dantian, ultimately pushing you off a cliff." Having voiced her heavy heart, Chu Miao exhaled deeply. With this warning, he would surely be spared from harm this time, wouldn't he? Chapter 24. The Daughter of the Chu Family. A miracle worker. The sound of Aunt Qin's voice drifted from outside the carriage, pulling Chu Miao back to reality. Xiao Rongjin had already risen. He raised his hand, gently placing his large palm atop her head, and chuckled softly, assuring her, "I shall not squander your goodwill." With that, he lifted the curtain behind her and unlatched the carriage door. Before Aunt Qin could board, he opened the carriage door, and they departed swiftly. The following midday, Chu Miao arrived at Fuling Temple. Meanwhile, the group of servants dispatched by the Lin family to capture Chu Miao had been ambushed by mysterious men clad in black the previous day. Not only had they stolen the horses and carriages of over a dozen servants, but they had also stripped them of their clothing, leaving only a pair of undergarments hanging from tree branches, where they endured a night of mosquito bites. It was not until the next morning that someone managed to free themselves and hurried back to the Chu residence. Upon witnessing the disheveled line of servants, Lin's expression soured. She seized a vase from the table and hurled it at them, growling, "You worthless lot. Wasn't I clear that you were to bring back the second miss? How did you end up in such a state? Where is the person I ordered you to capture?" One of the servants, cradling the vase that had been thrown, knelt down in distress, pleading, "Madam, we were close to catching up with the old lady's carriage, but unexpectedly we were ambushed by those men in black. They intercepted our horses and carriages, stripped us of our clothes, and bound us to trees. I barely managed to escape and rushed back to report the situation to you. Those men are skilled assassins. They must have been trained, madam. This is likely a scheme set by the old lady." Lin's face flushed with anger. Just then, a middle-aged man in official attire strode into the hall with his hands clasped behind his back. The steward stepped forward to take the official hat from his head. Seeing this, Lin hastened to greet him. "Sir, We have allowed Chu Miao to escape. Chu Jingde walked straight to the tea chair. Taking a generous sip of tea before responding, I entered just as I heard you in a fit of rage. Sir, I am merely anxious for Shuer. If we abandon Chu Miao to protect Shuer, we can secure the engagement with the crown prince. This is all in consideration of you and the Chu family. Otherwise, I understand. Chu Jingde gently set down his teacup, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. It may be for the best that your mother took Chu Miao out of Yanjing. Find someone to impersonate Chu Miao and carry her out through the front door. This way, the passing townsfolk will believe that it was Chu Miao who led the Black Widow into the Chu household, and it was also she who brought calamity. We shall then announce that Chu Miao is a harbinger of misfortune, a scourge to her family, and must be sent to Fuling Temple for the Buddhist light to suppress her malevolent energy, thereby protecting the good people of Yanjing from her influence. Upon hearing this, Lin felt a weight lift from her heart, and she exhaled deeply, revealing a smile. You always have a plan, my lord. But how is Shuer's face? The smile on Lin's face faded significantly. Doctors Hua and Li had extracted 100 black bee venom needles from Chu Yao Shue's body, particularly from her face, which was nearly covered in puncture marks. Even if the needles were removed, the residual toxins would cause her skin to harden, making it difficult to restore her to her former state. To fully heal Chu Yao Shue's face, they would need to find the renowned physician Yan, who had cured an ugly woman 5 years prior. Chapter 25. The Null Medicinal Maiden. A marvelous revival. Lin collected her emotions and remarked, Dr. Hua has assured us that all traces of the poison have been thoroughly eradicated. With proper treatment henceforth, there should be no cause for alarm. You may rest easy, my lord. Indeed, the Crown Prince is quite concerned about Shue's injuries. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching next month, the Empress plans to host a grand moon viewing banquet. You must pay extra attention to Shue's recovery, allowing her to reveal her true self and perform the graceful surprise dance at that occasion. This will effectively quash certain speculations and restore the dignity the Chu family lost yesterday. As for Chu Miao, as her father, I still hold hope that my daughter can be of use to me. The Crown Prince has other intentions. You should send someone to Fuling Temple to offer her some comfort. She currently relies solely on the Chu family and may yet serve a purpose in the future. Having spoken, Chu Jingde adjusted his official robes and rose. Lin followed him out, replying, Yes, my lord. Chu Miao is indeed a piece of flesh from my own body. Were it not for her misfortune, I would never have allowed her to bear this burden and endure such humiliation. Not long after, as they passed by the left chancellor's residence of the Chu family, common folk witnessed a group of matrons carrying a stretcher emerging through the main gate. The woman lying on the stretcher was unrecognizable, her anguished moans piercing the air. The onlookers could faintly hear her cries, Mother, Mother, I was wrong. Please don't abandon me. Lin emerged from within, her face stern as she chastised, Miao Miao, you have stolen your sister's hairpin and injured her, masquerading as her at yesterday's birthday banquet in a vain attempt to garner attention, which led to a swarm of Black Widows nearly harming His Highness the Crown Prince and the esteemed guests. I can no longer keep you here. This morning, I sought the counsel of Master Wang at the Imperial Astronomy Bureau regarding your fate. You are marked by misfortune, a calamity to your kin. If you remain in this household, who knows whom you may harm first? If you were to bring about my demise, I would accept it, for you are my flesh and blood. However, if you were to harm your grandmother, father, or sister, my conscience as your mother would be unbearable. Lin's words attracted more onlookers. Rumors spread like wildfire. Especially in a prominent family like the Chus, the emergence of a calamity incarnate was nothing short of appalling. Soon, the truth that the second miss of the Chu family, Chu Miao, was born under a malefic star circulated throughout the entirety of Yanjing, even reaching the surrounding villages. Even 3-year-old children knew of Chu Miao's ill-fated destiny, marked as a forsaken child, a harbinger of doom to her parents and siblings. Miles away at Fuling Temple, Chu Miao had set up her free clinic. She approached the consultation chair, gently caressing the pulse diagnosis mat, her eyes sparkling with a clear light. In her past life, she had wielded her medical skills against the Shao family, exploiting them to ruin their health. In this life, she intended to use her abilities to save the virtuous and forge a path of her own. At that moment, a piece of paper was tossed in front of her. Chu Miao paused, sensing a fleeting shadow as the note landed. The individual who had thrown it fled swiftly, demonstrating remarkable agility. She seized the note and dashed out of the clinic, pursuing the direction of the vanishing figure, soon arriving at an ancient tree on the back mountain of Fuling Temple. Chu Miao surveyed her surroundings, hesitating to open the note immediately, instead calling out, Come forth, I know you are hiding here. In her previous existence, after her eyes had been gouged out by Mo Hongshan, her hearing had become exceptionally acute. The figure had departed towards the west after discarding the paper. A moment later, a petite figure clad in black stealth attire emerged from behind the ancient tree. Chapter 26. The Enigmatic Maiden with Medicine, a Masterful Revival. Luing, one of the shadow guards beside Xiao Rongjin, excels in gathering intelligence and executing counter-strategies. She is a top-tier assassin, ranking third among the shadow guards, a testament to her formidable prowess. However, her unexpected presence here raises questions. Recalling the note Luing had just handed her, Chu Miao swiftly unfolded it. The note was slender yet lengthy, densely inscribed with meticulous characters detailing the recent rumors swirling around Yanjing City, all pertaining to her. Luing approached Chu Miao, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect. "I am Luing, at your service, Miss Chu," she declared. Chu Miao, perplexed, inquired, "What brings you here?" Luing replied, "My master has stated that you have saved her life, and thus it is only fitting for me to repay this debt with my own. My master has commanded me to follow your lead, to serve your every whim. Should you choose to dismiss me, I shall take my own life in atonement and will not return to the Shadow Guard camp." Chu Miao's eyelids twitched furiously. This was indeed something Xiao Rongjin would orchestrate. To claim she owed him a life debt was absurd. She had intended to repay past kindness, yet he returned it with a supposed life-saving grace. Nonetheless, the situation with Lu Ying was precarious. She was neither wholly welcome nor easily dismissed. Noticing Chu Miao's prolonged silence, Lu Ying glanced at the note in her hand and remarked, "This is what I have gathered regarding the rumors in Yanjing. 2 mornings ago, Madame Chu had 2 maids carry a woman, disfigured by a black bee sting, to impersonate you. In front of the townsfolk, they staged quite the performance. Now, the entire city of Yanjing and the surrounding countryside are abuzz with tales of you being the celestial misfortune star, sent to Fuling Temple to be subdued by the Buddha's light." Chu Miao glanced down at the note again, a smirk of derision curling her lips. Lin had never failed to disappoint her, and this time was no exception. Lu Ying continued, "I have also uncovered another matter." "What is it?" Chu Miao raised her gaze to meet Lu Ying's. Her curiosity piqued. "Madame Chu is spending lavishly in the black market to locate the renowned physician Yin," Lu Ying disclosed. At this revelation, Chu Miao nearly burst into laughter. Yin, the physician, had once treated a 14-year-old girl, healing the dark blemishes on the left side of her face, earning her the moniker Yin Physician. Over the years, under this alias, she had cured numerous women afflicted with spots, whether congenital or acquired, gaining considerable acclaim. In her past life, to curry favor with Lin, she had freely offered the beauty remedies she had developed to Lin and Chu Yaoxua. They believed her concoctions could rejuvenate the skin, unaware of her other identity. It was only when she delivered the ointments that Lin would treat her with kindness. But now, she wouldn't even consider allowing Chu Yaoxua to lay a finger on her remedies, even if they were to be fed to dogs. Yet, another thought crossed her mind. Every year, the Empress Jean hosted a moon-viewing banquet during the Mid-Autumn Festival. As the most esteemed and beautiful woman in Yanjing, how could she possibly miss the chance to bask in the spotlight? The widow's venomous needles, while not deadly, were notoriously difficult to treat. Lin must be frantic to seek out Yin Physician in the black market. In high spirits, Chu Miao declared, "Lu Ying, until your master returns, I shall keep you by my side. Once she is back, I will ensure your safe return and personally explain the situation to her, securing your life." Lu Ying's future lay with Xiao Rongjin, where her skills could truly flourish. Moreover, Chu Miao was keen to settle her debts from her past life. "Next, I require your assistance with several tasks," Chu Miao continued. "First, retrieve the bounty on Lin from the black market. I possess the medicine. This bounty is an opportunity not to be squandered. As for the medicine, second, let the rumors in Yanjing ferment further. I desire that the noble women attending the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet discuss how the second Miss Chu lured the widow into the Chu residence with great gusto. Lin Wenwan, you are so desperate to protect Chu Yaoxua. This time, I shall let you indulge in your daydreams." Chapter 27. The young woman named Chu had a remedy, and her skilled hands were capable of miraculous healing. The third task. She glanced at Lu Ying and continued, "Find the girl who has taken my place." "Yes, Miss Chu." Lu Ying turned to execute the 3 instructions given by Chu Miao but was halted by her. "Lu Ying, wait." Lu Ying paused, casting a look back at her before returning to ask, "Does Miss Chu have any further instructions for me?" Chu Miao gazed deeply into her eyes and warned, "You must also exercise caution." Lu Ying was momentarily taken aback. Their shadow guards were akin to phantoms, existing solely to obey commands, with death being their only true destination. No one had ever advised them to be careful, for emotions were forbidden within the shadow guard camp. Understood, miss. As Chu Miao stepped out of the west ancient garden of Fuling Temple, she heard Aunt Qin calling for her. She hurried forward and said, Aunt Qin, Chu Miao is here. Aunt Qin approached at the sound, grasping Chu Miao's hand and saying, I was worried you had lost your way. So I came out to find you. The old lady has already arrived at Fuling Temple. Where is grandmother now? She went directly to the main hall of the temple to offer incense and pray for blessings. Then let us find grandmother. Upon reaching the main hall, Chu Miao saw the elderly matriarch holding 3 incense sticks with devotion. Chu Miao stood to the side, hands clasped, refraining from interrupting. When the elderly matriarch concluded her prayers, she gradually opened her eyes. A nearby monk took the incense from her hands. Grandmother, Chu Miao called. Hearing the voice behind her, the elderly matriarch turned, supported by Song Mama, to face Chu Miao. Miao Miao, come and bow to the 7th lady, so she may bless you. The elderly matriarch beckoned. Chu Miao nodded obediently and approached the altar. However, instead of kneeling on the soft cushion, she knelt on the rough floor. The elderly matriarch, along with Aunt Qin and Song Mama, looked on in astonishment. Only the monk standing before Chu Miao, Master Du Qin, gave a barely perceptible nod. Within the hall, silence enveloped the atmosphere, save for the sound of Chu Miao's bows to the 7th lady. With each bow, she rose slightly, her gaze deep and complex as she regarded the deity, inwardly beseeching, if the 7th lady can protect the world, I implore you to safeguard my grandmother's health for 100 years. May the young Master Rongan return safely and unscathed. May the Shao family's century-old foundation thrive in prosperity. Having made her wishes known, she bowed 10 times, her forehead reddened from contact with the floor. Master Du Chun pressed his fingers together in prayer and intoned, Amitabha, benefactor, the 7th lady has already heard your plea. The elderly matriarch said, Yu Qin, help the young lady rise. Aunt Qin approached and assisted Chu Miao to her feet. Seeing the mark on her forehead, the elderly matriarch felt both comforted and pained. As long as her intentions are pure, the 7th lady will surely bless my Miao Miao with safety. Chu Miao smiled. May grandmother enjoy longevity, and I will be safe and sound. I can be a good person. I can also embrace darkness for you. In this lifetime, she vowed to do all she could to protect her grandmother. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside. Chu Miao's thoughts were drawn back, her sensitive ears picking up a woman's frantic cries. Quick, fetch the medicine. Whose possession is the princess's medicine? The princess. A glimmer of light flashed in Chu Miao's eyes as she said, Grandmother, it seems someone is in trouble outside. I must go and see. If memory served her right. The princess visited Fuling Temple on the 18th of each month. The 18th was a significant date. The princess's husband had perished 3 years prior, on the 18th of July, in the northern Eagle Valley. Thus, every month on this date, the princess would come to Fuling Temple to offer incense and light everlasting lamps. As Chu Miao stepped outside, Aunt Qin and Song Mama assisted the elderly matriarch in leaving the main hall. Shortly after their departure, a noble woman in a long purple peony dress emerged from the hall. She cast a curious glance in the direction Chu Miao had left, saying, Master Du Qin, please reconsider the divination I drew previously and assist my son in overcoming this crisis, ensuring my 3rd son returns safely. The noblewoman speaking was none other than Lady An, the mother of Shao Rongjin, the princess's husband. Master Du Chun bowed slightly and replied, Amitabha, benefactor, this trial shall pass, and your son shall return safely. Chapter 28. The charmed maiden with healing herbs. The princess of Pingnan repeated the words of Master Du Khan. This calamity shall be passed by a wife? Her expression was one of confusion, for her son had not yet taken a wife. How could there be a wife? The bond of 2 lifetimes. Suddenly, the princess recalled the kneeling figure of Chu Miao, who had just bowed before the 7th goddess. When she first sought Master Du Khan to interpret the oracle, he had frowned deeply and only imparted a single phrase. This child's heart pulse is entirely damaged, akin to that of a lifeless being. The princess nearly fainted from distress, and, after several pleas for Master Du Khan to avert the crisis, he merely shook his head and stated, One cannot defy fate. You should return and seek a good divine physician. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Master Du Khan proclaimed that this calamity would be passed by a wife, and her son could return safely. Did that imply that the destined partner for her son had appeared? That she had aided him in transcending this tribulation? Master, was that young woman just now the fated one for my son? Can she assist him in overcoming his hardships? Amitabha, My dear disciple, fate in love is preordained. The secrets of heaven must not be revealed. The princess's heart raced with fervor. In her mind, she had already concluded that Chumyu was the wife referred to by Master Dukan. She was indeed the wife of her son. With hands clasped in prayer, she bowed. Then I shall not inquire further about my son's affairs. I shall only ask about the young woman who knelt and struck her head 10 times. Master Dukan continued to shake his head. It cannot be spoken of. It cannot be spoken of. Seeing that she could extract no further information, the princess decided to offer a substantial donation of incense money before departing from the goddess's palace. Behind Master Dukan, a curious young monk inquired, Master, was not the oracle before unsolvable? Why has it suddenly changed? Master Dukan replied earnestly, 2 lifetimes of love, 2 fates intertwined. She is a soul from the depths of hell, here to guide others through their tribulations. Meanwhile, Chumyu had rushed to the pavilion outside the goddess's palace. Numerous guards surrounded the area, preventing curious onlookers from entering. Upon her arrival, 2 guards wielding red-tasseled spears blocked her path, declaring, "This is the pavilion where the eldest princess rests. No idle persons are permitted within." Chumyu gazed into the pavilion. 2 female physicians, along with 4 or 5 maidservants and an elderly matron, were clustered around a beautiful woman. She wore a simple azure gown, her complexion pale, and her lips white as paper. She had lost consciousness. This woman was the Long Princess of Yan, the sister of Emperor Zhaoyuan and the aunt of Imo Hongzhen, of an age similar to that of Lady Lin. One of the female physicians attempted to administer 2 pills in water to the Long Princess, but the princess failed to swallow the medication, instead letting it spill forth. The other physician, her expression grave, felt the Long Princess's pulse and, upon noting that the princess had not ingested the pills, furrowed her brow and urged, "Administer it again." Chumyu quickly discerned the situation and interjected, "The Long Princess has ceased breathing. At this juncture, administering medicine will be futile. You must lay her flat and have someone strong apply pressure to her chest, at the heart's position, to restore her breath. Furthermore, there should not be too many people lingering around her. The obstruction of airflow is detrimental to her recovery." The 2 female physicians and the attendants in the pavilion turned their gazes toward Chumyu. "Who are you?" inquired the matron supporting the Long Princess. The elderly Lady Chu had arrived. "Matron, it is I." The matron recognized Lady Chu. "Lady Chu. Matron, this young woman is my family's second legitimate daughter, Chumyu. She has previously studied medicine with a divine healer and possesses some knowledge. The Long Princess's condition cannot be delayed." Although Lady Chu had not witnessed Chumyu's medical prowess, she placed her trust in her. However, the rumors circulating in Yinjing City were rampant. Upon hearing Lady Chu identify the young woman as the infamous Chumyu, the matron scrutinized her more closely. "Miss Chu?" Clearly, her tone was laced with skepticism, and her gaze towards Chumyu bore a hint of doubt. Chapter 29. The enigmatic healer. Upon witnessing the reaction of the palace matron, Chumyu's heart was as clear as a mirror. "Madame Gong, inquire with the physician beside you whether the pulse of the Grand Princess is not growing weaker by the moment. If we delay for even a quarter of an hour longer, her pupils will begin to dilate, and at that point, even the most potent drugs or divine intervention will be unable to save her." In her previous life, Chumyu had little interaction with the Grand Princess, only knowing that she had confined herself within the princess's residence following the death of her consort. It was only on the 18th of each month that she would emerge to pay her respects at Fuling Temple. In fact, during the 2nd year of her marriage into the Ping'an prince's household, the Grand Princess had succumbed to illness in her own bed. Childless and bereaved of her husband, she had indeed led a sorrowful existence. Chumyu felt compelled to save her. The Grand Princess could be her ally in returning to Yinjing. Madame Gong turned to the female physician, her brow furrowed with concern. "How fares the Grand Princess?" "Indeed, as Miss Chu has stated," the physician replied, "the Grand Princess cannot retain the medicine. She has not ingested a single drop, and her pulse grows weaker by the moment." Madame Gong's expression shifted dramatically. "What shall we do?" she inquired, her tone laced with a hint of menace. "If anything were to befall the Grand Princess, the Emperor would not spare you." "Allow me to take charge," Chumyu interjected, observing the Grand Princess's deteriorating condition and unwilling to delay any longer. "I pledge my life as collateral. Should I fail to save the Grand Princess, I shall take my own life before her tomb." The matron gasped, turning to Chumyu. "Miao miao you. Grandmother, I am aware of my words. My grandfather once told me, to save lives is paramount." The determination in Chumyu's eyes was unwavering. In her gaze, Madame Gong saw confidence and resolve. "Let Miss Chu enter. You may all withdraw," she commanded. The guards lowered their halberds. Madame Gong then placed her own outer garment beneath the Grand Princess. Chu Miao knelt beside the Grand Princess, positioning herself on her left. The crowd within the pavilion quickly dispersed, leaving only Chu Miao and Madame Gong in attendance. From the physician's kit, Chu Miao retrieved a series of silver needles and deftly inserted them into the Grand Princess's crown, her brow, left wrist, and the soles of her feet, forming a 7-star array. The two physicians outside the pavilion stared in astonishment. While laymen might not comprehend the significance of a 7-star array, these practitioners understood its implications. This technique, created by the current head of the Sacred Medical Palace, involved piercing vital points. A mere miscalculation could lead to the patient's demise. Yet, when executed with precision, it could revive the spirit and restore circulation, offering a chance at life anew. However, no one in the Imperial Medical Institute dared employ such a method for 2 years prior. A physician had mistakenly killed a consort with the 7-star array and had faced the Emperor's wrath upon his entire clan. Since then, the technique had become a taboo topic. Chu Miao's technique was fluid and assured. Each needle fell without hesitation. Once the 7-star array was established, she turned the Grand Princess's head to the right and placed her hands firmly on her chest, pressing down several times until a resounding puff echoed through the air. The Grand Princess expelled several clots of blood. The physician beside Zhou exclaimed joyfully, "The stagnant blood has been expelled. The stagnant blood has been expelled." Chu Miao continued to apply pressure until the Grand Princess ceased to expel any further clots. At that moment, the Grand Princess awakened. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld a delicate young girl kneeling beside her. Madame Gong exhaled deeply, her face a mask of concern. "Your Highness, you frighten me to death," Chu Miao urged. "You may assist the Grand Princess to sit up and continue administering her medicine." The two physicians presented the Grand Princess with medicine and water, helping her to swallow the pill. Madame Gong gently stroked and soothed the Grand Princess's back, and after a considerable time, she finally regained her composure. When the Grand Princess looked up, she met the gaze of the matron outside the pavilion. "Madame Chu." The matron bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to your Highness." Madame Gong recounted the earlier events. "Your Highness, your situation was perilous. You could not retain the medicine, nor swallow water. It was Miss Chu who arrived just in time to draw out the stagnant blood within you." Chu Miao bowed as well. "I, Chu Miao, pay my respects to your Highness." "Chu Miao," the Grand Princess exclaimed, her expression one of surprise. In recent days, she had heard that name echoing throughout her surroundings. Chu Miao's reputation in Yanjing was indeed formidable. Yet, the individual before her bore little resemblance to the tales of hardship. Her countenance was unmarred by suffering. The Grand Princess scrutinized Chu Miao's exquisite features and pointed at her face. "Your visage." Chapter 30. The apothecary of the Chu maiden. Upon witnessing the unblemished visage of Chu Miao, the princess of the Long Court, a member of the royal family, immediately discerned the intricate circumstances at play. She withdrew her hand, graciously diffusing the awkward tension, and spoke with a gentle demeanor. At such a tender age, to possess such medical prowess and experience is indeed a blessing for this palace. "Madame Gong, please present my set of pearl and jade earrings to Miss Chu." "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness," Chu Miao replied with poise, performing a respectful bow. The princess was favorably impressed by her composed demeanor. Chu Miao calculated that nearly a quarter of an hour had passed and proceeded to remove the silver needles from the princess's body. Once the needles were safely stowed away, she inquired, "Your Highness, how do you feel now?" The princess placed a hand over her chest, exhaling deeply. "When I arrived at this pavilion, I felt a constriction in my chest, struggling to breathe. Now, my breathing has improved significantly. Furthermore, I had felt as if a heavy stone was pressing upon my heart, but that sensation has also subsided for the time being," Chu Miao explained. "That was stagnation in the liver caused by prolonged emotional distress. Now that the stagnation has been released, your symptoms should alleviate. However, the heart's affliction requires a remedy for the spirit. The deceased are gone, leaving the living in sorrow. If you wish for the souls of the departed to find peace in the afterlife, your Highness must look forward and cherish life." Madame Gong's expression shifted dramatically. Since the passing of the prince consort, no one dared to broach the subject with the princess. "This child, ha ha," the princess chuckled, her laughter resonating. Madame Gong's expression grew rigid. The princess was. How could one so young comprehend such matters? The princess had not smiled in a long time. and her gaze upon Chu Miao softened further. She recalled the recent rumors circulating in Yanjing City, and clarity dawned upon her. Over the past 15 years, the Chu family had never disclosed the existence of a second legitimate daughter. Just over a month ago, they had suddenly announced that the frail and ailing Miss Chu had returned home. Who could say where she had been all this time? Before Chu Miao could respond, the princess waved her hand, declaring, "I must first find a place to rest. Once I feel better, I shall invite Elder Madame Chu and Miss Chu for tea." Both Elder Madame Chu and Chu Miao bowed respectfully as the princess, supported by Madame Gong and her maidservants, departed the pavilion. The guards stationed outside swiftly withdrew. Once they had distanced themselves, the princess remarked, "The Chu family appears quite intriguing. Clearly, Miss Chu is in good health. Why then accuse her of attracting a black widow and label her as celestial misfortune?" Madame Gong suggested. Perhaps the one who performed the dance of the frightening swallow at the birthday banquet was not Miss Chu. The princess's eyes glimmered with insight. "Do keep a close watch on Elder Madame Chu. I sense that this child is exceptionally astute." "Indeed, Your Highness." Meanwhile, after the princess's departure, the onlookers who had gathered outside the pavilion were captivated by Chu Miao's medical skills. Aunt Qin guided them to the free clinic for consultation. Most of the attendees were local commoners, eager to receive complimentary treatment. Whether afflicted or not, they flocked to the clinic to observe. The clinic was bustling daily, with patrons drawn both by the princess's presence and by word of mouth. The common folk arrived with a sense of curiosity, and some even brought their gravely ill relatives, willing to take a chance on their recovery. After 10 days to half a month of trials, the townspeople discovered that Chu Miao indeed possessed remarkable abilities. She had saved 3 young men who were on the brink of death, revived an elderly man who had ceased to breathe for a full minute, and rescued a child from choking. Her prowess was seemingly boundless, rendering her a veritable celestial physician. Consequently, an increasing number of commoners sought her out, and it was unclear when the rumors of her miraculous healing had spread, eventually reaching the heart of Yanjing City. Chapter 31 in the Realm of Dreams. Xiao Rongjin found himself enveloped by the subtle chill of autumn, with the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Fireflies, bearing a reward, flitted in through the window. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chu Miao promptly emerged from her bathing tub and donned her garments. "Miss," Luing announced, "we have secured the bounty from Madame Chu, amounting to 500 taels of gold." She presented the gold notes with both hands. After dressing, Chu Miao stepped out from behind the screen, glancing at the notes in Lu Ying's grasp. "Please, wait a moment." Instead of seizing the gold immediately, she turned to search for her medicine box. Retrieving the urgently prepared medicine from within, she returned to Lu Ying's side and informed that person that this is a quick-acting remedy, to be utilized only in critical situations. Its efficacy lasts merely 2 hours. Once the effect wanes, the skin will revert to its original state and should not be overused. As for the healing ointment, it requires an additional month for refinement, and I shall dispatch it upon completion. She had already devised a plan concerning the gold. From her drawer, she produced a stack of over 100 prescriptions and handed them to Luing. These prescriptions are composed of precious herbs, necessitating several doses. Use this 500 taels of gold to procure the medicines and deliver them to the individuals listed under the name of the celestial physician. Understood, Luing replied, tucking the gold notes and the thick stack of prescriptions into her clothing. She then reported, "Miss, I have located the woman you instructed me to find. However, en route to Fuling Temple, she was buried alive by a servant of the Chu family. I had her body exhumed and detained the 3 matrons who were escorting her. How shall we proceed? Is she deceased?" Chu now inquired. "She has been taken to a villager's home for care. Her life is not in danger," Luing assured her. Nodding, Chu Miao instructed, "When we return to the capital, ensure she is brought back." After Luing performed a respectful bow, she exited Chu Miao's chamber. The room fell silent once more, and Chu Miao found herself lost in thought, gazing at the flickering candlelight. The night breeze from the window brushed against her cheek, adding a refreshing chill. She approached the window, grasping the frame gently to close it. Suddenly, a bloodied hand reached out, gripping the window just before she could shut it. Startled, Chu Miao hardly had time to react as the window was pushed open from the outside. A familiar yet exhausted visage entered her view, Xiao Rongjin. A gash marred his face, his lips swollen, and blood speckled his forehead, even his scare tinged with red. Gasping at the sight of Xiao Rongjin, who had been absent for barely 20 days, Chu Miao felt a surge of panic. His hands and face were drenched in blood. How could he have lost so much blood? Quickly, she grasped his arm, attempting to pull him inside, her voice laced with anxiety. Come in, let me examine you. He nodded, supporting himself on the windowsill before swiftly climbing into the room, collapsing to the floor. Chu Miao hurried to secure the window and door before returning to his side, squatting down to touch his blood-stained palm. Where are you injured? Xiao Rongjin emitted a low grunt. Noting his distress, Chu Miao anxiously began to tear at his armor, loosening his belt, recalling her past memories to locate his injury. Just as she was about to pull apart his inner garment, Xiao Rongjin suddenly grasped her small hand tightly. Chapter 32 In the Realm of Dreams. Xiao Rongjin found himself haunted by the presence of Chu Miao. It is not I who is injured, he murmured. Chu Miao paused, her brow furrowing. Then what of the blood upon your hands? The wounds of Xiao Rongjin were not of flesh and bone, but rather resided deep within his heart. With a weary hand, he propped himself against the wall, his countenance a portrait of despair. Chu Miao, he called out weakly. In that moment, she beheld the lifeless version of Xiao Rongjin, reminiscent of the man she had first wed, who bore an indifferent attitude towards life and death. You were right, he sighed, the blade was poisoned. And he led me to the steepest slope of Wangshan, striking me from behind. Just as Liu Guang timely loosed an arrow to disarm him, he still sought to push me over the edge. I severed his hand. The blood is not mine. Chu Miao's gaze fell upon the hand he clutched tightly, her heart aching in response to his despondent spirit. Song Lingheng, his contemporary, had shared in their education, their brawls, and the punishments meted out by elders. They had fought together on the battlefield, forging a bond that transcended mere friendship. Yet such a comrade had betrayed him. To Xiao Rongjin, that sword had pierced not just his flesh, but his very soul. You ask whether I should hand him over? The slaying of the Xiao family's heir would tarnish Song Lingheng's reputation. Chu Miao lowered her gaze, her expression serene as she spoke. To sacrifice one life, or an entire lineage, which would you choose? The fallen are your kin, including your parents, brothers, and younger siblings. Xiao Rongjin met her gaze, their eyes locking in a silent understanding. Suddenly, he leaned toward her, his weary visage resting upon her shoulder. Chu Miao stiffened momentarily before gently pushing him away. Your face is injured. Allow me to tend to it. You should sit properly. With that, she firmly pushed him aside and rose to gather her medical kit. Upon returning to the chamber, she found Xiao Rongjin sprawled upon her bed. Her eyelids fluttered in surprise as she approached him. How dare you sleep on my bed? You should rise and rest on the couch. There is a recliner available. She grasped his garments, tugging insistently to pull him away. Yet, he remained motionless. His voice languid as he called out, Chu Miao, do not jest. Her movements hesitated. With his eyes closed and an arm resting upon his forehead, he continued, I exhausted 4 horses in my haste to see you, and I have scarcely slept for 5 or 6 days. Chu Miao was taken aback, gazing at his weary features. What was the purpose of your visit? I am quite well at Fulingsai. He removed his arm and opened his eyes, folding his hands over his chest, arching an eyebrow as he met her gaze. The earlier sorrow had vanished, replaced by a vibrant spirit. A faint smile graced his lips as he declared, I returned hastily to assure you of my safety, fearing you might worry and suffer nightmares on my account. Chu Miao was momentarily at a loss for words. Is it not peculiar? Xiao Rongjin's dark eyes sparkled with a peculiar brightness. I, too, have dreamt of you. You dreamt of me? Chu Miao inquired nonchalantly as she placed her medical kit upon a small table, opening it to reveal its contents. What did you dream? Ah, I shan't divulge that. Xiao Rongjin replied, his smile widening. Chu Miao shot him an exasperated glance. I am not particularly eager to know. Bring your face closer. Xiao Rongjin complied, leaning toward her, his head slightly tilted in her direction. Chu Miao retrieved a cloth to cleanse his wounds, her lips involuntarily pouting, a sight that did not escape his notice. He chuckled softly. Are you angry? Why would I be angry? She retorted, her tone tinged with petulance. Xiao Rongjin could discern the slight irritation in her demeanor. Yet, it was not a pleasant dream. It was far worse than the dreams you have of me. In truth, it is not beyond sharing. But I fear it might embarrass you. Chu Miao's eyelids twitched slightly. I dreamt that. Chapter 33 In the Dream of Xiao Rongjin. There was Chu Miao. I dreamed of you wearing a wedding robe, marrying me. Upon hearing this, the fabric in Chu Miao's hands trembled slightly, and a flicker of light glimmered in her pupils. The cloth she used to clean his wounds was applied with a bit more pressure. Xiao Rongjin let out a soft hiss. Chu Miao suddenly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, Did I hurt you? What do you think? He gazed at her with a pitiful expression. Chu Miao clumsily put away the disinfecting cotton and turned to him, saying, I will tend to your wounds, and then you must leave quickly. There are many hidden guards watching this courtyard. If you are discovered, it would tarnish both our reputations. Xiao Rongjin snorted lightly, expressing his dissatisfaction. He rested one hand on the edge of the bed, motionless, observing Chu Miao's medical kit without any intention of responding. Chu Miao took out other medicines and applied them to his face, adding, "Also, take Luing back with you. She is yours. This young master has not married her. So how can she be considered mine?" Chu Miao frowned. "Xiao young master, I am not jesting with you. There is no need to speak of gratitude for saving your life. I merely wish to ensure that Yanjing does not lose a talented general. The young men of the Xiao family are the future hope of our Yan people. As shadow guards, they are your support. How can they be reduced to running errands for a mere woman?" As she spoke, Chu Miao skillfully sprinkled the medicinal powder onto his wounds. Although Xiao Rongjin had not known Chu Miao for long, her demeanor and actions revealed that she was someone who meant what she said. If provoked, she could likely commit astonishing deeds. Yet, Xiao Rongjin harbored other intentions. "Very well, after you return to the capital, this young master will ensure Luiying returns to the Shadow Guard camp to report." Chu Miao had expected him to refuse, but was taken aback by how agreeable Xiao Rongjin was. She soon finished cleaning the blood from his body and urged, "I have treated your facial wounds. You should leave as soon as possible." Xiao Rongjin slowly sat up from the bed, adjusted his battle robe, and finally walked towards the window. He gently pushed the window open, which creaked slightly. Xiao Rongjin turned back to Chu Miao, asking, "What is the other name you go by?" "Why do you ask?" She replied, "Curiosity." Chu Miao lowered her head, placing the bloodied cloth into a small pouch, and softly responded, "Gu Jianyang. Gu Jianyang, Jianyang." Xiao Rongjin's deep voice brushed past Chu Miao's ears. She looked up at the man who had leapt onto the windowsill. He gently called to her, "While others call you Chu Miao, from now on, this young master shall call you Jianyang." After saying this, Xiao Rongjin vanished from the windowsill, leaving Chu Miao in a state of amused bewilderment. "Xiao Rongjin, I shall not provoke you in this lifetime, but what do you mean by calling me this?" She rested her hands on the windowsill, gazing out at the moonlit night sky. The darkness was fraught with danger. Xiao Rongjin's figure darted through the dense forest like a specter. Suddenly, he shifted and concealed himself in the shadows. A group of people, holding torches, slowly made their way toward Fuling Temple. Xiao Rongjin observed the middle-aged man leading them, his narrow, phoenix-like eyes narrowing slightly, before turning back to Chu Miao's residence. Just as the woman was about to close the window, Xiao Rongjin swiftly intervened, grasping her hand. Chu Miao stared in astonishment at her hand captured in his grip and looked up at Xiao Rongjin, asking, "Why have you returned? This young master sensed something amiss. Your father has brought a group of people to Fuling Temple. When I entered your courtyard, I did not perceive any murderous intent, but upon exiting, I felt danger lurking within the forest. You must come with me." He was a warrior, attuned to the existence of threats. His instincts warned him that those people were coming for Chu Miao. Chapter 34. The Reversal of the Null Wind Disc. The twin sisters of the Chu family very well. Chu Miao replied without hesitation, much to Xiao Rongjin's surprise. He grasped her delicate shoulders and led her out, wrapping his cloak around her petite form. His strong arms encircled her waist, enveloping her entirely within his protective embrace as they departed from the courtyard. With a gentle rustle, they navigated through the dense forest. Chu Miao placed a hand on his chest, her small face pressed against his cold armor, her heart racing uncontrollably. The air around her was suffused with his familiar scent. Soon, they emerged from the thicket and arrived at a pavilion nestled behind an ancient tree. Her father, Chu Jingde, had already made his way to Fuling Temple, heading toward the courtyard of the matriarch, Chu Laofu Ren. However, the head steward trailing behind him did not continue onward but instead led another group to a different courtyard, the very place where she had resided for the past fortnight. "Could you take me there to have a look?" Chu Miao asked. Xiao Rongjin glanced down at her, remaining silent as he lifted her into the air and soared onto the roof tiles. He set her down on a sturdy stone beam and crouched beside her, carefully peeling back a tile. Chu Miao's gaze fell upon Chu Laofu Ren seated in a rattan chair, her expression taut. Chu Jingde stepped forward to greet her, saying "Mother." With a cold laugh, Chu Laofu Ren retorted, "Ah, how considerate of the esteemed Chu Chancellor to visit me, an old woman, at such a late hour. Mother, I have come to apologize. I know when one has been excessively harsh," Chu Jingde replied. "Excessively harsh?" Chu Laofu Ren fixed him with a piercing stare. "Your wife is not merely excessively harsh, she is utterly outrageous. Others may not know that Miao Miao is your biological daughter, but surely you do. For over a decade, Miao Miao has endured countless hardships while you, as her father, have not once inquired about her well-being. Yet Lin's family, in their folly, has mistreated their own flesh and blood for the sake of a girl who is not even a daughter of the Chu family. When I descend to the underworld, I shall have no face to meet our ancestors. Chu Laofuren struck her own face heavily twice. Chu Jingde replied, yes, this is entirely my oversight. I have been so engrossed in political matters that I have neglected both you and my own flesh and blood. I have come to bring you and the child back home. Do you truly wish to reclaim your daughter? Chu Laofuren countered. Mother, how can you question me in such a manner? Miao Miao is my only biological child. How could I ever forsake her? At that moment, a servant entered with tea. Chu Jingde took the freshly brewed tea and approached Chu Laofuren, kneeling before her. Mother, the Mid-Autumn Festival is approaching, and I wish for you to be home. I have brought your favorite Longjing tea. If you can forgive me, please take a sip. If not, I shall kneel here until you do, and then I will return home with you. Chu Laofuren furrowed her brows deeply, remaining silent for a long while. As the tea gradually cooled, she finally sighed and said, I want you to publicly clarify that Miao Miao is not a calamity, and Lin Wenwan must apologize to her. Furthermore, Miao Miao shall remain in Sanqing courtyard, and I will prepare her dowry. If Lin Wenwan neglects her, I shall not demand her care. Chu Jingde replied, I shall comply with your wishes. Upon hearing her son's words, the matriarch lifted the tea and took a sip. Chu Jingde eagerly accepted the cup from her. Yet, after drinking, Chu Laofuren fell into a faint. Rising from his kneeling position, Chu Jingde instructed the servant behind him. Take the old lady down the mountain and return her to the Chu residence. Inform the mistress to take good care of her. If the old lady awakens and causes a scene, let her be. We shall indulge her. Also, let the head steward know that he may proceed. Understood, sir. The servant replied, and Chu Jingde exited the room. Perched on the rooftop, Chu Miao felt a chill in her heart. The heartlessness of Chu Jingde and Lin Wenwan was unbearable. Jianyang. A warm breath brushed against her icy cheek, snapping Chu Miao back to reality as she turned to face Xiao Rongjin. He drew her closer, saying, Your father intends to harm you. Will you not return with me? Chu Miao smiled with resignation and replied, No need. Someone will escort me back to Yinjing City. Just take me to the forest behind the residence of the Grand Princess and lure those assassins to pursue me. Xiao Rongjin was taken aback. Is this girl truly so reckless? Chapter 35, The Reversal of the Nullwind Disc. The twin sisters of the Chu family, however. Xiao Rongjin disapproved of Chu Miao's actions. You possess neither internal strength nor martial prowess. Even if I were to place you in the courtyard of the Crown Princess, those assassins could extinguish your life in the blink of an eye. Have you not reconsidered? No. Chu Miao promptly refuted his words. Xiao Rongjin did not understand Chu Jingde. How could she be unaware of her own father? In her 2 lifetimes, she had long discerned the true character of Chu Jingde and Lin Wenwan before her demise. Chu Jingde did not wish to kill her. Chu Miao narrowed her eyes. He intends to capture me and imprison me. Chu Jingde was on the rise. He needed a royal consort from the family and would never resort to murdering his own daughter at such a crucial juncture. There were countless ways to suppress Chu Miao. He would not thrust himself onto the blade of danger. However, imprisoning her was an entirely different matter. He could concoct numerous excuses to keep her from the public eye. For instance, she could be labeled as the celestial isolated star. The common folk feared tales of spirits and demons. If Chu Jingde were to spread rumors of her being possessed by evil, her imprisonment would seem entirely justifiable. Help me once more, Chu Miao implored. Xiao Rongjin smirked faintly and carried her away from the scene. As the night deepened, the wind grew chillier, and the biting breeze swept through the bamboo grove. Chu Miao could not discern whether it was the wind that chilled her heart or her heart that rendered her body cold. Upon reaching the dense forest, Xiao Rongjin set her down in the shadows and softly inquired, Is there anything else you need to prepare? There is a shadow guard named Song Ying beside the Crown Princess. Inform her of my grandmother's abduction by Chu Jingde tonight at Fuling Temple and, while you're at it, set my residence ablaze. My father is so eager to act against me. Surely, the royal family must be stirring. In this lifetime, she had altered Xiao Rongjin's fate, and she wondered what schemes the emperor and the crown prince would devise upon his return to Yinjing in good health. Xiao Rongjin brushed back her disheveled hair and teased. Are you so afraid of my misfortune? Chu Miao tilted her small face slightly upward. You rescued me from Wang Mountain. I do not wish to be wasted so easily. Until we meet again, Xiao Rongjin. With that, she swiftly dashed into the darkness. A sudden blaze erupted from the small courtyard beyond the forest, startling the master of Meiyuan courtyard. The crown princess was awakened by the crackling sounds and inquired, "What is that noise outside?" "Your Highness, it is the water from Miss Chu's courtyard that has overflowed," responded the palace maid stationed by the bed curtains. The crown princess lifted the curtain and said, "How could there be an overflow? Is the child all right? Has she come out of the house?" People have already been dispatched to investigate, but the situation remains unclear. The monks from the temple are rushing to the small courtyard to extinguish the flames. "Would your Highness like to get up?" "Yes, after all, she is a benefactor of mine. I must go see." The palace maid assisted the crown princess in her cleansing ritual, and after approximately a quarter of an hour, they exited Meiyuan courtyard. The bamboo grove was engulfed in flames, its brilliance illuminating the night sky with a crimson glow. Two monks bore a stretcher, hastily emerging from the narrow path. The palace maid spotted Chu Miao lying on the stretcher and gasped, her heart racing. "That is Miss Chu." The crown princess hurried forward, asking, "What has happened to Miss Chu?" "Quickly, bring her to my courtyard and summon a female physician to attend to her." The monk at the forefront replied, "Your Highness. When I encountered Miss Chu, she was being pursued by a group of men in black." Chu Miao tumbled from the stretcher with a thud. Her hair was disheveled, her fair cheeks blackened by smoke, and several knife wounds marred her arms. She knelt before the crown princess and pleaded, "Your Highness, I beseech you to take me to find my grandmother. I fear those villains will harm her." As she finished speaking, the crown princess's top shadow guard descended from the shadows, approaching her side. It was none other than Song Ying, the person entrusted to the crown princess by the prince consort. Chapter 36. The reversal of the null wind disc. Song Ying, the shadow guard, would never reveal herself unless in dire circumstances. Her presence among the crowd signified a critical situation. The princess said, "Song Ying, are you aware of tonight's events?" In response to her Highness, "I have captured the steward by the side of Chancellor Chu. The fire tonight was set by individuals sent by Chancellor Chu, and the old matriarch has been carried down the mountain by his people, safely leaving Fuling Temple." Both the princess and the palace matron were rendered speechless. The chancellor had indeed come. He had even dispatched his steward to set fire to his own daughter's courtyard. This meant Chancellor Chu intended to eliminate his second daughter, Chu Miao. Such an action caused the princess to draw several sharp breaths. With a look of deep sympathy, she cast her gaze upon Chu Miao, only to find her seemingly drained of all strength, kneeling heavily upon the ground. Perhaps it was Song Ying's words that had triggered a profound shock within Chu Miao. Her body trembled violently, and she emitted choked sobs, tears cascading down like a spring-s flow. She cried intermittently, It is my father, it is father. Father does not want me. Father no longer wants me." Her heart-wrenching cries echoed through the night sky, filled with despair and sorrow, as memories of her previous life flashed through her mind, where Chu Jingde had coldly imprisoned her. Before her, Chu Jingde had appeared as a kind father. In those days, she believed she was his flesh and blood, certain he would not allow her demise. Yet, he had cast her from the family tree, citing her charm as the reason for seducing the Prince of Pingnan. Her cries reverberated throughout the night. The princess observed her petite, trembling figure, and Chu Miao curled into a ball, reminiscent of the princess's own daughter who had perished at a tender age. Had her child lived, she would be of similar age to Chu Miao now. It is said that even a tiger would not harm its own cub. The actions of the Chu family were utterly incomprehensible to her. The princess felt an inexplicable pang in her heart, as if a voice was calling out to her. She stepped forward and gently knelt before Chu Miao, lifting her shoulders and producing her handkerchief to wipe away the tears and grime from her face. "Child, what grievances have you suffered at the hands of the Chu family? Will you share them with me? I shall confront your parents directly upon our return to Yanjing tomorrow," the princess declared. Chu Miao pouted and shook her head in silence. The princess admired her fortitude. Over the past fortnight, she had learned well of Chu Miao's plight within the Chu household, yet the girl had remained steadfast in her silence. With a tender embrace, the princess held Chu Miao close, as if she were her own daughter, soothing her back. "If they truly do not wish for you, I shall gladly take you as my adopted daughter. Come with me to the princess's residence. I shall ensure your matters are cared for." Upon hearing those words, Chu Miao's sobs intensified. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Rongjin let out a soft sigh. He had hurt himself again. Continuing down this path was unsustainable. After witnessing Chu Miao being led into the courtyard by the princess, he departed from Fuling Temple. As dawn broke, Chu Jingde rode swiftly back to the Chu residence. "Lin, who had anxiously awaited his return all night, immediately opened the door upon hearing the commotion. "Master, what news?" Lin inquired as Chu Jingde entered the house. Unaware of the fire at Fuling Temple when he had departed, Chu Jingde had hastened back to Yanjing, oblivious to the steward's disappearance. "Mother is already on her way back to the capital. I entrusted Chu Miao to the steward for handling. She should now be at the estate and will not appear in Yanjing for a while. The Empress intends to discuss the marriage between the Crown Prince and Aksu after the Mid-Autumn Festival. How are matters on your end?" Lin, recalling the medicine procured from the black market, replied with a smile, "Aksu's injury has healed. She can attend the Empress's moon-viewing banquet as scheduled, and will perform the stunning Jinghong dance, captivating the entire city. Aksu's reputation must not be tarnished. The royal family cannot accept a crown princess, known as a harbinger of misfortune. Thus, the harbinger can only be Chu Yaoxue." Chu Jingde continued, "Once Aksu is wed to the Eastern Palace, we shall bring Chu Miao back. Yes, I shall heed your arrangements, my lord." The thought of Chu Yaoxue soon becoming the crown princess filled her with pride within the circles of noble women. Imagining the envious glares of her rivals brought her great satisfaction, knowing they could only watch as she thrived. Chapter 37. The reversal of the null wind disk in the twin beauties of the Chu family on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, during the Mid-Autumn Festival. Within the elegant confines of the Furong Pavilion, Pinshuang glanced at the dwindling supply of medicinal ointment, then turned her gaze to the resplendent Chu Yaoxue seated before the bronze mirror, her beauty restored and even enhanced beyond her former self. Approaching her, she remarked, "Miss, the ointment purchased by Madam is nearly exhausted. The ointment you applied just now will only last for half an hour, and there is still some time before the palace banquet begins." Chu Yaoxue's expression darkened as she surveyed the ointment in Pinshuang's grasp. This was the concoction procured by Lin from the black market. Initially, her face had been swollen and disfigured, but within mere moments of applying the ointment, it had transformed to a flawless, jade-like complexion. The only drawback was its fleeting efficacy, lasting merely 2 hours. Fearful of reverting to her former unattractiveness, she hastily reapplied it as soon as the effects began to wane. Lin had cautioned her several times to conserve the use of the ointment, yet she had not anticipated depleting it so swiftly. In a fit of rage, Chu Yaoxue struck Pinshuang across the face, exclaiming, "Why did you not inform me sooner? I am to be the center of attention at today's palace banquet." Pinshuang trembled as she knelt before her. Noticing the ointment still in Pinshuang's possession, Chu Yaoxue warned her sternly, "Hold it tightly. Should it fall to the ground, I shall not let you off easily. Pime, go retrieve the ointment and see how long it can still last. As long as I can endure through today's banquet, once I perform the Jinghong dance, I will don a veil and leave the palace. After a month, Yan Yi will be able to create a remedy for my face." Pinmei brought the ointment closer, opened it, and assessed, "Miss, it can still be used once more." Chu Yaoxue breathed a sigh of relief. "That will suffice." She gazed into the bronze mirror, admiring her reflection. "Do you see? My face appears smaller than yesterday, more delicate and smooth." Pinmei eagerly flattered, "Miss is naturally beautiful, and with the aid of Yan Yi's ointment, your skin grows ever more radiant." Chu Yaoxue's spirits soared. She was aware that the Empress intended to finalize her engagement to the Crown Prince following the Mid-Autumn Festival. Once her visage was perfected, she would enter the Eastern Palace and gradually deal with that little wretch, Chu Miao. "Miss, the carriage is ready," announced a maidservant. With assistance from her attendants, Chu Yaoxue exited the Prime Minister's residence. Upon seeing her rejuvenated countenance, Lin's face broke into a proud smile. "Ashue, come to your mother." As Chu Yaoxue entered the carriage, Lin grasped her hand, scrutinizing her face. "Once we arrive at the palace, I shall introduce you to the noble ladies." "Very well," Chu Yaoxue replied. Lin tenderly caressed her face, inquiring, "How much ointment do you have left?" With a glimmer of hesitation in her eyes, Chu Yaoxue lowered her gaze. "I have heeded your advice and only used it when going out." The Empress remained somewhat skeptical of the rumors circulating outside. "As long as you present yourself in your current condition, your marriage with the Crown Prince will be assured," Lin stated confidently. Chu Yaoxue was filled with determination. "There shall be no mistakes this time. That will put your mind at ease." The carriage of the Chu family halted before the palace gates. After a long absence from the public eye, Chu Yaoxue became the focus of attention. Though the elite were not versed in medicine, they recognized that those stung by the Black Widow rarely returned to their former beauty. As Chu Yaoxue stepped from the carriage, she captivated the gazes of numerous admirers. It is the eldest daughter of the Chu family. Truly, she is the most beautiful woman in Yinjing. Her complexion so tender it seems to glisten with dew. Indeed, the second daughter nearly brought calamity upon the eldest, whispered onlookers. It is said that when the second daughter was sent away, her face was covered in sores. One wonders how she fares now? Praise and flattery echoed from all directions. Lin reveled in the attention and remarks, choosing to overlook any mention of Chu Miao. Upon reaching the Jilu Hall, the sounds of admiration only intensified. Many noblewomen who had arrived early stood to witness the spectacle of Lin and Chu Yaxue's entrance. Some ladies sought Chu Yaxue's advice on skincare, enchanted by her exquisite, jade-like complexion. Amidst the crowd, one noblewoman remained seated, observing Lin and her daughter with a composed smile, her eyes cold and calculating. The princess of Pingnan had discreetly inquired about Chu Miao while residing at Fuling Temple for over half a month, returning to Yanjing just the night before. While others were oblivious to the intricacies, her mind was as clear as a mirror. At that moment, an announcement echoed from outside. Her Royal Highness, the eldest princess, has arrived. Chapter 38. The reversal of the null wind disk in the Goldenly Hall. The crowd rose to their feet in unison, bowing and greeting. We pay our respects to Her Highness, the eldest princess. Today, the eldest princess donned a flowing dark red gown, adorned for the occasion, her lips painted a vivid hue. This marked her first grand appearance at a court banquet since the demise of her consort. It had been quite some time since she graced such an event. As the attendees bowed, they could not help but steal glances at her. She exuded a dignified elegance intertwined with tenacity. In the past, she had single-handedly safeguarded the imperial edict of the late emperor and supported the ascension of Emperor Zhao Yuan, making her a remarkable woman of Yin state. Her presence commanded an immediate hush across the hall. The eldest princess, with the support of the matron, slowly traversed the Goldenly Hall. Her gaze swept over the assembly, ultimately resting upon the matriarch of the Lin family, as she declared, "No need for formalities." "Thank you, Your Highness." The crowd responded, rising once more. The eldest princess slightly lifted her chin, her eyes shimmering with mirth, and inquired, "I have yet to reach the Goldenly Hall. Yet I have heard the esteemed ladies discussing matters of interest. Pray, enlighten me on the latest happenings in Yinjing City." As she spoke, the matron assisted her to her designated seat, and the guests settled down. Among them, Lady Wang, her smile radiant, remarked, "Your Highness, we have been seeking the esteemed Lady Chu's wisdom on raising daughters. Miss Chu has blossomed under her care. Her complexion and beauty so exquisite they seem to glisten with dew." Once again, the eyes of the assembly turned towards Chu Yaxue. Overwhelmed by their praise, her heart soared. The eldest princess followed their gaze, her smile unwavering, though a cold undercurrent flickered in her eyes as she gently commended, "Miss Chu is indeed the fairest maiden of Yinjing. Gracefully poised. I have also heard of her mesmerizing, surprising swan dance that captivates butterflies and rivals the beauty of flowers. I wonder if we shall witness the dance of Yinjing's most beautiful maiden at tonight's moon viewing banquet." Rising from her seat, Chu Yaxue performed a graceful curtsy, her voice soft and melodious. "Your Highness, I have prepared the surprising swan dance for this evening." Her declaration ignited a renewed wave of chatter among the guests, reminiscing about the previous year's moon viewing banquet where her dance had astounded all. The surprising swan dance was unparalleled, an achievement only Miss Chu could accomplish. Dancing in harmony with the butterflies. Blushing from the compliments, Chu Yaxue felt a prickling sensation on her cheeks. Sensitively, she raised her hand to touch her face, suddenly reminded that the effects of the ointment she had applied were fading. Standing quietly behind the eldest princess, clad in a maid's outfit with a light veil, Chu Miao keenly observed Chu Yaxue's subtle movements. A smile unconsciously graced her lips. Given Chu Yaxue's current skin condition, the salve she had provided must be nearly exhausted. Just as Chu Yaxue contemplated an excuse to withdraw from the Goldenly Hall, a sudden announcement echoed from outside. "His Majesty has arrived. The Crown Prince has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived." Accompanying Emperor Zhao Yuan were the favored consort, various concubines, and several princes and nobles. Feeling a wave of unease, Chu Yaxue instinctively retreated behind the Lin matriarch as she stood to pay her respects, swiftly donning her veil. The hall erupted in a chorus of greetings. "We pay our respects to the Emperor. Long live the Emperor." As Emperor Zhao Yuan took his seat upon the dragon throne and gestured for calm, saying, "All rise," the response echoed, "Thank you, Your Majesty." "Dear sister, I thought you would not grace us with your presence for this year's mid-autumn moon viewing. the emperor remarked warmly, turning to the eldest princess. With a light laugh, she replied, "Dear brother, I have recently encountered a benefactor who encouraged me to step out and behold the world." The empress chimed in, "Henceforth, dear sister, do visit the palace more often to converse with your sister-in-law." "Rest assured, I shall," the eldest princess responded, her gaze inadvertently flickering towards Chu Miao. She seamlessly shifted the topic back to Chu Yaoxue. "I have heard that Miss Chu's surprising swan dance is a sight to behold, and I have come to witness it myself." As the emperor, empress dowager, crown prince, and various concubines all turned their attention towards Chu Yaoxue, she felt her heart race, her pupils dilating in alarm. Chapter 39. The reversal of the null wind disk. Chu Yaoxue's pupils widened in fright, and she instinctively took a step back, her hand unconsciously rising to touch the veil on her face. The crown prince Mo Hongzhen narrowed his eyes and tentatively asked, "Ashue, have you prepared the surprising swan dance today?" He too was eager to see her face. It was said that those stung by the black bee found it difficult to regain their former beauty. He still bore several callous lumps on his hands. Chu Yaoxue was exceptionally talented, and he had no desire to relinquish her unless absolutely necessary. However, he could not bear the thought of allowing an unattractive woman to enter the Eastern Palace as his consort. Mo Hongzhen's words provided Chu Yaoxue with a timely escape. She reined in her emotions, composed herself, and walked into the golden Ludang Hall, bowing gracefully. "In response to His Highness, I have specially prepared the surprising swan dance today, thanks to the gracious favor of the Grand Princess. I shall go prepare it now." "Very well," Mo Hongzhen replied, glancing at her veil. "It would be best to unveil yourself while dancing, lest someone with ill intentions take your place." Chu Yaoxue nodded. "Understood. I shall proceed with the preparations." As the moon viewing feast commenced, guests savored tea and wine, admiring the round moon amidst the harmonious atmosphere of song and dance. Approximately half an hour later, a woman adorned in resplendent white garments, her skirt tinged with soft pink hues, flew into the grand hall, clutching a red ribbon. She resembled the moon goddess Chang'e, a white rabbit entwined atop her head. As she descended onto the stage, her beaded veil fell away, revealing her exquisite and delicate beauty. The audience was instantly captivated by the woman's ethereal appearance and attire. A spirited murmur arose. "It is Miss Chu. She has reinterpreted the surprising swan dance. Tonight, she dances as Chang'e ascending to the moon. Look at that jade rabbit on her head with its crimson eyes. It bears a striking resemblance to the one in the celestial palace. Miss Chu truly deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in Yanjing. It seems Lady Chu has raised her daughters well. Just look at the absent Miss Chu heir, who almost dragged her sister down." Amidst the accolades, Chu Yaoxue's confidence soared. Her dance steps were fluid and graceful, the rabbit above her head following the rhythm as it slid from her shoulder down her arm to the ground. It circled around her several times before, as if enchanted, it stood upright and bowed towards Emperor Jiayuan. The emperor burst into hearty laughter at this spectacle, while Empress Jean was equally astonished by Chu Yaoxue's performance. With the emperor's delight, her pride swelled. "The jade rabbit brings blessings. May the Yin state flourish, and may the emperor share longevity with the heavens," she proclaimed. The guests raised their cups in celebration. "The jade rabbit brings blessings. May the Yin state flourish, and may our emperor share longevity with the heavens." "Ha ha!" Emperor Jiayuan raised his cup, exclaiming, "What a splendid wish for longevity. Let us toast to tonight's full moon, for a bountiful year ahead and the well-being of our people." The guests joined him in a toast. Lady Lin sipped from her cup, her gaze fixed on the enchanting Chu Yaoxue on stage, her expression softening. She had faith that her Ashue would not let her down. Only Ashue possessed the talent to choreograph such mesmerizing movements. Chu Miao calmly surveyed Lady Lin, calculating the time. It was almost here. On stage, Chu Yaoxue spun rapidly, her twirls as steady and swift as a top. The pink and white cloud-patterned skirt billowed gracefully around her, while the colorful ribbons danced freely in the air. Suddenly, a large rat darted out from the back of the guest seating. Chapter 40. The reversal of the null wind disk. The twin beauties of the Chu family. Suddenly, a lady from an unknown family sprang up from her seat, her voice piercing through the air. "A mouse. 1, 2, 3. A horde of large rats scurried from the grass at the back, invading the splendid hall of Jinlu. They leaped onto the banquet, voraciously gnawing at the food laid out before the startled nobles, who were enjoying the celestial performance of Chang'e ascending to the moon. One particularly audacious rat even jumped onto the head of the Golden Empress, squeaking loudly. The scene descended into chaos. The Golden Empress, drenched in sweat from the fright, cried out, "Get rid of it, quickly." Meanwhile, on stage, Chu Yaoxue remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding pandemonium, lost in the enchanting dance of the Jade Rabbit. It was only when 99 Jade Rabbits graced the stage that true astonishment filled the hall. However, a sharp voice interrupted her reverie. "Make her stop." The speaker was none other than the princess. "Make her stop." The princess stood, pointing at the still dancing Chu Yaoxue. Yet, as the rat crisis lingered, a new wave of peril descended upon the Jinlu Hall. From the night sky, an unknown swarm surged toward the grand hall, the air filled with a resonant buzzing. The noble ladies who had attended Chu Yaoxue's birthday celebration instantly recognized the intruders. Black widows, black widows. At that moment, upon hearing the buzzing, Chu Yaoxue instinctively halted her movements. But before she could grasp the situation, someone pointed at her face, exclaiming, "Mother, why has Miss Chu's face changed so?" In a flurry, Chu Yaoxue raised her hands to cover her cheeks. What was wrong with her face? The crowd soon realized that the black widows were not attacking them, but were instead swirling above the stage. Meanwhile, the large rats had been driven away by the physicians, using medicine and fire. Thus, the audience's attention shifted to the black widow hovering above Chu Yaoxue, as well as her swollen, disfigured visage. Lin, her mother, widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at her daughter's face, now riddled with grotesque welts. It was unrecognizable, resembling a monster marred by sores. Seeing the strange looks directed at her, Chu Yaoxue turned to Lin, asking, "Mother, what has happened to my face?" Lin stood there, stunned, wishing she could vanish from sight. The humiliation was utterly complete, leaving no room for redemption. "Mother, mother, please speak." Chu Yaoxue's voice grew increasingly frantic just as the black widow lunged at her. She screamed, "Ah, don't come near me, don't come near me." The black widow pursued her relentlessly, and wherever she ran, the creature followed. She was desperate to avoid being stung again. Once reveling in the admiration of others, she now found herself ensnared by the black widows as if under a spell. In a moment of misstep, she lost her footing and fell from the stage with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, Emperor Zhao Yuan, suppressing his fury, commanded, "Quickly, drive away the black widows and save her." 3 eunuchs rushed forth, each carrying a bucket of refuse, and doused Chu Yaoxue with it. The foul stench sent the black widows fleeing. Meanwhile, sitting at the banquet, Mo Hongjin turned pale upon witnessing the disgraceful spectacle, his stomach churning with nausea. Chu Yaoxue was beyond redemption. Chapter 41, The Reversal of the Null Wind Disc whenever he found himself in her presence. Memories of a time when he had been doused with filth resurfaced, an experience that would haunt him for a lifetime. Once the Black Widow dispersed, the palace attendants brought forth several buckets of clean water, diligently washing away the dirt from Chu Yaoxue's body. Other servants knelt on the ground, painstakingly scrubbing the filth from the floor. At that moment, the expressions of Emperor Zhao Yuan and Empress Jean had turned exceedingly grim. The gathered ministers, women, and noble youths whispered among themselves. How had Miss Chu transformed so drastically? It was terrifying. Her face bore an unsettling contrast to her previous appearance, leaving them to ponder how she had managed to metamorphose into such a ghastly visage. I have heard that those stung by the Black Widow develop such hardened welts on their faces, even if the venomous stinger were removed. Ridding oneself of the toxin completely proves to be an arduous task. Could it be that she had previously employed some potent remedy? There are rumors in the black market of a nefarious physician selling an urgent elixir that could instantly enhance one's beauty, albeit only for a few fleeting hours. Was it possible that the last birthday banquet was, in fact, orchestrated by Miss Chu herself, leading to her being stung by the Black Widow? The significance of the past faded in comparison to the present. It was clear that she had invited calamity upon herself, even bringing a rat infestation to the Golden Liudian. It seemed Miss Chu was a harbinger of misfortune. The phrase harbinger of misfortune echoed in the ears of Emperor Zhao Yuan and the Crown Prince. Chu Yaoxue had been cleaned and lifted to the front of the hall. Although the Black Widow had not lingered on her for long, she had sustained injuries to her legs from her fall off the stage. Coupled with the shocking events, she feigned unconsciousness. The unflattering remarks enveloped her like a noose, driving her to the brink of despair. This was her sole opportunity for redemption, yet during her dance, the rat infestation and the Black Widow had appeared simultaneously. There would be no chance for revival now. She feared she might never stand in this place again. No, she refused to accept this outcome. Everything was supposed to be hers. Several royal physicians hurried forward to assess Chu Yaoshue's condition. Before long, Physician Hua stood up. Empress Jean, her demeanor fierce, inquired, "What is her condition? Examine her face closely and ascertain what affliction she bears." Physician Hua bowed and responded, "Your Majesty. The welts on Miss Chu's face are the result of residual toxins from the Black Widow stinger. It appears she previously used some medication to temporarily soften the welts. But now that the effects have waned, they have re-emerged, causing her to break out in these red sores during her dance. I have previously collaborated with Physician Li and Physician Lian to explore methods to counteract the Black Widow's venom. Currently, my colleagues and I have determined that while the poison itself is not fatal, the resulting marks can accompany a person for life." At that moment, the usually silent Princess Chong interjected, "Does Physician Hua imply that Miss Chu has indeed been stung by the Black Widow? Is it possible to ascertain how long ago this occurred?" Physician Hua replied, "Given the size of the welts, it is safe to say they have been present for at least a month." A month. The crowd suddenly grasped the implications. Were the rampant rumors circulating throughout the capital about to be debunked? Princess Chong further inquired, "Is there truly no remedy for such welts?" Physician Hua responded, "I can only offer relief. Complete healing is beyond our current capabilities, as there are no known precedents within the Imperial Medical Academy." In that case, Princess Chong turned to the maid, Chu Miao, standing behind her. "Do you possess any means to remedy this?" All eyes swiftly fixed upon Chu Miao, and Mo Hongzhen instinctively raised his gaze toward her. Chapter 42. The reversal of the null wind disc. Chu Miao cast a glance at Chu Yaoshue, fully aware that the Grand Princess was paving the way for her. With confidence gleaming in her eyes and her words resolute, she declared, "Your Highness, I am capable of removing the hard sores from her face. As for restoring her original beauty, for Chu Yaoshue at this moment, beauty can no longer enhance her value. From this night onward, she shall become the mire beneath my feet." The royal family would never allow a woman who attracts plagues and harbors a nemesis like the Black Widow to ascend as the future empress. Even the most ordinary noble families would cease to consider Chu Yaoshue. The Grand Princess nodded slightly and turned to Emperor Zhao Yuan, saying, "Your Majesty, this child is my benefactor. On the 18th of last month, when I visited Fuling Temple, I fell unconscious due to liver stagnation and blood accumulation. The two female physicians by my side were at a loss. Had it not been for this child risking her own life to save me, I would not be here tonight to admire the moon with you in the Golden Lioli Hall." Emperor Zhao Yuan, like the others, gazed curiously at Chu Miao. "Let us see what this child can do," the Grand Princess suggested. The Emperor, fond of his sister, readily agreed, "Granted." Chu Miao stepped forward from behind the Grand Princess. From her garment, she produced a delicate bundle of fine, soft golden needles. The court physicians were captivated by the slenderness of the needles. They appeared as thin as a strand of hair, and without considerable skill, it was inconceivable to insert them into a person's acupuncture points. She seemed no more than a mere girl. Could she truly intend to eradicate the hard sores from the face of Miss Chu? With deft movements, Chu Miao extracted the first needle and placed it atop Chu Yaoshue's head, followed by the second at her brow. The physicians held their breath, not daring to blink, fearing they might miss her technique. The golden needles, as delicate as hair, danced in her hands like ordinary silver needles, and she swiftly completed the fourth insertion. Her fourth and fifth needles found their place on Chu Yaoshue's left arm. Finally, she placed the last two needles at the soles of Chu Yaoshue's feet. Seeing this, Physician Hua gasped in astonishment. "This is the 7-star formation. The young lady intends to open her meridians and draw the blood upward." Chu Miao's eyes sparkled with a smile as she gave a slight nod. Before long, after the golden needles were inserted, the hard sores on Chu Yaoshue's face began to swell with blood, her skin becoming translucent under the pressure. Chu Miao then took another golden needle and punctured the engorged blisters. The pus and blood immediately coated Chu Yaoshue's face, while the previously swollen sores gradually flattened. Even the physicians exclaimed in awe, "Remarkable! This 7-star needle technique has opened the meridians, allowing the blood to flow upward, thus flushing out the toxins from the sores. With the application of a blood-activating ointment, the sores can completely vanish, and with proper care, her face should be restored." Physician Li was equally exhilarated. "The 7-star needle technique," they murmured, recalling that they had refrained from using it since an elderly physician had suffered dire consequences for employing it years ago. Now, it was being revived by a mere girl. Physician Hua, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Young lady, who taught you this technique?" "My grandfather," Chu Miao replied. glancing at Chu Yaoshui before stepping forward to address the emperor. Your Majesty, the pus and toxins have been expelled, as physician Lien suggested. Applying a blood-activating and stasis-resolving ointment will facilitate her gradual recovery. As her voice echoed, Lin Shi, keenly attuned, perked up her ears, recognizing that familiar tone. Emperor Zhao Yuan, captivated by the physician's actions, inquired, I see you possess considerable medical skill. What is your name? Why do you conceal your face behind a veil? In that moment, Chu Miao knelt before the assembly, boldly lifting her veil to reveal her true visage. As she unveiled herself, Lin Wenwan and Chu Zhengde widened their eyes in astonishment. Chapter 43. The Reversal of the Null Wind Disc. Chu Miao. The only two people present who had previously encountered Chu Miao, Gu Jingjing and Zhui Yinran, were visibly taken aback, especially Zhui Yinran, who instinctively exclaimed, Chu Miao. The Princess of Jinan immediately grasped Zhui Yinran's hand, preventing her from meddling further. Chu Miao stood with her hands gracefully folded in front of her, displaying no hint of trepidation. With a resounding voice, she addressed the emperor, Your Majesty, I am called Gu Jianyang. I lost my mother at a tender age and have spent 6 years studying medicine under my grandfather. Recently, I have been providing free medical consultations at Fuling Temple, benefiting from the kindness of the eldest princess, which has granted me the opportunity to witness the grandeur of the Golden Hall. Her demeanor was poised, her petite figure erect. Despite being clad in a servant's attire, her bearing was such that many of the esteemed nobles present felt a sense of ease. She exhibited neither subservience nor arrogance, neither coyness nor affectation. At that moment, an unknown noblewoman suddenly rose and spoke. I recall now. I thought this young lady looked familiar. She is the celestial physician who offered free consultations when I visited Fuling Temple to offer incense. I witnessed her save an elderly man who had lost consciousness. At that moment, his body was already cold. The crowd turned their attention toward the speaking noblewoman. Seated before the cloud barrier, adorned in finery, was none other than the Princess of Pingnan, Lady Yin. In the past month, many noble women had visited Fuling Temple to offer incense. But since Lady Yin was the first to mention the celestial physician, those who had visited began to nod in recognition, slowly recalling the physician who had provided free consultations for a month. It was no wonder she possessed such audacity. During her time at Fuling Temple, she had treated numerous commoners, saving many who could not afford medicine, truly deserving of the title of celestial physician. The chorus of praise grew louder, rendering Lin Shi and Chu Jingde's expressions increasingly grim. Throughout, Chu Miao had not once cast a glance in their direction. What took them by surprise was that Chu Miao's medical skills were not as inadequate as they had presumed. The eldest princess adjusted her attire, then rose and approached Chu Miao, bowing respectfully to Emperor Zhao Yuan. Emperor Zhao Yuan inquired, Sister, what brings you here? Your Majesty, I wish to be forthright. Today, I have brought her into the palace with the intention of adopting Jianyang as my goddaughter in the presence of all the ministers and their families. I have no children of my own and live alone in the princess's residence. If I could keep Jianyang by my side, my home would be livelier. More importantly, she possesses medical knowledge, and I am ailing. Having her close would bring me peace. I implore you to grant this request. The eldest princess remained in her bow and did not rise. Meanwhile, the assembly erupted into fervent discussions. It was widely known that since her husband's death, the eldest princess had led a life devoid of desire. Any noble girl fortunate enough to catch her, I would bring pride to her family for an extended period. Now, with the eldest princess publicly adopting Chu Miao as her goddaughter, it was a matter of great prestige. Understanding her frail condition, Emperor Zhao Yuan could not bear to refuse her. He gestured for her to rise, saying, Sister, please stand. I grant your request. You may adopt her as your daughter. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness. Jiao, quickly express your gratitude to the emperor. The eldest princess's address of Jiao pierced Lin Shi's heart like a dagger. Chu Yaoshui, who had been feigning unconsciousness on the ground, was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Just moments ago, when Chu Miao unveiled her face, Chu Yaoshui had secretly opened her eyes to catch a glimpse of her return. However, upon hearing the eldest princess's intention to adopt her as a goddaughter, Chu Yaoshui's mental state shattered completely. Chu Miao, how dare she? Chu Miao's voice of gratitude resonated in Chu Yaoshui's ears like an incantation. I thank the emperor for the honor bestowed upon me. I shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations and will care for the eldest princess diligently. Upon hearing this, the assembly rose in unison to congratulate the eldest princess. Congratulations. Your Highness, on acquiring a noble daughter. Suddenly, a soldier from the Imperial Guard hurried into the golden Lioli Hall, kneeling before the Emperor. He reported, Your Majesty, the young Master of Rongan, leading 1,000 troops from the Shao family, has successfully annihilated the bandits at Wangshan. During the operation, Vice General Song unfortunately fell from Ghost Peak and is currently missing. The young Master of Rongan, using himself as bait, ventured into the bandits' lair at Wangshan and acquired the entire terrain map. The Shao family's army has successfully rescued the young Master of Rongan, but he has sustained severe injuries and is unconscious. He has now been taken back to the residence of the Prince of Pingnan. Chapter 44. The Peril of Shao Rongjin. Chu Miao's night visit to the Wangfu with a resounding clatter. The chopsticks in the hands of the Princess of Pingnan fell heavily to the ground. The joyful expression she wore moments ago was now replaced by a pallor, her body swaying as if on the brink of collapse. The Prince of Pingnan instinctively steadied her. All eyes turned towards their table, yet no one noticed the swift change in the countenance of one individual among them. Chu Miao was taken aback. She had seen Shao Rongjin just days earlier at Fulling Temple. Aside from a scar etched across his face, he had sustained no significant injuries. How had he come by this new wound? Her heart raced chaotically, but she forced herself to regain composure. Remembering that Shao Rongjin was not one to act recklessly, she concluded that the injuries must have been self-inflicted. With that thought, Chu Miao raised her gaze towards the direction of Emperor Zhao Yuan. The Prince of Pingnan held considerable power. Overshadowing his sovereign, Shao Rongjin's actions were a means to protect the Shao family. Should Emperor Zhao Yuan fail to act decisively this time, it would not be long before the remaining members of the Shao family faced danger. Your Majesty, I am unwell and wish to take my leave, the Princess of Pingnan said, supported by her husband as they approached the throne. The Emperor feigned sorrow, addressing them. Do not be alarmed. I shall summon Imperial physicians Hua, Li, and Lian, along with several esteemed elders from the Imperial Medical Institute, to accompany you back to the Wangfu to attend to the young master. The young Master of Rongan is the future pillar of our Yin state. I cannot permit any harm to befall him. The three physicians stepped forward, bowing in deference. The Emperor continued, regardless of the circumstances, you must ensure the safety of the young master. Your Majesty, I shall do my utmost to save the young Master of Rongan. One of the ministers assured. Father, Imo Hongjin suddenly rose and approached the throne, declaring, the young Master of Rongan was gravely injured for the sake of the people of Wangshan. I am willing to visit the Prince of Pingnan's residence on your behalf. Very well, I grant you permission, the Emperor replied, offering a few comforting words to the Prince and Princess of Pingnan. If you require anything, do not hesitate to enter the palace and inform me. Should you need any rare medicinal herbs, feel free to request them from the Imperial Medical Institute. The priority is to ensure the safety of the young Master of Rongan. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty, the Princess of Pingnan replied, her voice thick with emotion. As she departed, she glanced back at Chu Miao, who sat beside the Grand Princess. She sensed the shifting tides of power, understanding that Emperor Zhao Yuan no longer trusted the Shao family. Thus, she held skepticism towards the physicians and the crown prince dispatched by the Emperor. However, the Emperor's failure to summon Chu Miao to return to the Wangfu alongside her indicated his desire for her son to remain in peril, perhaps even to not recover. Gripping her handkerchief tightly, the Princess of Pingnan left the Jinli Palace with a sense of frustration and helplessness. After her departure, Chu Miao slightly turned her head, catching a glimpse of the retreating figure of the Princess of Pingnan. She seemed to sense a plea emanating from her. Shao Rongjin must have known that his actions would undoubtedly attract a multitude of physicians. Thus, he must have truly severed his own tendons. Shao Rongjin, you are indeed a madman, she thought. The moon-viewing banquet drew to a swift conclusion in light of the events surrounding Wangshan. Chu Yaoshiwei was carried out of the palace by her family, while Chu Miao returned to the Grand Princess's residence in the same sedan chair. The Grand Princess, observing Chu Miao's distracted demeanor, presumed it was due to the turmoil involving her family, which she could understand, given that they were her biological parents. The Grand Princess took Chu Miao's hand and said, Jiao Jiao. Startled, Chu Miao turned to her, Grand Princess. If you wish, you may call me mother, the Grand Princess said gently. However, I am willing to grant you time. Return to the Chu family and have a good talk with your parents. As for your grandmother, she genuinely cares for you. So do not let her down. A flicker of light appeared in Chu Miao's eyes. Thus, she had a reason to visit the Prince of Pingnan's residence under the pretense of seeking her grandmother. She broke into a sweet smile, replying, "Thank you, mother, for allowing me to express my longing for my grandmother." The term mother struck a deep chord within the Grand Princess's heart. Chapter 45. In perilous times, the princess of the Long family genuinely felt that Chu Miao was clever, sensible, and remarkably intelligent. However, with unkind parents, she pitted her talents and wished to shelter her under her own wings. The utterance of mother from Chu Miao seemed to evoke memories of the princess's own child who had passed away at a tender age. Gently, she caressed Chu Miao's face. "I shall arrange for someone to discreetly escort you inside. When you wish to acknowledge your parents once more, I will enter the palace and clarify matters with the emperor, ensuring your return to the Chu family. As you have witnessed tonight, your sister can never become the crown princess. Nevertheless, the marriage contract between the crown prince and the Chu family remains intact. If your parents desire to extricate you from the whispers of rumor, it would be a simple task. The crown prince has grown under my watchful eye. He is responsible and the future ruler of the nation. It would be a joy to see a beloved like you wed into the Eastern Palace." "Mother," Chu Miao interjected, halting the princess's words. "My ambitions do not lie in that direction. I only wish for the safety and well-being of my family." This was precisely what the princess admired about Chu Miao: her lack of vanity, her disinterest in fame and fortune, and her ability to adapt to circumstances. In many ways, she reminded the princess of herself. "Very well, I shall not hastily decide your marriage. However, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. Should you find someone you fancy in the future, you may certainly confide in me," the princess said gently. "Thank you, mother, for your considerations," Chu Miao replied. "Do not engage in such formalities. You must acclimate to your identity as the princess of Fuyun. You are my daughter, and the princess's residence is also your home." Chu Miao felt a swirl of emotions. Yet she had never regarded the royal family as her own. She was fearful. If the princess were to discover her intentions to overturn the dynasty, would she still regard her with such benevolence? "Enough, you may leave now." The palanquin came to a halt in an alley. Chu Miao alighted from it and boarded another carriage, returning to the Chu family through the back entrance. Coincidentally, as she made her way to the inner courtyard, she encountered Lin Shi and Chu Yaoshui, who had just returned from the palace. Upon seeing her, Chu Yaoshui's face contorted with rage. "Chu Miao, you wretched creature, a harbinger of misfortune, how dare you return? You have brought me nothing but trouble." With that, Chu Yaoshui lunged at Chu Miao, intent on tearing her face apart. Chu Miao sidestepped, causing Chu Yaoshui to tumble onto the grass. Pin Mei and Pin Huang hurried to assist her. Once on her feet, Chu Yaoshui attempted to charge at Chu Miao again, seeking to mar her appearance. However, Lin Shi stepped in front of Chu Miao just as Chu Yaoshui lunged, delivering a resounding slap to her face, exclaiming furiously, "Be silent." Chu Yaoshui was momentarily stunned, covering her bloodied face in disbelief. "Mother, you hit me." Lin Shi's expression was dark as thunder. She was on the verge of madness due to Chu Yaoshui's antics. What was supposed to be a splendid evening at the moon-viewing banquet had turned her into a laughingstock throughout Yinjing City. "Do not forget, Chu Miao is my biological daughter. You dare to insult her in my presence, calling her wretched and a harbinger of misfortune? Do you even regard me, your adoptive mother?" Lin Shi roared. Casting aside all pretense of propriety, Chu Yaoshui stood frozen in place. Behind Lin Shi, Chu Miao couldn't help but smirk softly. Upon hearing that mocking laughter, Lin Shi instinctively turned around, grasping Chu Miao's arm, wishing to mend their mother-daughter bond. Yet, as Lin Shi reached out, Chu Miao took a step back, stating coldly, "Madam Chu, do not rush to claim kinship. I have returned tonight bearing gifts for you. Nothing is more important than your safe return. Miao Miao, your mother has prepared food for you. Stay in my courtyard tonight, and I shall teach you the proper etiquette, so you are not ignorant when you enter the princess's residence." Lin Shi took a step forward, but Chu Miao retreated 3 steps. Casting a frosty glance at Chu Yaoshui, "The rules of the princess's residence will be taught by the princess herself. I have come specifically to visit my grandmother tonight. You might be better off healing Chu Yaoshui's face. Perhaps she can still bring you some glory." Upon hearing the words "bring glory," Lin Shi's face turned a deep shade of anger. Chapter 46. A perilous situation for Xiao Rongjing. Chu Miaoyue's secret visit to the Wang Manor, she now harbored an intense desire to expel Chu Yaoshui from the Chu family. Wishing to sever all ties with her to avoid further disgrace to the family's name, Lin knew that her previous attitude towards Chu Miao had been rather unwelcoming. Confidently, she believed that Chu Miao could not truly escape the Chu family, even with the support of the Grand Princess. Should she acquire the backing of another prominent family like the Prime Minister's residence, her prospects for marriage would be far superior to others. For instance, she could marry into the Eastern Palace and become the crown princess. Meow meow, mother acknowledges that she has been somewhat harsh with you. But before Lin could finish her sentence, Chu Miao turned on her heel and walked away. Lin stood rooted in place, her lips twitching involuntarily. The ever-cunning Aunt Jiao consoled her. Madam, the young lady has just returned. It is only natural for her to throw a small tantrum. This indicates that she cares deeply for you and the master. If you gently persuade her, she'll settle down after a good sleep. After all, you are her biological mother. They say a mother and child share a close bond. She might be testing your attitude. Give her some time. Upon hearing Aunt Jiao's words, Lin's mood eased somewhat. She glanced back at Chu Yaoxue, noticing the blood and pus on her face, the softness in her eyes now absent. Take the eldest young lady back to Qingfu Courtyard. Qingfu Courtyard. Chu Yaoxue thought she had misheard. Mother, that is where my sister resides. Lin's gaze turned icy as she looked at Chu Yaoxue. Your sister has endured suffering outside for 15 years. Mother asks you to relinquish Furong Pavilion, and you are unwilling? That utterance of mother pierced Chu Yaoxue's heart like a sharp blade. It was time for her to accept reality. Since her failure to attract the rabbit at the Goldenly Hall, which led to a swarm of black bees and a rat infestation, she had ceased to enjoy the privileged status of the sole legitimate daughter. If she wished to avoid being cast out by the Chu family, she must learn to be accommodating from this point forward. Suppressing her resentment and unwillingness, Chu Yaoxue forced a stiff smile and said, Indeed, my sister has suffered greatly. Now that she has returned, it is only right that she receives the best compensation for the past 15 years. Lin's expression softened slightly. Yaoxue, it is good that you think this way. You must understand your current status. The Empress will never allow you to marry into the Eastern Palace again. But do not fear, your sister is here. As long as she marries into the Eastern Palace, I can still find you a suitable match from a reputable family. A suitable family? How could that compare to the honor of being the crown princess? She could yield on everything except this. If they would not grant it, she would fight for it herself. Chu Yaoxue thought this, but dared not reveal a hint of it on her face. Yes, Aksu will heed Mother-S arrangements. Seeing her obedient demeanor and recalling that she had raised her personally, Lin's mood lightened further. Take the eldest young lady back to her courtyard. She should stay there to recuperate until she is fully healed. Sanqing Courtyard. Grandmother. Chu Miao rushed into the courtyard, finding it empty. She hurried toward the Buddhist hall. Upon seeing Chu Miao, Aunt Qin gasped in disbelief. Miss, you have returned. Aunt Qin, where's grandmother? The old lady is inside. You must persuade her. She hasn't eaten properly for several days. Aunt Qin led Chu Miao into the Buddhist hall. When Chu Miao saw the old matriarch, she was kneeling before the Buddha, untouched food laid out before her. Chu Miao felt a pang in her heart, quickly rushing forward to kneel before her grandmother. Grandmother. Old lady, the young lady has returned. The old matriarch slowly opened her eyes, shocked to see Chu Miao kneeling before her. Miao Miao, how did you come back? Did your father treat you poorly? Chu Miao picked up the still warm soup before her and said, Grandmother, please drink this first. I will tell you everything afterward. The old matriarch took the soup and drank it slowly, one sip at a time. Chapter 47. As Lady Chu finished her soup, Chu Miao picked up a bowl of rice beside her and said, Grandmother, please eat first. You need strength to accompany Miao Miao. Aunt Qin, witnessing this scene, felt her eyes welling with tears. She knelt down to take the rice from Chu Miao's hands, saying, Miss, allow me to feed the old lady. She can eat while listening, otherwise, how could she focus on her meal? Indeed, Aunt Qin is right. Grandmother should eat, agreed Lady Chu with a nod. Aunt Qin began to feed the old lady, who obediently opened her mouth to eat. Chu Miao refrained from telling her grandmother about the incident at Fuling Temple, only sharing what she deemed appropriate. In truth, her father had not mistreated her. He merely wished for her not to return to Yanjing before the Mid-Autumn Festival and had sent her to another estate. She did not want to go. She longed to find her grandmother. Upon learning of this, the Grand Princess intervened, bringing her back to Yanjing and adopting Miao Miao as her goddaughter. Now, she was bestowed the title of Fuyun Princess by the Emperor. Both Aunt Qin and Lady Chu were taken aback, turning to gaze at her. The Grand Princess adopted you as her goddaughter, and the Emperor has conferred upon you the title of Fuyun Princess? Lady Chu exclaimed in surprise. How could the Grand Princess? Aunt Qin explained, Our miss is kind-hearted. She has saved so many commoners at Fuling Temple. The Grand Princess likely recognized this and chose to adopt her. Moreover, since the Grand Princess has no children of her own, she must have considered this carefully before making her decision. This is indeed a blessing for our miss. With the Grand Princess's protection, neither the master nor the mistress can easily send her away. Lady Chu sighed in relief. Indeed, who dares call my Meow Meow a jinx? She is truly a fortunate child. Chu Meow simply conveyed her new status as the Grand Princess's goddaughter, trusting that her grandmother would uncover the rest of the details on her own. Grandmother, there is one more thing I wish to ask of you. Chu Meow grasped Lady Chu's hand and said. Lady Chu inquired, what is it? Speak freely. Not long after the moon viewing banquet commenced, news arrived that young Master Rongin had returned to Yanjing, but he appeared gravely injured and unconscious. The emperor had dispatched numerous physicians to attend to him. I understand that what I am about to say may not conform to propriety, but Chu Meow is determined to persuade her grandmother. Kneeling before Lady Chu, she clasped her hands around her grandmother's. When I was 12, I fell from a cliff while gathering herbs, breaking 8 ribs and attracting a pack of wolves, nearly falling into their jaws. Lady Chu gasped in horror. I was unable to move or fend off the wolves when a troop led by young Master Rongin happened to pass by, driving the wolves away and saving my life. He has likely forgotten this incident, yet it has remained etched in my heart. Now, young Master Rongin has been gravely injured while protecting the common people, and I wish to sneak into the Wang mansion to uncover the truth. Lady Chu's expression grew serious. The propriety of a young woman visiting a man's residence was indeed questionable. However, given the life-saving grace she owed him, coupled with the fact that young Master Rongin had personally escorted her to safety at Fuling Temple a month prior, how could she refuse? How can grandmother assist you? The Grand Princess's people awaited at the back gate of the Chu residence. Meow Meow intended to borrow Aunt Chin's assistance to go out and purchase chestnuts. Disguised as a servant, she would leave through the main gate with Aunt Chin and find a way to infiltrate the estate once they reached the Pingnan Wang mansion. A glimmer of resolve shone in Lady Chu's eyes. Young Master Rongin is injured for the sake of the people, and you go to save him. Grandmother will support you in this endeavor. Return safely. Chapter 48. A perilous encounter in the Wangfu in the dead of night. The bamboo grove rustled softly. As the matriarch gazed at the departing figure, her fingers incessantly twirling the prayer beads, Steward Chi approached from the front courtyard, reporting to the matriarch about the recent altercation between Lin and Chu Miao, as well as the matter of Chu Yao Shui relinquishing the Farong Pavilion. Additionally, there was another development. The young lady had returned the servant who had previously assumed her identity back to the residence, instructing the maid to inform the matriarch that the maid was the true second young lady. This revelation had incensed the matriarch. A smile crept across the old matriarch's lips. Laced with mockery, Lin mistook a fisheye for a pearl, oblivious to the fact that the true pearl lies within our grasp. Let her accompany the young lady. Keep a vigilant watch at the gate to ensure her safe return to me. Yes. Both Mama Song and Steward Chi responded in unison. In the Pingnan Wangfu, lights blazed brightly. Servants bustled in and out, carrying basins of blood, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. The 6 sons of the Xiao family were gathered in Xiaoming Pavilion, keeping their adoptive mother, the Pingnan Princess, company. At that moment, Steward Xiao entered the courtyard and whispered in the Pingnan Princess's ear, "My lady, a wandering fortune teller has arrived at the back gate, claiming he can save the young master's life." His words were barely audible, meant solely for the princess. The Pingnan Princess felt a sudden jolt of alertness. Instinctively glancing at the dozen imperial physicians and the crown prince, Imo Hongjin, in the inner chamber. Steeling herself, she rose slowly and followed Steward Xiao outside. Once they exited Xiaoming Pavilion, the Pingnan Princess urgently implored, "Lead me to him at once." Steward Xiao guided her towards Jitong Terrace, the back gate of the Wangfu. Upon his return to report, he had already ushered the fortune teller into Jitong Terrace. Understanding the gravity of the situation concerning the young master's safety and fearing the visitor might leave, as they reached the pavilion, the Pingnan Princess caught sight of a petite figure standing in the distance. Clad in coarse, simple garments, the figure appeared frail and lacked any semblance of a healer, resembling instead a mere servant from the back courtyard. Yet, the Pingnan Princess did not dare to underestimate her. She hastened forward until she stood before the servant. The figure turned, and without preamble, declared, "Chu Miao pays her respects to the Pingnan Princess." Chu Miao? The Pingnan Princess inhaled deeply, her eyes widening as she scrutinized her. The young woman's face was dusted with a medicinal powder, rendering her complexion somewhat sallow and her features ordinary. However, upon closer inspection, the Pingnan princess could still discern Chu Miao's identity through her eyes and brows. Fuyun County Princess. The Pingnan princess gasped, a mixture of surprise and joy flooding her senses. She nearly knelt to implore her to save Xiao Rongjin. Chu Miao lowered her voice. Rongan, the young master, once saved my life and escorted my grandmother and me to Fuling Temple a month ago. I have come to repay my debt. Does the Pingnan princess trust me? Indeed, I trust you. The Pingnan princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she recalled Master Dukhan's words. This calamity shall be crossed with the wife. Her conviction deepened that Chu Miao was indeed fated to be with her son, Jin. Otherwise, she would not have appeared here. Please, my lady, do not make a fuss. Allow me some time to see the young master. I shall not take long. She needed to ascertain Xiao Rongjin's condition and whether her assistance was required before she could depart with peace of mind. The imperial physicians and the crown prince had been inside for half an hour and would soon emerge. I will take you in. With a heart filled with gratitude, the Pingnan princess led Chu Miao into Xiaoming Pavilion. As Chu Miao stepped once more into Xiaoming Pavilion, memories from her past life surged within her. This courtyard had confined Xiao Rongjin for 3 long years, and it had imprisoned her for an entire lifetime. Yet, returning to Xiaoming Pavilion again, her heart was no longer burdened with the grievances of her previous existence. She approached him with hope for life and dreams for the future. Chapter 49. A Perilous Encounter. Mother. Several physicians have already examined the third young master. They are now in the front courtyard discussing the medicinal prescriptions and treatment plans. Father has requested your presence there. A man clad in a fitted black robe emerged from the room and swiftly approached the princess of Pingnan. His slightly tanned complexion, chiseled features, and bright eyes exuded a warrior's aura. He was none other than Xiao Rongqi, the eldest son of the Xiao family and the orphan brought back from the battlefield by the Prince of Pingnan, having joined the military at the tender age of 10 and taken to the battlefield by 11. Xiao Rongqi had endured a decade of warfare and remained unmarried to this day. She recalled that in her previous life, the woman Xiao Rongqi wed was far from virtuous. The princess halted her steps and turned to Chu Miao, saying, "Please fetch a basin of warm water for the young master. Assist him in cleansing himself, but be cautious not to touch his injuries." Understood, Chu Miao replied in a hushed tone. Steward Xiao accompanied Chu Miao as they made their way. Xiao Rongqi glanced back at Chu Miao's retreating figure, finding her visage unfamiliar. Yet, recalling that she was a companion of his mother, he refrained from inquiring further. The princess of Pingnan and Xiao Rongqi walked side by side, asking, "What did the physicians say?" Xiao Rongqi lowered his gaze, furrowing his brow. The third brother's limbs are entirely severed, his ribs severely injured, and he has sustained a head injury. The physicians have diagnosed potential internal hemorrhaging within his skull. If the blood does not dissipate, he may remain in a perpetual state of unconsciousness. He revealed only half the truth, withholding the knowledge that even if Xiao Rongjin were to awaken, his grievous injuries would render him utterly incapacitated. Xiao Rongqi clenched his fists in silent frustration. Upon hearing his words, the princess of Pingnan refrained from further inquiries. She understood that the physician's words could not be entirely trusted. She only placed faith in one individual. As long as Chu Miao had not condemned her son to a death sentence, she believed there was still hope for him. Inside the room, Steward Xiao stood vigil at the door. Chu Miao entered, holding a basin of warm water. The room was permeated with the pungent stench of blood. Her gaze immediately fell upon the man lying on the bed. He wore scant clothing, his hands resting atop the covers, with his wrists bound in layers of white gauze. Chu Miao held her breath as she approached him, her heart tightening at the sight of his pallid and haggard countenance. Even knowing that these injuries were self-inflicted, the pain was palpable, and it felt as though it penetrated her very soul. She set down the basin and seated herself beside Xiao Rongjin, grasping his hand and hastily unwrapping the gauze from his wrist. Suddenly, his icy hand clasped hers firmly. Chu Miao instinctively glanced up at the man. Xiao Rongjin had opened his eyes at some point. "You've awakened?" Chu Miao inquired, her emotions in turmoil. A faint smile graced Xiao Rongjin's pale, handsome face. "Jiao Jiao, you've come to see me. Yet, in such a state, you appear rather unappealing. I nearly failed to recognize you." The term Jiao Jiao nearly brought her to tears. On their wedding night in her previous life, when Xiao Rongjin had lifted her veil and called her Jiao Jiao, she had turned away, coldly stating, "I am Chu Miao, and I shall always be Chu Miao." She detested the name Gu Jiao Nyang, believing that only Chu Miao could restore her standing within the Chu family. Gu Jiaonyang was merely the daughter of a widow. Having returned to the Chu family and encountered the crown prince amidst the splendor of the world, she had come to view the name Gu Jiaonyang as a mark of disgrace in her life. With tears welling in her eyes, Chu Miao lowered her head abruptly, only to realize Xiao Rongjin's hand was indeed able to hold hers. What did this signify for his condition? Chapter 50. Danger for Xiao Rongjin. Chu Miaoyue's secret visit to the Wangfu. She immediately unwrapped the gauze around his wrist, inspecting it closely. The veins within the wound appeared severed. However, her grandfather once mentioned a particular medicine that could mimic the appearance of severed veins, making them seem as fragile as hair. Although Xiao Rongjin's veins seemed to be cut, there was a barely discernible fine thread still connecting them. He had used this medicine to create a fade. Did you figure it out? Xiao Rongjin inquired with a smile. Chu Miaoyue did not respond. She extended her hand to unveil the gauze on his other wrist. From the wound, she discovered the slender thread. She could ascertain that Xiao Rongjin's veins were, in fact, intact. Have you made transactions with those unscrupulous physicians from the black market? Chu Miaoyue asked, a hint of anger in her voice. Xiao Rongjin hesitated for a moment before nodding. I heard it was a remarkable remedy, so I decided to try it. Who would have thought it would frighten everyone in the Wangfu? The emperor even summoned half the Imperial Medical Institute to examine me, and the crown prince personally came to inquire about my condition. Most importantly, he glanced at Chu Miaoyue, his smile radiant. It brought you here as well. Chu Miaoyue observed the smile on his face. She was unsure why she felt angered. Perhaps it was simply the absurdity of the situation. His words gave her the impression of having stumbled into a den of thieves. She stood up, intending to disregard him. At the moment she rose, Xiao Rongjin grasped her sleeve, looking at her with earnest eyes. But my rib is genuinely broken. Would you like to take a look? Chu Miaoyue was both amused and exasperated. How did it happen? Well, he hesitated. Can I not say? It's not that I can't, but I fear you may feel distressed. Xiao Rongjin wore a troubled expression. Chu Miaoyue pulled her sleeve back. We are not related. I am merely investigating as a physician. You are but a stranger to me. Why would I feel distressed for you? Xiao Rongjin sighed. Very well, but you must promise not to feel distressed in secret. Chu Miaoyue was taken aback by his audacity. Nevertheless, observing Xiao Rongjin's current state, she deemed her worries unnecessary. I rolled down from the peak of Fuling Temple to the foot of the mountain, he declared. Chu Miaoyue gasped. Are you out of your mind? Those imperial physicians are no fools. They will ascertain how I obtained these injuries. It is merely 9 broken ribs. A recovery period of 10 days or half a month will suffice. I was contemplating whether to follow your suggestion and cripple my legs. But if I were to lose my legs, how would I ever marry the heir, right? At the mention of heir, he deliberately glanced at Chu Miaoyue. Her eyelids twitched violently at his audacious scheme. If you truly wish for it, I could assist you in crippling your legs. After all, a completely incapacitated person would surely put the emperor and the crown prince at ease. He stared at her for a considerable time before managing to utter, Are you serious? Absolutely. Chu Miaoyue nodded earnestly, her expression grave. Xiao Rongjin instinctively tightened his legs together. If my legs were to be crippled, who would still wish to marry me? Chu Miaoyue was left speechless. What are you thinking? I meant to say that I could use medicine to temporarily numb your legs. By midnight, you would regain sensation and be able to move about freely, which would not affect your future of marrying and having children. Marrying and having children, he mused. How might I repay you? Xiao Rongjin asked with a smile. No need for that. Chu Miaoyue retrieved her golden needles from her clothing and lifted his blanket, saying, It is merely. Before she could finish her sentence, she swiftly pulled the blanket back. Her face, dusted with yellow powder, flushed a fiery red. Chapter 51. A dangerous encounter at the Wangfu. Underneath his covers, Xiao Rongjin wore nothing but a pair of undergarments, his legs exposed. Although they had been husband and wife in a past life, they were now merely unmarried individuals. More significantly, in Chu Miaoyue's heart, there existed a considerable distinction between the present Xiao Rongjin and the one from her former existence. At this moment, the young prodigy was in the prime of his youth, and his gaze upon her was enough to render her quite embarrassed. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Chu Miao chided Xiao Rongjin with a hint of annoyance. Xiao Rongjin appeared somewhat innocent, bewildered as to why she had suddenly lifted the covers. But what does it matter? Sooner or later, you would have to see it anyway. In front of a physician, there is no distinction between male and female, he retorted. Chu Miao's lips twitched slightly. Indeed, there was no gender difference before a healer, and her earlier actions had made her feel somewhat guilty. She stepped forward, lifting the edge of the quilt to reveal only his knees, before deftly placing golden needles around them. Soon, Xiao Rongjin's legs fell numb, particularly around the knees, which felt tingly and warm, no longer under his control. After nearly 15 minutes, Chu Miao withdrew the needles and instructed, "Now try to move." "I can't move," Xiao Rongjin replied. Chu Miao nodded in satisfaction. "That's correct. If you can't move, it indicates that the treatment is effective. Do not worry. By tomorrow, you will regain mobility. Remember, once you can move, you must get up and be active." With that, she re-wrapped the gauze around his wrist and patiently advised, "Do not take any illicit drugs. Have Luing come to the Mingyi building tomorrow, and I shall prepare some quick-acting medicine for you that will not harm your body, yet will deceive the world into believing you have become a true invalid." Thus, for a time, the Emperor Zhao Yuan would be deterred from taking any action against the Xiao family, as he highly valued his own reputation. Should the Xiao family face consecutive misfortunes, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion among the populace. As she secured the bandage on his wrist, she prepared to rise. Xiao Rongjin, however, seized her wrist first, asking, "Are you leaving?" "My grandmother, in gratitude for your escort to Fuling Temple, secretly sent me out of the Chu family. She allowed me to stay in the Wangfu for only a short while, and the time has nearly come for me to return." "Lady Old Master sent you here?" He seemed to have grasped some significant information. The idea that the esteemed matriarch would permit her to venture into the Prince of Pingnan's residence to treat him was astonishing. "Yes, my grandmother is aware of your grave injuries and knows I have medical knowledge, hence she consented to my visit. As for the other matters, I trust one need not elaborate further. The emperor is highly suspicious, and the Xiao family must devise a countermeasure," Chu Miao sincerely cautioned. Given Xiao Rongjin's intelligence, it was likely he would soon formulate a plan. "Chu Miao, what kind of woman are you?" Xiao Rongjin maintained his grip on her hand, as if he had dreamt of her in the past. He wished to hold on to her, preventing her from descending into despair. "I previously mentioned that I have dreamed of you, but not just once, countless times. Could it be that we were fated in a former life? I believe you must have been my wife in that existence, for I cannot help but yearn for the one in my dreams." The phrase "yearn in my heart" resonated differently within Chu Miao. She cast her gaze upon the man lying on the bed, and, to mask her inner feelings of guilt, let out a light laugh. "Are you not afraid that she might be the cursed fate that brought ruin to your entire clan? A cursed fate is still a fate. If you truly annihilated my family in a past life, then in this life, I shall be bound to you," he teased, raising an eyebrow. "I will keep you by my side and ensure my descendants are plentiful." Chapter 52. Upon hearing those words, Chu Miao felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, her face a mask of sternness devoid of any expression. She gazed quietly at the man lying on the bed, an uncontainable warmth swelling within her. He remained so foolish, so innocent, treating matters of love with such purity. In his world, there seemed to be only love and indifference. In their past life, he devoted all his affection to her. In this life, she dared not, for she had no reason to accept such genuine feelings. Because she felt unworthy, she raised her other hand and gently pried open his palm, saying, "It's getting late. I must take my leave." He did not stop her, allowing her to depart. Yet, in the fleeting moment as Chu Miao turned away, a trace of helplessness flickered in Xiao Rongjin's eyes. That little girl seemed rather difficult to deceive. The full moon hung high in the sky. After leaving the Prince Pingnan's residence, Imo Hongjin hurried back to the Zhengqian Palace to report to Emperor Zhao Yuan about Xiao Rongjin's condition. It was confirmed by the imperial physician, Lian Tai, that Xiao Rongjin had suffered severe injuries. His limbs were shattered, his skull had sustained grave damage, and all 9 ribs were broken, leaving him with no sensation in his hands. As for his legs, Lian Tai stated they would need to be examined thoroughly once Xiao Rongjin awoke. However, even upon awakening, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to return to his former state. Hearing this, Emperor Zhao Yuan frowned slightly, clearly dissatisfied with such a prognosis. "What of Song Lingheng?" the emperor inquired. The crown prince replied, "I have inquired. Song Lingheng fell alongside Xiao Rongjin from Wongshan Ghost Cliff. The Xiao family's army and the Song family's guards have yet to locate him and are still searching." Emperor Zhao Yuan remarked, "If the heir of Rongan becomes a cripple, it would surely impact the Xiao family's military." The crown prince, understanding the emperor's desired outcome, flatteringly responded, "It is quite simple for the imperial physicians to reduce a healthy individual to a mere shadow of themselves. Besides, he currently lies there. For His Majesty to allow him a breath of life is already a tremendous boon for the Xiao family." Exercise caution. Do not reveal any flaws. After all, there are still others at the Prince Pingnan's residence. Eliminating one does not eradicate the remaining 6, each skilled in their own right. Moreover, the Prince Pingnan holds considerable renown. Uprooting this thorn in our side may require some time. Rest assured, Father, I shall take care of the others, Mo Hongjin confidently assured regarding the elimination of Xiao Rongjing. His primary concern remained the matter of his marriage to Chu Yaoshua, which he wished to dissolve promptly in search of a more suitable match. Tonight's moon viewing banquet, what does His Majesty intend regarding the incident involving the Chu family's eldest daughter, which attracted both rats and black bees amidst the crowd? Mo Hongjin asked. Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhou Yuan's demeanor soured. On such a fine occasion, allowing such ominous occurrences to transpire was an ill omen for a sovereign. A nation would not prosper with an unworthy daughter as its empress. The future crown princess must embody grace, virtue, and, most importantly, bring good fortune to the realm. Otherwise, it would be a source of ridicule for other nations. I shall have your mother arrange for the dissolution of your engagement to Miss Chu and seek a more suitable lady for the title of crown princess. Mo Hongjin recalled another young woman from the Chu family present at tonight's banquet. He had also been there when Chu Miao returned to her family. Moreover, he sensed that Chu Miao harbored feelings for him. Her talents and decisiveness displayed this evening had left a lasting impression on Mo Hongjin. Additionally, she was favored by his aunt. If he wished to align himself with the influence of the Chu family, then Chu Miao was undoubtedly the ideal choice. Father, I have someone in mind who can replace Miss Chu. Chapter 53. Mo Hongjin contemplated the prospect of continuing the marriage alliance with the Chu family in order to pacify Prime Minister Chu. The Emperor Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Oh, who might that be? The second young lady of the Chu family, now the esteemed Princess Fuyun. A flicker of light danced in the Emperor's eyes, mingled with a look of puzzlement. Are you saying that Princess Fuyun is the second young lady of the Chu family? Indeed. But isn't she the notorious Tiangu Shaxing causing quite a stir in Yanjing City lately? The Emperor's question trailed off as a realization dawned upon him. He slammed his palm on the table, irritation sparking in his gaze. The Chu family has long been aware of the ill fortune surrounding the eldest daughter and seeks to substitute her with the second daughter to maintain the marriage to your fiancée. Deceiving even me. He loathed being misled. Mo Hongjin immediately knelt, advocating on behalf of the Chu family and Chu Miao. Father, I understand that my defense of the Chu family may provoke your ire, yet you witnessed their merit tonight. The second daughter possesses extraordinary medical skills, praised by esteemed elders of the Imperial Medical Institute. I believe that a future crown princess must not only be dignified and virtuous, but possess additional talents that surpass mere poetic or artistic skills. Moreover, these talents can be nurtured over time. Furthermore, he continued fervently, the Princess Fuyun has already garnered a remarkable reputation as a divine healer among the populace. Should she be integrated into the royal family, her illustrious title could indeed win the hearts of the people for you. Father, Mo Hongjin elaborated with fervor. The Emperor's expression softened slightly as he listened. Later, we can concoct an excuse to clarify the recent rumors surrounding the Tiangu Shaxing so that no one would dare associate the divine healer with such a title. The Emperor narrowed his eyes, suddenly aware that his son possessed a strategic acumen that rivaled his own in youth, displaying a similarly expansive mindset. It pleases me that the Crown Prince considers the welfare of our nation and family. Then, Mo Hongjin raised his gaze. Shall this matter be entrusted to me? I shall also keep an eye on the Xiao family. As Mo Hongjin exited the Zhengqian Hall, Chu Jingde had already knelt outside for a full 2 hours. Approaching him, Mo Hongjin looked down from his elevated position and spoke. I have interceded with Father on your behalf and revealed the true identity of Princess Fuyun. He is exceedingly displeased with your family's actions, but considering the princess's remarkable contributions, he has chosen not to impose punishment. However, the union between our families is no longer feasible. You must devise a way to make amends. The princess's esteemed reputation is sufficient to secure her a place in the Eastern Palace. Do you understand what needs to be done? Chu Jingde was initially anxious, then astonished, and finally relieved. He respectfully bowed to Mo Hongjin. I am deeply grateful to His Highness for granting me a chance at redemption and to His Majesty for sparing my life. I shall remain loyal and diligent, ensuring that my second daughter is well prepared to serve both the Emperor and your Highness. I will personally visit the princess's residence tomorrow. It would be prudent for the Chu family to resolve matters within your household. Mo Hongjin's words bore both reassurance and admonition. Despite his firm stance, He was ultimately satisfied with Chu Jingda's demeanor. With his hands clasped behind his back, he swiftly departed, his thoughts consumed by an unshakable image. Eagerly anticipating the dawn to meet Chu Miao. Chapter 54. As dawn broke, whispers filled the streets and alleys of Yanjing City. A month prior, the renowned healer who offered free consultations and medicines at Fuling Temple was revealed to be none other than the beloved adopted daughter of the princess, Lady Fuyun. Additionally, there were rumors that Lady Fuyun was the legitimate second daughter of Madame Chu. It was said that the girl who had been sent away was not actually Miss Chu Air, but rather the daughter of a servant. This servant's daughter had been attending to Miss Chu Air, wearing her clothes and adornments, and due to her unscrupulous behavior, Madame Chu mistakenly took the disfigured servant girl, stung by black bees, for her own daughter. In truth, Miss Chu Air had accompanied the matriarch to Fuling Temple on the day of the elder Miss Chu's birthday and had not attended the celebratory feast. Such an absurdity. A mother mistaking a servant's daughter for her own flesh and blood. What a remarkable tale. It was no wonder that Madame Chu made such an error. Miss Chu Air had only returned to the Chu family for a mere 3 months, having spent the previous time in the countryside. At the Minjiatang pharmacy, Chu Miao emerged from the tea lane. Each tea shop and stall buzzed with discussions about her and the Chu family's affairs. With a detached demeanor, she walked through the tea lane and entered the Minjiatang pharmacy, a property under the auspices of the Princess of Ping'an. She presented her prescription to the shopkeeper and proceeded to the inner hall's resting area. Lu Ying had been waiting there. Mississippi. Chu Miao extracted 2 vials of medicine from her clothing and handed them to her. The white vial contains the antidote for the toxins from the dark market physician. After taking it, your master's meridians will recover swiftly. The blue vial is for severing the meridians without causing harm to the body. It is mild and non-toxic. Understood, Lu Ying replied, accepting the vials. Chu Miao lowered her voice and inquired, "How is your master faring now?" He awoke before dawn. The imperial physician examined his legs and found them completely insensate. The physician warned that if there is no sensation after 3 consecutive days of medication, your master's legs may be lost forever. Knowing this, he has grown irritable, shattering several bowls of medicine. Lu Ying's voice was equally hushed. Chu Miao reflected that this was indeed a normal reaction for someone confronted with the prospect of disability. One must admit, Xiao Rongjin was quite the actor. And what of the Princess of Ping'an? Chu Miao pondered another individual. Lu Ying paused, casting a scrutinizing glance at Chu Miao. Chu Miao understood that the shadow guards were inherently sensitive, especially Lu Ying, who specialized in gathering intelligence. The Princess of Ping'an had been weeping incessantly, fainting multiple times. From her clothing, Chu Miao retrieved a pink porcelain vial and said, "This is for the Princess of Ping'an. Deliver it to her personally. If she inquires about the source of the medicine, you may speak the truth. In this life." Aside from Xiao Rongjin, the person she felt most remorseful towards was the Princess of Ping'an. After exiting the Minjiatang, Chu Miao headed straight to the residence of the princess. The palace matron had already arrived at the pavilion where she was currently staying. "Your Grace, the princess has sent me to bring you for a fitting of several new garments." "Very well," Chu Miao responded, following the matron to the princess's courtyard. The embroiderers invited by the princess were renowned artisans from the famous embroidery workshop in Yanjing. Noble ladies wishing to commission a set of clothing from this workshop would typically wait a year and a half. However, with a word from the princess, all the embroiderers were summoned. Upon entering the embroidery hall, Chu Miao greeted the princess. Daughter pays her respects to mother. The princess, beaming with joy, took Chu Miao's hand and remarked, "As a noble lady now, you can no longer wear such attire. I have arranged for several sets to be custom-made for you, and they will be completed within 2 days for your use." "Thank you, mother," Chu Miao replied obediently as the embroiderers took her measurements. The head of the workshop lavished praise on Chu Miao's charming appearance, delighting the princess. It had been a year and a half since the servants in the princess's residence had witnessed her express such happiness. They now regarded Chu Miao not only as their mistress, but as a cherished ancestor. As the matron entered, she announced, "Your Grace, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived," but she glanced at Chu Miao and continued, "His Royal Highness has brought Madame Chu along." Upon hearing the latter part, Chu Miao's brows instinctively furrowed. Chapter 55. The princess instinctively turned to glance at Chu Miao, then raised her hand to gesture. The seamstresses in the room withdrew one after another. The princess approached Chu Miao and said, "Jiao Jiao, your mother should be here to take you home. What are your thoughts on this?" Chu Miao looked at the princess and replied, "For the sake of profit, not for my mother. For schemes, not for my father. In my heart, The only kin I have in the Chu family is my grandmother. Is my mother truly intent on sending me back? Upon hearing these words, the princess was immensely pleased. Humans are inherently self-serving. She had completely embraced Chu Miao under her wing, nurturing her as if she were her own daughter. Who would wish to send such a clever and charming child back? As long as you do not wish to return, no one can compel you, yet she is, after all, your biological mother. I shall meet her myself and extinguish her hopes. I will personally escort you there. The princess took Chu Miao's hand and exited the exquisite chamber, heading towards the Yanyan courtyard. The crown prince and Lady Lin were seated in the hall. When Chu Miao and the princess entered, both Lady Lin and the crown prince rose to greet them. Hongjin pays his respects to my aunt, he said, bowing. Your servant pays respects to the princess. Lady Lin followed, acknowledging her. Chu Miao, however, lowered her gaze and expressionlessly greeted Mu Hongjin, saying, This humble daughter pays her respects to His Highness the Crown Prince. Sister need not be so formal, Mu Hongjin replied, his gaze fixated upon Chu Miao, as if he wished to see through her entirely. Yet, the air of mystery surrounding her captivated him profoundly. When he first encountered her, she had appeared timid and unassuming, akin to an unsightly wild duck. Now, that same wild duck had unexpectedly taken flight, astonishing all. Clearly, he had underestimated her. The princess was acutely aware of Lady Lin's intentions for coming, and her disdain for Lady Lin's actions rendered her unwilling to engage in prolonged conversation. She turned to Chu Miao and said, Jiao, converse with your mother. Here, you shall not be disturbed, nor can anyone force you to do anything. Yes, mother. Chu Miao's voice rang out, clear and resounding, piercing Lady Lin's heart. She was indeed her biological mother. Yet, now her daughter addressed the princess with such affectionate familiarity. Chu Miao must be deliberately trying to provoke her. Yes, surely Jiao cared deeply about her biological mother's opinion. Hence the way she called the princess in front of her. Upon hearing the term mother, the princess's smile broadened, her spirits lifted as she exited the main hall. Mu Hongjin followed suit, leaving only Lady Lin and Chu Miao in the hall. Chu Miao casually chose a seat, her expression frosty as she stated, Speak. Lady Lin observed her daughter and stepped forward eagerly. However, Chu Miao suddenly turned, her indifferent gaze freezing Lady Lin in her tracks. Lady Lin halted, forcing a dry smile. Miao, do not regard your mother with such eyes. I have come specifically to take you home today. Although you are the adopted daughter of the princess and hold the title of Fuyun County Princess bestowed by the emperor, you cannot remain in your adoptive mother's residence indefinitely. What else? Chu Miao raised an eyebrow in retort. Seeing that Chu Miao had not outright rejected her, Lady Lin continued. Mother has already clarified the matter regarding the Tiangu Sha Xing. The common folk in the streets now sing praises of your name as the divine healer. The engagement between the crown prince and the Chu family will not be dissolved. Indeed, your elder sister is no longer qualified to become the future crown princess. You shall soon marry into the Eastern Palace, becoming the most esteemed woman, and both the emperor and empress hold you in high regard. Most importantly, I am also very pleased. Chu Miao fixed her gaze upon Lady Lin, scrutinizing her for a while before absently picking up a nearby teacup and toying with the lid. Casually uttering, Have you yet to awaken? Chapter 56. Mo Hongjin's feelings towards Chu Miao last night. Mother spent an entire sleepless night, feeling both guilty and gratified for you. At dawn, she rose to tidy up. His Highness the Crown Prince also arrived at the Chu residence at first light, discussing the marriage between the Chu family and the royal family, which indicates his genuine concern for you. Just look at your current status. You are not only the esteemed Princess Fuyun, but also a legitimate daughter of the Chu family. In the future, you are destined to become the crown princess of the Eastern Palace, a position of unparalleled honor and fortune. The more Lin expressed her thoughts, the more excited she became. She yearned to reclaim the dignity lost by Chu Yaoxua through Chu Miao. She anticipated bringing Chu Miao into the noble circle, eager to see who would dare to look down upon her. What Lin longed for most was the title of crown princess. Since Chu Yaoxua could no longer marry, Chu Miao could take her place. If Chu Miao became the crown princess, she would be a true member of the royal family, far more illustrious than being merely the Princess Fuyun. Chu Miao let out a cold laugh. Do you think if I refuse to return with you, you will persistently come to the princess's residence? Lin took a seat opposite her, saying, I am your mother. What is wrong with visiting my daughter? Even the emperor cannot stop me. Moreover, as my daughter, if you do not show filial piety in front of me, others will seize the opportunity to speak ill of you. Of course, mother does not oppose you staying at the princess's residence, as the Princess Fuyun. You must return to it. However, you cannot neglect the Chu family. In the future, as you marry into the Eastern Palace, you will need to leave from the gates of the Chu family. Your identity as Princess Fuyun will provide you with an advantage, and you must also please the princess. Chu Miao chuckled derisively, mocking herself for once trying to curry favor with Lin for this triviality. Turning her face away, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she retorted, "If I were to disgrace you like Chu Yaoxue and fail to become the future crown princess, would you still want me back in the Chu family?" Lin dismissed her words, confident that the people of Yinjing praised her second daughter as a living bodhisattva, a celestial healer. How could she possibly bring disgrace to her? Yaoxue was merely her adopted daughter, while you are her biological daughter. No matter what, she would never abandon you. Indeed, she would not abandon her. As long as there remained a shred of value in her, Lin Wenwan and Chu Zhengde would exhaust every means to exploit her until she was utterly worthless. Thus, if she did not follow Lin back, Lin would incessantly disturb her, disrupting the princess's tranquility. With the support of the crown prince behind the Chu family, remaining in the princess's residence would inevitably lead Lin to use the princess to her advantage. Weighing her options, Chu Miao devised a foolproof plan. "Very well," she said, turning her face away coldly. "I will return with you, but you must promise never to come to the princess's residence again." Lin was overjoyed, standing up excitedly. "I assure you, I will never disturb the princess. But you must listen to me. Once we return home, I will arrange for musicians, painters, dancers, and chess masters to instruct you. I will also hire the best teachers in Yanjing to teach you literacy and poetry. You must study diligently." Chu Miao scoffed inwardly, disdainful. They sought to employ the same methods to coerce her along the same path. Very well. She would show them what it meant to suffer disgrace. As the hall doors opened, Lin's face was beaming with smiles as she attempted to grasp Chu Miao's hand, only to have it evaded. Seeing Chu Miao emerge, the princess approached and gently held her small hand, inquiring, "Have you resolved everything?" Before Chu Miao could respond, Lin eagerly proclaimed her authority, "Your Highness, I have reconciled with Miao Miao and cleared up misunderstandings. I am grateful for your care of her during these days." The princess cast a dispassionate glance at Lin. Noticing Lin's smug demeanor, she understood that Chu Miao intended to return to the Chu family. Although somewhat disappointed, she did not intend to forcibly bind Chu Miao. "Upon your return, I will have someone deliver the prepared garments to you." "No need, mother. I will visit you every noon to pay my respects, and then we can try on each piece one by one." The princess smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Your status is different now. You should have several attendants by your side. I will send Aunt Guan to accompany you, along with 4 senior maidservants and 6 second-tier maidservants. And I will also procure some capable matrons from the market." Lin's eyelids twitched violently. The princess's actions were a slap in the face to her as a biological mother. Chapter 57. Lin's lips twitched slightly as she stepped forward to address the princess. "Your Highness, I have already arranged everything for Miao Miao." The princess regarded Lin with indifference, her tone devoid of warmth as she retorted softly, "That is your intention. I do not wish for my dear to leave the princess's residence only to be bullied. I prefer to have someone I trust watching over her." While speaking, the princess delicately adjusted Chu Miao's disheveled hair. Lin felt subtly insulted, her expression barely containing her distress. Miao Miao is returning home. Who would dare to bully her? If anyone truly looked down on her, I, as her mother, would be the first to object. "Humph." The princess scoffed derisively, turning her face away, disinterested in furthering her rapport with Lin. "You may leave." Chu Miao performed a respectful bow and exited the princess's residence alongside Lin. Upon reaching the entrance, Chu Miao discovered that the Chu family had dispatched a ceremonial escort to welcome her home. This was indeed characteristic of Lin's methods. Eager for all of Yinjing to know that she had a daughter who was the esteemed Princess Fuyun of the princess's residence, a chill coursed through Chu Miao's heart. Once inside the carriage arranged by Lin addressed Chu Miao. "How could you tell the princess that you would return to the princess's residence every day? It is not that I prevent you from going back. Of course, you must return to the princess's residence. However, our upcoming schedule will be tight. I hope you will learn your skills first and then nurture your relationship with the princess." Lin continued, "In a month, I will invite the noble ladies of Yinjing to our peach blossom garden, allowing you to become acquainted with the influential and established connections, which will benefit your future marriage to the Eastern Palace." Marriage to the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing those words, Chu Miao's eyes narrowed slightly. She refrained from openly rejecting Lin's intentions regarding her union with Mo Hongjin, yet her mind was already devising a plan. Like Lin, Mo Hongzhen prized a woman's lineage and talents. In her past life, Chu Miao had blindly followed Mo Hongzhen, indulging Chu Yaoxiwei and concealing her brilliance. Now, with her reputation as an esteemed healer, she could indeed win the hearts of the people for Mo Hongzhen. He was certainly playing a clever game, dreaming of a grand future. Noticing her silence, Lin assumed that Chu Miao had absorbed her words. Upon returning to the Prime Minister's residence, Lin glanced at Mo Hongzhen, who had arrived earlier, and remarked, "Miao Miao, it seems His Royal Highness has something to discuss with you." Chu Miao raised her gaze slightly towards the man standing under the eaves. Clad in a deep blue robe, with his hands clasped behind his back, he stood tall and dignified, exuding an air of nobility. An impressive figure indeed. At that moment, she noticed Chu Yaoxiwei, veiled and standing in the pavilion behind Mo Hongzhen. Even through the veil, Chu Miao could sense the resentment and indignation radiating from Chu Yaoxiwei. Adjusting her gown, Chu Miao ascended the steps and approached Mo Hongzhen. Performing a courteous bow, Mo Hongzhen appeared pleased with her demeanor. He gently called out, "I have heard my aunt refer to you as Jiao Jiao. Thus I, Your Royal Highness." Chu Miao interjected with grace, "The princess referred to my given name. It is not customary for anyone other than parents or husbands to address a woman by her given name." Her words subtly suggested that Mo Hongzhen should maintain propriety. Lin's eyelids twitched in surprise. "Miao Miao, how can you speak to His Royal Highness in such a manner?" Mo Hongzhen interjected with a smile, "It is I who was remiss. I shall call you Sister Chu instead." "I have an elder sister," Chu Miao replied. "I am uncertain which Sister Chu you are addressing." "Chu Miao." Lin's anxiety escalated, her tone becoming more forceful. Mo Hongzhen raised his hand to halt Lin's reprimand, smiling as he said, "It is of no matter. I quite favor the temperament of Sister Chu Miao." A radiant smile graced Chu Miao's lips, yet her gaze subtly drifted towards the pavilion where Chu Yaoxiwei stood. Her chin raised slightly as she expressed, "Thank you, Your Royal Highness, for your kindness. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest." With that, Chu Miao performed a graceful bow and turned decisively to depart, followed by a throng of attendants who had accompanied her from the princess's residence. Witnessing this scene, Lin's fury simmered beneath the surface. Chapter 58. As Lin's anger simmered beneath the surface, she restrained herself in the presence of His Highness the Crown Prince. Once Chu Miao had distanced herself, Lin cautiously offered her apologies to Mo Hongzhen. "Your Highness, Chu Miao is newly returned to the Chu family and is unfamiliar with many customs. I have already enlisted several governesses to instruct her, and I assure you that such disrespectful behavior will not occur again." Mo Hongzhen gazed at the departing Chu Miao, a faint smile gracing his handsome features. "Miss Chu is genuine. There is no need for Lady Chu to be excessively harsh." Relieved by his lack of anger, Lin secretly exhaled. "I must thank Your Highness for your understanding. My daughter's errors today reflect my shortcomings as her mother. Nevertheless, Miao Miao's status is distinct from that of other noble ladies." Mo Hongzhen remained silent, for in his eyes, it was essential that Chu Miao maintain her authenticity while adhering to royal decorum. With so many eyes upon her, he naturally wished for his future princess consort to embody perfection. In his presence, she could express her true self. Yet she must uphold the dignity befitting her station to avoid losing her composure. With hands clasped behind his back, he nodded slightly before departing swiftly. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Yaoxiwei had been watching from a pavilion nearby. After Mo Hongzhen's departure, Lin's anger rekindled at Chu Miao's demeanor towards him. After all, he was the crown prince. Other noble ladies would vie for his attention, yet she displayed indifference. What was her intention? Lin would not allow Chu Miao to jeopardize this royal match. Turning on her heels, she hurried towards the direction Chu Miao had gone. Seeing this, Chu Yaoxiwei urged the maid behind her, quickly return to Qingfu courtyard. As Lin arrived at the courtyard where Chu Miao had resided, she encountered Chu Yaoxiwei emerging from Qingfu courtyard. With an air of innocence, she approached Lin and bowed. "Mother, you have come. I was just on my way to pay my respects to you. Has my sister not returned?" Logically, Chu Miao should have returned to Qingfu courtyard first, for she had yet to inform her about relinquishing Furong Pavilion. Chu Yaoxiwei feigned confusion. Has she come back? Upon hearing this, Lin realized that Chu Miao had not returned to Qingfu. She must have gone to Songqing courtyard. Fuming, she prepared to head there to retrieve her. Chu Yaoxiwei called after Lin, "Mother, what troubles you? Has my sister offended you?" Lin furrowed her brow, wishing for Chu Yaoxiwei to refrain from meddling in her affairs with Chu Miao. She turned to look at Chu Yaoxiwei, noticing her veiled face, and said, "You are still recovering. Stay within Qingfu and do not wander about, especially with the crown prince visiting the Chu family frequently. I cannot allow you to entertain any notions regarding him. Chu Yaoxue stifled a bitter smile, suppressing any hint of discontent. Yes, I understand. I merely wish to convey that my sister has finally returned home, and there has been a misunderstanding between you two. Now that she is back, it is best to soothe her emotions first. Once she calms down, we can gently instruct her on propriety without haste. After all, her current status is not the same as before. Should she feel uncomfortable in our home, she might return to the princess's residence. And the princess may think she is being wronged here. We must not let outsiders seize upon such matters. Though Lin's anger had not fully dissipated, Chu Yushue's words brought a moment of clarity. The princess seemed poised to reclaim Chu Miao at any moment. Therefore, she could not afford to act impulsively. With this realization, Lin regarded Chu Yaoxue more favorably. She stepped forward, grasping Chu Yaoshue's hand, and sighed. If only Chu Miao were as obedient as you, I would have no worries. Lowering her gaze, Chu Yaoxue replied, Mother, I am aware of my current standing. I wish for the well-being of the Chu family and for you, hoping that you and my sister will resolve your misunderstandings soon. However, deep down, Chu Yaoxue secretly wished for Chu Miao to continue her mischief. Chapter 59. The thoughts of Mo Hongjin towards Chu Miao. Only by continuing her performance can Chu Miao stir Lin's memories of the goodness of her adopted daughter. Lin indeed feels a sense of pity for Chu Yaoxue at present. Behind Chu Yaoxue, Pinmei whispered, Madam. The eldest young lady had not encountered such incidents during her previous performance of the surprise dance. Why have the last two performances drawn the black bees? Pinmei, why do you suddenly mention this? Chu Yaoxue admonished sternly. Nevertheless, Pinmei's words caused Lin to grow more vigilant. Indeed, Yaoxue had attended numerous gatherings since childhood. Why did only these two occasions lead to mishaps? The servant, curious as she was, remarked, Isn't the second young lady knowledgeable in medicine? I have heard from my brother that dark market physicians can concoct potions that attract birds and beasts. Could it be that someone is deliberately sabotaging the eldest young lady to disrupt the marriage between the Chu family and His Highness the Crown Prince? Pinmei's face was filled with confusion. Chu Yushue's anger deepened. You may speak your mind, but why mention the second young lady? What connection does she have with the dark physicians? Pinmei lowered her head and tapped her lips, saying, I am merely curious. Both incidents involving the eldest young lady occurred in grand settings, and it seems as though someone has meticulously planned this. Lin's expression gradually darkened. Yet, she remained silent, only saying, Aksu, you should return to the courtyard to recuperate. Mother, please do not heed Pinmei's nonsensical ramblings. My sister may understand medicine, but I firmly believe she would never associate with dark market physicians. Perhaps it is merely Aksu's ill fortune. Chu Yaoxue lowered her head, her hand gently caressing her face. Tears glistening in her eyes, Aksa blames herself for being ineffectual, wasting so much of Mother's effort. Fortunately, I still have my sister. Mother must not let these unfounded matters create a rift between us. Aksu will return to recuperate properly, and you need not worry about my health. I will heed your advice and take my medicine. After speaking, Chu Yaoxue performed a graceful bow and retreated to Qingfu courtyard. Her words evoked a cascade of memories in Lin's mind, recalling the countless moments spent nurturing Chu Yaoxue. When had her beloved Aksu ever faced such indignities? Now, she must accommodate the wayward and unruly Chu Miao, and allow Aksu to remain in this small courtyard to recover, subjected to the disdain and scorn of the household servants. Lin felt as though something were slicing at her heart. Clenching her teeth, she instructed the matron, let the eldest young lady recuperate in Furong Pavilion, with expenses accounted as before. And where shall the second young lady reside? Asked the matron. Recalling Chu Miao's earlier demeanor towards the crown prince, Lin involuntarily furrowed her brow, stating, let the second young lady move to my courtyard. This way, I can supervise her closely, guiding her to prevent her from behaving indiscriminately as before. Madam, do calm your temper. Regardless of the circumstances, the second young lady is still your flesh and blood. With patience, she will come to understand your intentions. The matron counseled gently. Lin narrowed her eyes. Were she not my daughter, I would have expelled her long ago. To be favored by the crown prince is a tremendous fortune, yet she dares to show disdain. As she spoke, Lin returned to her own courtyard. Initially, she intended to seek out Chu Miao, but now she resolved to first collect her thoughts to avoid acting impulsively against her. Returning to Qingfu courtyard, Chu Yaoxue wore a smug smile. Pin Zhuang entered from outside and reported to Chu Yaoxue, eldest young lady, Madam wishes you to return to Furong Pavilion. The second young lady has been arranged to reside in Madam's courtyard. Pinmei joyfully remarked, eldest young lady, Madam truly cares for you. Chu Yaoshue violently snapped a nearby potted plant, sneering, as long as Lin harbors even a trace of sentiment for her, there remains a chance for redemption. The position of Crown Princess. I shall not relinquish it easily. Chapter 60. Upon returning to Songqing Courtyard, Chu Miao devoted her time to accompanying the old matriarch, Chu Laofuren. She conducted a thorough examination to ascertain the elderly lady's current health condition. Aunt Qin, standing nearby, remarked that over the past 6 months, the old lady had exhibited symptoms of excessive sleepiness, and her heart ailment had intensified significantly. In the last 2 months alone, she had suffered from nearly 7 episodes of her heart condition, whereas previously, such incidents occurred only once every 6 months. The medication prescribed by the same physician seemed ineffective now. After her morning routine, the old lady required rest within an hour. Hearing that her second granddaughter had returned, she held on, but Aunt Qin suggested, Miss, your medical skills are remarkable. Why not devise a new prescription for the old lady? Seated beside her grandmother, Chu Miao quietly took the old lady's pulse, absorbing Aunt Qin's words with keen attention. Leaning against the rod-tin chair, Chu Laofuren's eyes betrayed her fatigue, though she made a valiant effort to stay awake. Yu Qing, I am well aware of my frail condition. With age comes inevitable illness, the old lady comforted Chu Miao. She felt content knowing that she had a granddaughter to care for her in her twilight years. In her youth, her daughter, Chu Zhen, had similarly sat beside her, practicing pulse diagnosis. As Chu Zhen's skills improved, she began accompanying her mentor on house calls. Retrieving her hand, Chu Miao inquired of Aunt Qin, May I see the medication grandmother has been taking? This will allow me to formulate an alternative prescription. The medicines had been delivered from the lady's side, leaving only remnants of the medicinal paste, devoid of any prescription or dregs. Aunt Qin turned to fetch the remaining bit of medicinal paste from outside and returned to Chu Miao's side. Accepting the bowl, Chu Miao sniffed it, then dipped her finger into the remnants, tasting it thoughtfully. The old lady quickly interjected, Child, how could you taste your grandmother's medicine? It is nothing. This prescription has indeed proven ineffective for grandmother's current condition. The nature of illness is ever-changing, and prescriptions must adapt accordingly. If grandmother had been using this formula since the onset of her illness, it would not be detrimental, yet it is far from a remedy, Chu Miao explained. She then asked, Aunt Qin, do you know which physician concocted this prescription? The barefoot doctor invited by the lady's family, the current physician Ma, has been the one to treat the old lady for any ailments, Aunt Qin revealed. Chu Miao set down the bowl. Medicine is not poison, and prescriptions are not fatal. However, if grandmother continues on this regimen, recovery is unattainable. From now on, she shall take the prescription I provide. I will personally prepare the medicine for grandmother. First, we shall address her energy deficiency, followed by her heart condition. Confidence radiated from Chu Miao's countenance. She believed she could restore her grandmother's health. Yet, what was the true intention behind Lin's actions? Did her biological father know of physician Ma's approach? She found it hard to believe that a physician would neglect to adjust a prescription according to the patient's condition. Observing Chu Miao's composed demeanor, the old lady nodded. Very well, grandmother shall heed your advice. But grandmother, Chu Miao grasped the back of the old lady's hand to avoid any disputes. Let us not outright refuse physician Ma's medicine. I do not wish for a mere prescription to cause turmoil, but please, do not continue taking his remedies. The old lady's drowsiness deepened, and she nodded gently. Understood, my dear. Let me assist you back to your room for some rest, Chu Miao offered, helping the old lady back to her quarters alongside Aunt Qin. Once the old lady had fallen asleep, the two exited the room. Aunt Qin inquired, Miss, do you suspect there is an issue with physician Ma's medicine? Chu Miao shook her head. There is nothing wrong with the prescription. However, given grandmother's current condition, it can no longer manage her illness, which is why I advised against its continued use. Shall I fetch the ingredients for your prescription, miss? No need. I shall procure them myself. From gathering the herbs to boiling the concoction, I will oversee the entire process to ensure my peace of mind. Aunt Qin, please watch over grandmother. I must take my leave. Aunt Qin offered a respectful bow as she saw Chu Miao out of the courtyard. Just as Chu Miao stepped outside, she noticed the imposing figure of Granny Diao, who served Lin, standing at the entrance. Approaching respectfully, she stated, Second miss, the lady has sent me to escort you to her land Jingshuan. From now on, you will reside and dine there with her. As the lady believes this will strengthen the bond between mother and daughter, Of course, she refrained from mentioning that it would also facilitate discipline for the second miss. Chapter 61. In a moment of revelation, the young master expressed his affection for Chu Miao, yet the intentions of the Lin family remained shrouded in mystery. Having lived 2 lifetimes, Chu Miao was not easily deceived. Lin was eager to cultivate her myriad talents, aspiring to mold her into a second Chu Yao Shui, all to enhance her own reputation. She wished for Chu Miao to regain her standing within the elite circles, to shine brightly once more. Internally, Chu Miao scoffed, though her exterior bore no hint of refusal. If Lin was so determined to create another prodigy, she would oblige. Upon arriving at Longjin Xian, her expectations were met. Lin had already summoned a plethora of instructors, a master of the guqin, a painter, a chess master, and a dance teacher. There were also floral arrangement experts, etiquette matrons, and talented scholars from the literary world, all assembled for her benefit, reminiscent of the talents once possessed by Chu Yao Shui. Lin, having quelled her previous frustrations, greeted Chu Miao with a beaming smile as she entered Longjin Xian. "Miao Miao, go greet your masters," she urged. Of course, Chu Miao replied, raising an eyebrow as she followed Lin to the assembled instructors. The esteemed masters showered her with compliments, remarking on her clever and charming demeanor. The guqin master took her hand, examining it closely, and remarked, "These hands possess great potential. If you dedicate yourself to the guqin, you could achieve remarkable success. Might I inquire if the second young lady has any prior experience or knowledge of the instrument?" Lin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the master's inquiry. A daughter wandering aimlessly, learning medicine from unknown sources, surely lacked any understanding of music. If Chu Miao had any knowledge, Lin would have no cause for concern, fearing she would be unable to present her in high society, tarnishing her own reputation. As Lin prepared to explain, Chu Miao interjected, "I have studied." Lin's smile faltered. The esteemed guqin master had little tolerance for deceit. Whether Chu Miao had truly studied would soon be revealed. Lin had gone to great lengths and incurred considerable expense to secure the master's presence. "Miao Miao, when did you learn? It's perfectly fine if you haven tea. The guqin master values honesty in her students. You must tell her the truth and apologize," Lin urged. Her face flushed with anxiety. Chu Miao was determined not to be trapped in Longjin Xian practicing music, painting, or calligraphy indefinitely. Thus, she resolved to convey to Lin that she was well versed in these arts. To please the mother who had yearned for her attention, Chu Miao had secretly studied alongside Chu Yao Shui during her training in various talents. After marrying into the Pingnan Wangfu, Xiao Rongjin mistakenly believed her interest in the arts was genuine and had lavishly hired renowned masters for her. Day after day, she practiced tirelessly, mastering skills she had once despised, achieving a level of excellence that earned her praise from her instructors for her remarkable talent. After attaining proficiency, she composed and played a piece for Lin, only for Lin to pass it on to Chu Yao Shui, allowing her to bask in the limelight. These memories were vivid in her mind. Chu Miao tilted her head slightly, her tone firmer than before. "I have studied." Lin was about to protest, but the guqin master interjected, "As it happens, I have brought my guqin today. Why not give it a try? I shall assess your progress and offer guidance accordingly." With that, the guqin master signaled for a servant to set up the instrument. Once arranged, Chu Miao approached the guqin without a trace of trepidation, confidently taking her place. As her fingers danced across the strings, the initial dissonance echoed unevenly. Lin, hearing the discordant notes, felt her temper flare and strode towards Chu Miao, ready to reprimand her. Yet, suddenly, the music softened and fell into harmony, blossoming into a melodic flow that captivated any passerby, compelling them to pause and listen. Lin halted in her tracks. Astonishment etched across her face as she gazed at Chu Miao's silhouette. Chapter 62. In a moment of astonishment, Lin gazed at Chu Miao, her ears attuned to the melody flowing from Chu Miao's fingers. This was a composition unlike any she had ever encountered. Though the tune was steeped in somber, melancholic tones, the music emanating from Chu Miao's hands resembled the gentle trickle of a mountain stream, refreshing, melodious, and ceaseless. The listeners could not help but conjure in their minds a vivid, albeit tragic, tableau of a war-torn landscape, immersing them in profound sorrow and resentment for a lost homeland. The piece was brief, yet left a lingering desire for more. As the final notes faded, the audience remained momentarily spellbound. Chu Miao, though indifferent to the instrument, cherished it dearly. She caressed the strings, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Living anew felt like a dream. Retracting her hand, She rose and asked, "Is this acceptable?" Her crystalline voice broke the spell, startling both the beautiful lute master and Lin back to reality, their excitement palpable. Meow, meow, meow. From which master does this piece originate? I have never heard of it before, Lin exclaimed, her excitement rendering her almost comical. Indeed, Chu Miao's skill rivaled that of Chu Yao Shui, perhaps even surpassing it. With a placid demeanor, Chu Miao remarked, "I composed it idly, with no particular intent." The lute master gasped in astonishment. What sort of prodigy could effortlessly create such a poignant piece, imbued with national grief, where the musician and the instrument seemed to merge into one, drawing listeners into the depths of the experience? The lute master's tone shifted from leisurely to urgent. What name has the second young lady given this composition? Chu Miao lowered her gaze in contemplation. The piece had indeed sprung from her emotions, and she recalled the name Xiao Rongjin. She was unsure why he came to mind. Dreamscape, she articulated softly. The lute master applauded in admiration, praising Chu Miao profusely in Lin's presence. "Madam Chu, your daughter is truly a remarkable talent. With her current aptitude, she could easily rival the esteemed young ladies of old. If she diligently hones this composition, she is destined for greatness." The unspoken implication lingered that Chu Miao's talent might even eclipse his own. Yet, as a renowned master in Yinjing, he refrained from diminishing his own stature to elevate hers. Lin, elated by the lute master's commendation, nearly danced with joy. Her smile was so wide it threatened to split her face, as she clasped Chu Miao's hands tenderly, saying, "Meow meow, I had no idea you could play. Had I known, oh, let bygones be bygones. I shall treat you well from now on, and you must take care of your hands. Even with your skill, do not let pride consume you. A month from now, I will host a gathering for the noble families, and I will formally introduce you to the esteemed ladies of Yinjing." Curious, she inquired, "Aside from playing the lute, do you possess other talents?" As she posed the question, the artists and chess masters behind Chu Miao gazed at her with eager anticipation. Chu Miao adjusted her hair and replied, "I will heed your guidance and learn diligently from my masters." Lin, slightly disappointed, quickly reassured herself. "No matter, your skill with the guqin is exceptional. I believe that with dedication, you will excel in other arts as well." A subtle smile graced Chu Miao's lips, concealing a mischievous intent as she declared, "Rest assured, a month from now, I, Chu Miao, shall not disappoint the elite of Yinjing." Lin's heart swelled with confidence, eager to witness the fruits of her daughter's labor. Chu Miao, determined not to let Lin down, intended to leverage her talents to establish her name throughout Yinjing. That day, Lin felt a wave of happiness wash over her. It soon became evident that Chu Miao not only composed music, but also excelled in various arts, painting, calligraphy, poetry, all garnering high praise. Masters, eager to bow to such a gifted student, begrudgingly taught her, aware of their precarious positions. The Chu family, once embroiled in scandal due to Chu Yao Shui's dancing, now found their fortunes reversed by Chu Miao's multifaceted talents. From commoners to the empress, word spread far and wide. The title of Yinjing's foremost talent had shifted hands. Consequently, rumors began circulating that the royal family intended to bestow Chu Miao as a future consort for the crown prince, further amplifying her burgeoning reputation across Yinjing. Xiao Rongjin, having lain idle for a day, was bombarded with rumors. Upon hearing that the royal family was considering Chu Miao for the prince, he could no longer remain still. Chapter 63. In the stillness of the night, the sound of the guqin gradually faded away. Lin Shi remained with Chu Miao, practicing until late before returning to her own quarters. The maid beside the princess observed the scene with a heavy heart, silently lamenting that Chu Miao had such a mother. If the young lady were by the princess's side, she would not have to endure such forced lessons. "Guanggu, please extinguish the lamp. I am weary," Chu Miao said. "Yes, my lady," the maid responded, extinguishing the light and retreating from the room. Indeed, Chu Miao felt fatigued. Throughout the day, Lin Shi had lectured her on the etiquette and rules of dining. Although she had learned these customs in her past life, the feeling of being constrained was quite unpleasant. Yet, the thought that she would be free after a month made it all seem worthwhile. Suddenly, a soft whoosh sound emanated from outside the window, followed by a faint creak. Chu Miao, with her acute hearing, instinctively turned to the window and was startled to see a figure crouched on the windowsill. Moments later, the figure silently leapt into her room, and the window closed on its own. Chu Miao drew back the bed curtain and sat up. In the darkness, the tall figure lowered his voice. "It's me, Xiao Rongjin." Chu Miao exclaimed in shock. How did you find me here? He offered no reply but strode directly towards her. Upon reaching her, he collapsed onto her. Chu Miao gasped and raised her hands to catch him. But Xiao Rongjin's imposing frame bore down on her, overwhelming her strength. Consequently, they both fell onto the bed, his feverish face pressed against her forehead, his warm breath brushing against her ear. Chu Miao's heart raced as she gently caressed Xiao Rongjin's forehead, only to be startled upright by his intense heat. With the moonlight streaming through the window, she gazed upon the man before her and said, "Xiao Rongjin, you have a fever." "I do not," he insisted. "How can you say that? You have fractured 9 ribs. How could you come here in this state? You should be resting in bed, not exhausting yourself further." His hand clasped firmly around hers. Chu Miao stared at his grasp, a surge of frustration flooding her mind. "You must return to rest immediately. Do not trouble the princess." "Chu Miao." His voice was weak, yet his tone was grave. "Do you wish to marry into the royal family?" Her voice faltered, as though a thorn lodged in her throat. She did wish for it. This was the culmination of her lifelong struggles. In her previous life, she had dreamed of marrying Imo Hongjin, yearning to be his woman. She had deceived Xiao Rongjin, manipulating his feelings and administering slow poison to him. Yet now, seeing him in such a state, her heart ached inexplicably, as if a gaping wound had been carved into her chest. He gazed at her with wide eyes, asking again, "Would you marry the crown prince? Is that why you came?" Chu Miao countered. "Yes," Xiao Rongjin replied, his expression one of grievance, unconsciously furrowing his brow. "I felt it necessary to come. You reminded me of the battle at Wangshan and disguised yourself to infiltrate the royal manor for my sake. If you claim you do not care for me, then know that I, the son of the world, have taken a liking to you." His last words stirred the lake of emotions within Chu Miao, causing ripples of turmoil. Taking a deep breath, she responded, "My father serves the crown prince. The royal family will not accept the Xiao clan. Thus, my father stands as your family's adversary. If you are enamored with the daughter of your enemy, do you not fear that marrying me could bring ruin upon your house?" Then, Xiao Rongjin tightened his grip on her hand, countering, "Will you marry me?" Chapter 64. Charming and enigmatic. Chu Miao found herself at a loss as she gazed at the man before her. He had once been her husband, a figure of strength and support, yet now she was uncertain of how to respond to his declaration of affection. Noticing her silence, Xiao Rongjin shifted the conversation. "You need not answer my previous question. Allow me to rephrase it. Will you marry the crown prince?" "Absolutely not," Chu Miao replied with unwavering conviction the moment his words left his lips. A flicker of joy illuminated Xiao Rongjin's pallid features, a delight surpassing the prospect of her agreeing to marry him. The unhesitating nature of her response brought him immense satisfaction. He gently squeezed her small hand, declaring, "Even amidst adversity, I am willing to forge a future for someone special. You are burning with fever. You must return to the palace and seek a skilled physician. Do not treat your health lightly," she admonished him sternly. Xiao Rongjin pressed gently on his ribcage, wincing, "It hurts here." The agony of a fractured bone is far more severe than mere flesh wounds. Upon hearing this, he became silent, his expression contemplative. Chu Miao realized that Xiao Rongjin intended to linger in her presence. However, this was Lin's Lan Jinxian. One could never predict when Lin might burst in. Observing her silence, he softly suggested, "Allow me to take you to a place. I need your insight. I find it difficult to trust anyone else in the palace. Such exaggeration is unwarranted. Were it not for my past marriage to you, I would have believed your words." She withdrew her hand, speaking earnestly, "You must remember, you are perceived as a cripple. Though your limbs are intact, to the outside world, you may as well be worthless. A broken rib could easily pierce your organs, leading to unforeseen consequences. Xiao Rongjin, do not disregard your own well-being. Aside from your family, no one is deserving of such sacrifice, not even your future partner." Seeing her genuine anger, he struggled to sit up and murmured, all right. Those unaware might think that you, Chu Miao, have truly become this heir's wife, more nagging than my own mother." Chu Miao's cheeks flushed crimson, but the dim light concealed her embarrassment. "However, I must disagree with one assertion," Xiao Rongjin continued. "I will undoubtedly treat my future partner with utmost kindness. Our family does not produce unfaithful men." A pang of anxiety gripped Chu Miao. Indeed, the Xiao family was known for its integrity, yet this very principle left room for others to exploit. Lost in thought for a moment, she felt the warmth of his hand caress her face, jolting her back to reality. Xiao Rongjin had propped himself up, the moonlight illuminating his features, revealing the unmistakable signs of illness. Her heart ached at the sight. He was truly injured, yet had come to inquire about her feelings regarding the crown prince. While she repeatedly pushed him away, turning her face aside, she stated, "You should lie down while I fetch the medicine." "Very well," he replied softly. With the desired answer in hand, Xiao Rongjin settled himself neatly in the center of the bed. Chu Miao, feeling her way in the darkness, located the medicine box and returned, only to find him asleep. She lifted the bed curtain, allowing the moonlight to cascade onto the bed, enabling her to examine Xiao Rongjin's wounds clearly. As she opened his garment to inspect the injuries, her heart sank. The wounds appeared red and swollen, indicating that his condition had worsened significantly. Chapter 65. Null Chu Miao, this young master has taken a liking to you. The broken rib is accompanied by noticeable bruising. If the stagnant blood is not drawn out, it seems that Xiao Rongjin's high fever will be difficult to subside. It appears that someone intends not only to cripple his limbs but also to exploit this opportunity to damage his internal strength, rendering him utterly incapacitated. Chu Miao bit her lip, gazing at the pallid Xiao Rongjin, and silently vowed, "Xiao Rongjin, this is what I owe you from my past life. In this lifetime, I shall ensure that you do not lose what is most dear to you. Strength is necessary to protect him and his family." She produced a small knife and gently nudged Xiao Rongjin. He let out a weak grunt in response. Chu Miao spoke. "I will need to incise the area around the fracture to release the stagnant blood. This will be painful, but you must remain silent while in my chamber. Otherwise, the Chu family may claim that a thief has invaded, and Xiao Rongjin would face a brutal end. Even if the young master of Rong'an dies in the Chu household, the Ping and Wangfu would have no grounds for intervention. It cannot be said that I, Chu Miao, brought Xiao Rongjin here bound." Xiao Rongjin furrowed his brow but did not open his eyes. "Rest assured, I will not cry out. You may begin. However, your demeanor gives me little comfort." With that, Xiao Rongjin opened his eyes. He surveyed the surroundings and then grabbed a blanket, biting down on it. His thick brows lifted slightly in a gesture that signaled Chu Miao to proceed. Chu Miao felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, yet she acted swiftly, making several precise incisions on the swollen areas. The dark, stagnant blood surged forth from the wounds. She then began to apply needles to his acupoints on his chest. 18 golden needles fell, causing the blood to flow even more rapidly. Beads of cold sweat dotted Xiao Rongjin's forehead, soaking a large portion of his clothing. Noticing his body trembling slightly, Chu Miao instinctively grasped his hand and encouraged, "Just a little longer. We are almost finished." The wounds, now releasing blood, appeared even redder. She removed the needles and sprinkled medicine powder onto the affected area, advising him, "Young master, upon your return to the Wangfu, inform the Ping and Wangfei not to allow the imperial physician to control your injury. You must find a way to make her aware of their negligence, so the public understands that your condition has worsened, thereby pressuring them not to harm you further." A glimmer of determination flickered in Xiao Rongjin's eyes. "I understand. Well, I have drawn out the stagnant blood, and the effects of the medicine on your legs are nearly complete. We must return to the Wangfu before you are unable to move. The Crown Prince's people will surely keep a close watch on the Xiao family. Do not expose any weaknesses," Chu Miao urged seriously. Xiao Rongjin sat up and glanced at his injuries, murmuring, "It does indeed hurt a bit. Understanding pain is good. Do not act recklessly again. The Chu family is not a place to enter casually. Her father, under the Crown Prince's directive, has secretly trained a group of elite soldiers intended to deal with the elite shadow guards of the Xiao family. Their strength will not be insignificant." Xiao Rongjin rubbed his brow, expressing his frustration. This young master has barely lain down for a day, and already rumors are swirling outside. Even more absurdly, the royal family has chosen you as the Crown Prince's betrothed, which drives me to the brink of madness. If I do not intervene, the young master of Rong'an and Yanjing may meet an untimely end at 17. Goodness, how can one curse oneself so? Chu Miao exclaimed, flustered. Xiao Rongjin chuckled softly. Being driven to despair, would you not agree it is unjust? Indeed, it is unjust. However, Chu Miao found no humor in the situation. She withdrew her hand with force and turned away, tidying up the medicine box, responding softly. The Crown Prince looks down upon a noble lady without virtue or talent, and the Empress scorns a daughter-in-law who does not heed her counsel. I, Chu Miao, am at odds with him and shall not conspire with him. The man behind her turned over and rose from the bed. He stood before Chu Miao, fastening his waistcoat. Under the moonlight, his tall figure seemed unaffected by his injuries. A roguish smile graced his lips as he looked down at Chu Miao, his voice low yet imbued with an indescribable tenderness. Jiao Jiao, Until we meet again. With a slight opening of the window, the man before her vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only the lingering warmth of where he had lain. Chapter 66. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao as dawn broke, in the Kunlun Palace, after attending the morning court. Mo Hongjin proceeded to pay his respects to the Golden Empress. With a composed and gentle smile, the Empress remarked, "My son, regarding your marriage to the Chu family. Your father has already discussed it with me. He mentioned that it was your suggestion to have the second Miss Chu take the place of the eldest Miss Chu in this engagement. However, is it not true that the second Miss Chu has grown up in the countryside and lacks exposure to the world? Although her medical skills amazed the entire Imperial Medical Institute during the moon viewing banquet, the royal family seeks a crown princess, not merely a female physician." Mo Hongjin patiently explained. "Mother, you may not be aware, but this second Miss Chu is indeed a hidden gem of the Chu family. Recently, her remarkable talents have sparked widespread discussions throughout Yanjing, with many eager to witness her artistry firsthand. Over the past few days, I have frequented the Prime Minister's residence to listen to her performances at the Lanshan Pavilion. My admiration for her continues to grow. It is evident to any discerning ear that her skills surpass those of Chu Yaoxue. Moreover, as someone well-versed in the art of music, I find great joy in having chosen Chu Miao, and I wish to share my thoughts on her with you." The Golden Empress, intrigued by her son's commendations of Chu Miao, inquired, "Is she truly such a gifted individual? Mother, can someone who has been favored and taken as an adopted daughter by my aunt be considered ordinary?" Mo Hongjin responded with a smile. The Empress's expression softened. "There are countless noble ladies in Yanjing, yet none have captured the interest of the princess to be regarded as an adopted daughter. This Chu Miao, she must indeed possess extraordinary qualities. I wish to meet her in person. Please invite Madame Chu and Miss Chu to join us for lunch today. I am eager to see just how exceptional she truly is." Mo Hongjin replied, "I assure you, Mother will be thoroughly pleased." The Empress nodded slightly. "I hope so. Let us avoid a repeat of the incident with Chu Yaoxue. The moon viewing banquet was truly unforgettable. By the way, how is Chu Yaoxue faring?" "Madame Chu has not permitted her to leave the courtyard. She is recovering at home." Mo Hongjin was reluctant to dwell on Chu Yaoxue, as his thoughts were solely focused on Chu Miao. The Empress, having only asked once, did not pursue the topic of Chu Yaoxue further. The news of the Golden Empress summoning Chu Miao for lunch swiftly reached the Chu family. Lin Shi had previously attended the Empress's banquets with Chu Yaoxue, but now, she felt a twinge of anxiety at the prospect of bringing Chu Miao to meet the Empress, fearing that Chu Miao might forget her manners. Once the imperial edict was delivered, Lin Shi rewarded the messenger with silver before seeking out Chu Miao. However, the crafty maid, Diao, informed her, "The second miss has left the courtyard before dawn. I initially thought she was going to pay her respects to the old madam, but when I inquired at Song's quarters, I learned that she did visit the old madam but left shortly after." "She left?" Lin Shi's voice rose in indignation. "How can a young lady simply leave the Chu family without her mother's consent? What kind of decorum is this? Does she think the Chu family is some rural place without rules? Quickly, send someone to discreetly find her and bring her back." Just as she was beginning to feel pleased, Chu Miao had once again caused her distress. Meanwhile, Chu Miao was at the Minjiatang, having gathered numerous prescriptions and collected various herbs. Among them were medicines for the old madam, as well as ingredients she intended to refine into pills for sale in the black market. Additionally, there were prescriptions she secretly prepared for Xiao Rongjing. The black market offered lucrative prices for medicines, allowing her to earn substantial commissions. Previously, she had not understood how to exploit her medical skills for personal gain, but now she recognized that to oppose the royal family, she needed considerable funds to establish her own influence and secure her own endeavors. She had already identified potential servants in the black market. Once she sold the refined medicines, she could select her preferred assassins, those who had wronged their factions and were now cast aside. Carrying her bundles, she was about to leave the Minjiatang for the residence of the princess when a suddenly arriving carriage blocked her path. Lin Shi, furious, lifted the curtain and descended from the carriage. Chapter 67. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao as Chu Miao had yet to disembark from the carriage. She was already clutching a dozen medicine packets in her hands, which incited Lin's ire. Despite having arranged a rigorous curriculum for Chu Miao, she seemed to pour her energy into these packets instead of diligently studying at dawn. This led Lin to perceive Chu Miao as neglecting her duties. "Chu Miao." Lin's voice pierced the air, sharp and laced with fury. Upon stepping down from the carriage, she hastily approached Chu Miao, her skirt in hand. Chu Miao stood motionless before the Ming Medical Hall, her gaze sweeping over the passers-by and their curious stares. As Lin reached her, Chu Miao unexpectedly quipped, "Are you looking to start a quarrel here?" A surge of anger rose within Lin, only to be quelled by Chu Miao's remark. Lin nearly ground her teeth in frustration, her eyes scanning the medicine packets in Chu Miao's grasp, yet she refrained from publicly reprimanding her. "Come with me to the carriage. Her Majesty wishes to see you." As she spoke, Lin turned on her heel and ascended into the carriage. "Miss, why don't I hold on to those medicine packets?" suggested Aunt Guan, stepping forward. "No need. Aunt Guan, she daren't act against me," Chu Miao replied, and followed Lin into the carriage. The wheels of the carriage rolled with a rhythmic clatter. They first returned to the Chu residence. However, as Chu Miao boarded the carriage with the medicine packets, Lin could no longer contain her frustration. "Chu Miao, what are you thinking? Who permitted you to carry these medicines? Do you think you are still the unsophisticated country girl, oblivious to your current status?" Chu Miao ignored Lin. Fully aware of her mother's nature, Lin had a tendency to dominate everything she deemed good. Previously it was Chu Yaoshui, and now it was Chu Miao. "I am speaking to you. Are you even listening?" Lin's exasperation reached its peak as she disregarded her genteel image, standing up to snatch the medicine packets from Chu Miao, intent on tearing them apart. Yet, Chu Miao was prepared. As Lin lunged forward, she instinctively extended her leg, pushing the nearby medicine packets behind her. Thud. Ouch. Chu Miao had tripped Lin, who fell heavily into the carriage. The jewelry atop Lin's head tumbled to the ground due to the force of her fall. The emerald bracelet she wore shattered upon hitting the seat. Seeing her precious bracelet on the ground, Lin cried out in anguish, "My emerald bracelet! I paid a fortune for this at the auction house." She picked it up, nearly fainting from the shock, her brows furrowing in righteous fury. "You just..." Her gaze fell upon Chu Miao's extended leg. Rather than displaying any remorse, Chu Miao calmly retracted her foot and stated, "It was unintentional." Lin, her teeth clenched in rage, rose from the ground. In her fury, she had forgotten Chu Miao's behavior over the past few days and unleashed her wrath. "Chu Miao, I am your mother. You are the daughter of the Chu family, and without my permission, you shall not step beyond the gates of our home." I exited through the back door. Chu Miao raised her chin defiantly. Lin pointed at her, her finger trembling with indignation. "Do not presume that your musical talent will win my unconditional favor just because the people praise you. Today, I shall let this go. Her Majesty wishes to summon you for luncheon. Return home and change these filthy garments, and do not wear the medicine pouch at your waist. Ensure that the Empress does not catch a whiff of medicine from you. Remember the etiquette I have taught you these past days. Any misstep, and I shall not forgive you." She detested the medicinal scent that emanated from Chu Miao. Such an odor was befitting only of apothecaries and the frail elderly. Chu Miao turned her face away, adjusting her hair with indifference, too apathetic to respond to Lin. Soon, in merely a month's time, Lin would regard her as a cast-off. Chapter 68. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao. As the carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Chu residence, Chu Miao alighted first, clutching a pouch of medicine. Lin Shi, still harboring a sense of indignation, hastily followed suit. However, as she stepped onto the stool to dismount, it collapsed beneath her, causing her to tumble to the ground with a resounding thud. "Oh dear, madam!" The startled DOMM and the servants surrounding the carriage rushed forward to assist Lin Shi. Some even called out to Chu Miao, urging, "Second miss, your mother has fallen. Please check on her." Just as Chu Miao was about to step over the threshold, she turned back at the commotion and remarked, "Can she walk? If not, carry her inside to avoid further embarrassment." "You." Lin Shi's face turned a kaleidoscope of colors. Chu Miao, it seemed, had learned to assert her authority upon her own mother. Yet, as Lin Shi placed her left foot on the ground, a sharp, searing pain shot through her ankle. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Quickly, assist me back to the courtyard." DOMM and another maid helped Lin Shi back inside. Chu Miao approached her mother and instructed, "Remove her shoes and stockings." Aware of Chu Miao's medical knowledge, DOMM complied without hesitation. Once Lin Shi's footwear was removed, Chu Miao lifted her left leg and pressed her fingers against the ankle. Lin Shi let out a piercing scream. "Chu Miao, stop!" With a sudden crack, the sound of Lin Shi's bone echoed through the air. Her anguished cry followed, marking the first time she had lost composure in front of her servants. Enraged, she glared at Chu Miao and scolded, "Chu Miao, you." Releasing her grip, Chu Miao replied, "It was merely a dislocation. I have set it back in place." Lin Shi's lips quivered as she glanced down at her left leg. Dom quickly helped her redon her shoes and stockings. And once Lin Shi was on her feet, she took a few tentative steps, discovering the pain had lessened considerably. Swallowing back her initial retort, she recalled the urgency of the Golden Empress's summons and dared not delay. Come with me to the courtyard. You must change out of those clothes. With hurried steps, Lin Shi exited the main hall and made her way to Lan Jinxian, followed leisurely by Chu Miao. Aunt Guan observed this interaction silently, taking mental notes to relay to the princess upon her return, for the young lady had not experienced a moment's peace during her stay at the Chu household. As they approached the entrance of Lan Jinxian, melodious strains of music wafted from within. The melody was none other than the dreamscape that Chu Miao had played previously. Lin Shi abruptly halted, raising her hand to silence Dom and the others, so as not to disrupt the enchanting tune. Chu Miao too came to a stop, listening intently to the familiar notes of her own dreamscape. The performer had replicated the melody while infusing it with their own elements, lending a cheerful twist to the piece. In her past life, Chu Miao had always been the shadow of Chu Yaoshui, intimately familiar with her music. This dreamscape had been played by Chu Yaoshui. How truly remarkable. A prodigious talent, indeed. Lin Shi held her breath as she entered Lan Jinxian, where she beheld Chu Yaoshui seated elegantly in the pavilion, clad in a flowing gown of pale yellow, her hair adorned with a sprig of yellow plum blossom, a veil gracing her visage. The gentle breeze stirred the delicate fabric, rendering Chu Yaoshui a vision akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lost in her musical reverie, witnessing this scene, Lin Shi's heart raced with a mix of tenderness and sorrow. Had it not been for the incident at the moon viewing banquet, would she have found herself at odds with Chu Miao? Chapter 69. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao as the final notes of the piano melody gracefully faded. Chu Yaoshui remained lost in the reverie of the music, her eyes gently closed, not yet ready to awaken. Lin Shi observed her adopted daughter with a mixture of emotions. While Chu Yaoshui may not have been the most exceptional, she was undoubtedly the most obedient and eager to learn. Witness how she effortlessly played Dreamscape, composed by her sister, after just a few listens. This, Lin Shi believed, was a testament to her superiority over Chu Miao. Suddenly, the sound of applause erupted from behind Lin Shi. Startled, she turned to see that it was Chu Miao who was clapping. At the sound of the applause, Chu Yaoshui opened her eyes, her gaze shifting towards Lin Shi, tinged with a hint of unease and modesty. Quickly rising from her cushion, she exited the pavilion to greet her mother. Daughter pays her respects to mother. I chanced upon my sister's piano in the pavilion and, inspired, I played a piece. I beseech mother to punish me, for I have not adhered strictly to your rules. Upon finishing her words, Chu Yaoshui bent her knees, preparing to kneel. Instinctively, Lin Shi reached out to support her, saying, "You have done nothing wrong. That piano was originally crafted for you. You played a piece composed by your sister." Chu Yaoshui slowly rose, gazing at Chu Miao with admiration, nodding as she spoke. After hearing this melody in the Furong Pavilion, I found myself dreaming of its notes, which compelled me to try it out on the piano. With that, Chu Yaoshui took a step closer to Chu Miao and inquired, "Sister, do you think I played it correctly? Could I play your composition? Of course only at home?" Chu Miao's lips curled into a subtle smile, her brows raised nonchalantly as she replied, "You may play it however you wish." Seeing her casual demeanor, Lin Shi perceived Chu Miao's attitude as one of arrogance regarding her musical abilities. For those who pursue mastery, pride is the gravest sin. Such arrogance must be curbed. Chu Miao, please correct your attitude and show respect for your instrument and your scores. No one desires to associate with those who are conceited. When you enter the palace, comport yourself with caution and decorum. Madame Diao, quickly escort the second miss inside to cleanse herself of the medicinal scent. At the mention of medicine, Lin Shi shot a fierce glare at the numerous packets held by Chu Miao. Once she departed, Lin Shi intended to have those remedies discarded. Yet, Chu Miao was well aware of Lin Shi's intentions. She turned and handed the medicines to Aunt Guan, following Madame Diao into the house. The attire was recently tailored by the Grand Princess. After changing out of her clothes, Madame Diao promptly rolled up the garments and made to leave. With a stern expression, Chu Miao inquired, "Where do you intend to take my clothes?" Madame Diao, having received Lin Shi's orders, boldly replied, "Madame insists that these garments, tainted with medicinal odor, are inauspicious to wear outside. I am to dispose of them by burning." Huh. Chu Miao surveyed the surrounding servants, all loyal to Lin Shi, while the Grand Princess's attendants remained outside, clad only in her undergarments. She seized the scissors from her dressing table and glanced at the exquisite gown Lin Shi had prepared. declaring, "Should you dare to burn a single piece, I shall slice every garment in this room." "This, Madame Dio," flustered, exclaimed, "Second miss. Madame only wishes the best for you. Do you possess multiple lives to risk burning the attire personally commissioned by the Grand Princess for you?" Chu Miao's expression hardened as she approached Madame Diao, forcibly snatching the green gown from her grasp. This gown had been a gift from the Grand Princess just the day prior. Lin Shi's audacity to order its destruction displayed a blatant disregard for the Grand Princess's status or a feigned ignorance of the gown's origins. With the garment reclaimed, Madame Diao found herself at a loss. Holding the gown close, Chu Miao called out, "Aunt Guan, bring the maids from the princess's residence to attend to me." "Second miss. Madame has instructed me to assist you with your cleansing." Madame Diao began. With piercing eyes and a fierce countenance, Chu Miao firmly stated, "Please address me as Lady Fu Yun, the princess." Chapter 70. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao. Madame Diao's heart tightened as she encountered the menacing expression on Chu Miao's face for the first time, wielding her status as a princess to intimidate her. It was undeniable that Chu Miao's demeanor and words instilled considerable fear in Madame Diao. She dreaded the thought of Chu Miao truly acting on her threats, potentially delaying their entry into the palace. In a flurry, she turned to leave the room to report to Lady Lin, only to be intercepted by the princess's attendants. The servants that Lady Lin had stationed to monitor Chu Miao were not permitted to exit. They stood in a row, observing as Aunt Guan directed the princess's servants to assist Chu Miao in changing her attire and arranging her hair. Meanwhile, Lady Lin remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding with Chu Miao. Upon returning to her quarters, Lady Lin hastily donned her ceremonial robes and golden crown. By the time Chu Miao emerged from her room, the hour was nearly upon them. Seeing that Chu Miao had not changed her clothing, Lady Lin was on the verge of losing her temper. "Chu Miao, your attire." Chu Miao coldly retorted, "If I waste more time returning to freshen up, the Empress might find that we are late for lunch and have to wait for us to join her for dinner instead. However, the Empress has issued a decree. If we do not attend the banquet on time, it would be tantamount to defying her orders. Are you sure you want me to change?" Lady Lin's facial muscles twitched with suppressed fury, her heavily painted face failing to conceal her anger. The two remained locked in a standoff for a moment until Lady Lin glared at Madame Diao, commanding, "Prepare some fragrant sachets to mask the second young lady's medicinal odor." After managing to suppress her rage, she hurriedly made her way outside. Once in the carriage, Lady Lin continued her tirade, admonishing Chu Miao about the importance of not bringing her rustic behavior before the Empress. She insisted on leaving a good impression and reminded Chu Miao that the Crown Prince would also be dining with them, advising her not to treat him as she had previously. Lady Lin exhausted all her persuasive words, employing both flattery and intimidation. Throughout, Chu Miao remained lost in thought, contemplating the funds required to purchase a slave. Transactions in the underworld adhered to their own set of rules. Dealings had to be conducted with dark currency. The jewelry or silver gifted to her by the old matriarch, Lady Lin, or the princess could not be directly exchanged in the underworld and had to be converted at a money shop to dark currency in order to procure the slave and conduct other exchanges. Furthermore, using the items given to her for conversion would easily expose her identity. The numerous packets of medicine she had acquired today, aside from those set aside for Xiao Rongjin and her grandmother, left her with 8 packets intended for pill refinement. Longjin Xin was not an ideal place for alchemy, and Lady Lin forbade her from monopolizing her study time for such endeavors. Her grandmother's pine green courtyard was not a permanent residence, and the princess's estate was even less so. She needed to find a place that belonged solely to her. Establishing a residence, placing informants, and planning for the future all required manpower. Ultimately, she resolved to purchase a slave first. She must refine the pills before the beginning of the next lunar month to acquire a person at the slave market in the underworld. Chu Miao, did you understand everything I just said? Chu Miao slightly lifted her gaze to meet Lady Lin's eyes, nodding, "I understand." The more Lady Lin observed Chu Miao, the less reliable she seemed. Thus, amid anxiety and trepidation, Lady Lin accompanied Chu Miao into the palace. At the Kunlun Palace, outside the hall, a palace servant emerged, announcing, "Madam Chu, Princess Fuyun, the Empress summons you to enter." Lady Lin responded affirmatively, and, before stepping into the Kunlun Palace, glanced back at Chu Miao. "Do you remember everything I just told you?" "I remember," Chu Miao replied, exasperated by the repeated questioning as they walked from the palace gate to the Kunlun Palace. Once inside, Lady Lin performed the proper etiquette, bowing to the Golden Empress, Mo Hongjin. Following closely behind, Chu Miao exhibited grace and poise, revealing no signs of trepidation. Her voice clear and melodious. This humble daughter, Chu Miao, pays her respects to the Empress, wishing you longevity and prosperity. I also pay my respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, wishing you eternal life. Imo Hongzhen, seated to one side, scrutinized Chu Miao from head to toe. Adorned in a long green robe, she appeared ethereal, her complexion pale and translucent, her delicate features captivating. This stunning attire left Imo Hongzhen utterly mesmerized. Chapter 71. The Golden Empress summons Chu Miao. Unlike Chu Yaoshui, whose beauty exudes a sense of aggression, Chu Miao's allure resembles that of a rare flower flourishing in a greenhouse. One must exert effort to decipher what Chu Miao is contemplating at this moment, as this desire stirs a man's yearning for conquest. The Golden Empress declared, "Please rise. It is just the right time for lunch. And I would like Chu Miao and Princess Fu Yun to stay and dine with me while we converse." "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the meal." Both Lin and Chu Miao replied in unison. Upon hearing their harmonious response, Lin secretly sighed in relief. Soon, palace servants entered bearing the meal. The Golden Empress rose from her phoenix chair and proceeded to the dining hall, with Lin following closely behind. Chu Miao walked beside Lin. After taking her seat, the Golden Empress turned her gaze towards Chu Miao, scrutinizing her closely, and remarked, "During the moon viewing banquet, I did not have the opportunity to appreciate you fully. Today, I see that Princess Fu Yun possesses a beauty that is truly remarkable. She is indeed a fortunate one." Lin smiled as she looked at Chu Miao. Chu Miao offered a respectful bow and gracefully responded, "Your Majesty is too kind. I am but an ordinary girl. To have caught the eye of Your Majesty, to be adopted as a goddaughter by the Grand Princess, and to be conferred the title of Princess Fu Yun by His Majesty is a grace bestowed upon me by the royal family. Without the royal lineage, how could I claim such fortune?" Her eloquent words brought joy to both the Golden Empress and Imo Hongzhen, instantly dissipating Lin's earlier anger. Thankfully, this child knows what to say in the presence of the Empress and the Crown Prince. The Golden Empress was genuinely amused by Chu Miao's response, laughing softly several times. "Princess Fu Yun is quite clever. I have taken a liking to you at first sight. No wonder His Highness speaks highly of you in my presence." During their first formal meeting, Chu Miao made an impression of being intelligent, quick-witted, dignified, and gracious, qualities that are essential for the future wife of her royal son. "Please, take a seat. Do not feel constrained. Let us enjoy this meal as if it were a casual family gathering," the Golden Empress said with a warm demeanor. However, Chu Miao was aware that beneath this friendly facade lay a treacherous scheme. The Empress and Imo Hongzhen were of a kind, with a demeanor of obedience and grace. Chu Miao thanked the Empress and took her seat alongside Lin. Imo Hongzhen turned to Chu Miao, seated to his left, and inquired, "What dishes do you prefer, Sister Chu Miao?" "I shall have them prepared in the imperial kitchen." Lin's heart tightened at his words, and she glanced at Chu Miao. Chu Miao smiled and replied softly, "Thank you for your kind offer, Your Highness. The dishes before us are already exquisite, and I would not dare to indulge excessively. The hospitality of Your Majesty and His Highness today has already left me feeling overwhelmed." Imo Hongzhen chuckled softly, his gaze towards Chu Miao growing even more tender. "There is no need for you to be so formal, Sister Chu Miao." Though he said this, he saw nothing inappropriate in her response. This was the decorum expected of a noble woman. The Golden Empress sought to assess Chu Miao's table manners and glanced at the matron beside her, smiling brightly as she instructed, "Do not just stand there talking. Dan Matron, make sure you attend to Princess Fu Yun properly." "Yes, Your Majesty," Dan Matron replied respectfully as she bowed to Chu Miao. "Princess Fu Yun, allow me to serve you your meal." "Thank you for your efforts," Chu Miao acknowledged with a nod. The Golden Empress and Imo Hongzhen began their meal, and only then did Chu Miao signal Dan Matron for her desired dishes. In the royal palace, it is customary to eat in silence. Once the Golden Empress picked up her chopsticks, the room fell into a tranquil hush. Each dish at the table could only be requested 3 times. After that, the servants would remove it. As Lin dined, her heart raced with anxiety, fearing that Chu Miao might inadvertently forget the rules and create noise by clinking bowls or utensils. Such behavior was strictly forbidden in the royal court. Meanwhile, the Golden Empress occasionally glanced at Chu Miao, expecting her to be nervous during her first shared meal with the Empress. However, Chu Miao displayed no signs of timidity, maintaining a composed and graceful demeanor. Even when Dan Matron mistakenly brought the wrong dishes a few times, Chu Miao remained unfazed, eating delicately and chewing slowly, truly embodying the epitome of a noble woman. As the Golden Empress observed Chu Miao, Mo Hongjin was equally attentive to her every action. This was a woman he had personally chosen, and naturally, he wished for her to excel beyond others. While other noble women might achieve a score of 10, Chu Miao was expected to attain 11 or even more. However, both the Golden Empress and Mo Hongjin were unaware that their scrutiny was already anticipated by Chu Miao. Chapter 72. The young master of Rongin is poisoned at this moment. The chief eunuch Chuanfu hurriedly entered the grand hall. He approached Mo Hongjin, bowing his head and whispering a few words into his ear. Chu Miao remained composed, continuing to eat from her bowl. Yet her keen hearing allowed her to discern some crucial information. The young master of Rongin had consumed a medicine prescribed by the royal physician, resulting in him vomiting blood and falling into a coma. He had been unconscious for 2 days. The princess of Pingnan sensed something amiss and had the esteemed doctors of the royal residence examine the medicine prescribed by the imperial hospital, discovering that it was incompatible with the dietary regimen of the young master, exacerbating his condition. The royal physician's dispatch to the Pingyan residence had returned to the palace, kneeling in the Zhengxian hall to plead their case, prompting Emperor Zhaiyuan to summon the crown prince. After delivering his report, Chuanfu stepped back. Mo Hongjin set down his chopsticks, his handsome visage betraying no emotion, though a gentle smile graced his lips as he addressed Chu Miao. Sister Chu Miao, I fear I must take my leave for a while. Chu Miao also set down her chopsticks. Your Highness, I am already delighted that you can spare time to dine with me and my mother. Empress Jean also laid down her chopsticks, remarking, Is it your father who seeks you? If there is a matter at hand, do not delay. Your father should not be kept waiting. The Empress was already privy to the developments regarding Chu Miao and the Crown Prince's engagement. Lady Lin exchanged a few polite remarks. Thus, Mo Hongjin rose and departed from Kunlun Palace. Of course, once the Crown Prince left, the matron beside Empress Jean dismissed Chu Miao, leaving Lady Lin to converse with her alone. Lady Lin felt uneasy, fearing that the Empress might harbor dissatisfaction toward Chu Miao. The Empress indeed intended to make a point to Lady Lin. Madam Chu, I have deliberately sent your daughter away, leaving you here alone. I trust you understand the implication. Lady Lin, appearing anxious, replied, This humble servant does not presume to speculate on Her Majesty's thoughts. The Empress chuckled softly. You are capable of subterfuge. I shall not press you regarding the events of the moon viewing feast. After all, the Crown Prince holds a fondness for Miss Chu, and I have no desire to thwart their affections. Upon hearing this, Lady Lin's spirits lifted, and she could not conceal her joy. To gain the Crown Prince's favor was indeed a blessing for Chu Miao and the Chu family. Lady Lin effusively expressed, This humble servant will not fail to meet your Majesty's high expectations and will cultivate Chu Miao into an exemplary Crown Princess to present to the Crown Prince. The Empress waved her hand, adopting a serious demeanor. Do not be hasty regarding this marriage. I have heard you intend to hold a returning to dust banquet for Chu Miao. I wish to observe her performance further. I understand she is proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. The Empress continued, On that day, before the entire elite of Yinjing, I wish to see how your daughter distinguishes herself from other noble ladies. After the banquet, we shall discuss the engagement of the Crown Prince and Miss Chu. I shall be watching closely. Do not let me down. Lady Lin was quite exhilarated. Although the Empress did not immediately agree to publicly announce the engagement, her words hinted at a high probability of success. As long as Chu Miao performed as well as, if not better than, usual at the banquet, the position of Crown Princess would be hers. Yes, this humble servant will remember, Lady Lin affirmed. The Empress added, I was quite pleased with Chu Miao's every action earlier. She performed. The Empress paused, taking a sip of tea before continuing, more pleasantly than Miss Chu. I hope she will be equally outstanding at the banquet. If her talents are up to par, Chu Miao would be better suited to be the Crown Princess. The Empress's words sent Lady Lin into a state of euphoria. Chu Miao had successfully passed the first hurdle with the Empress. Exiting Kunlun Palace, Lady Lin's gaze toward Chu Miao was considerably more benevolent than before. Chapter 73. The young master of Rongin is poisoned upon boarding the carriage. Lin held on to Chu Miao's hand and remarked with a smile, Miao Miao. You performed splendidly in front of the Empress and the Crown Prince today. The Empress has promised to attend your talent show at next month's banquet. You must put forth your utmost effort and dazzle all of Yinjing. With a subtle smile, Chu Miao withdrew her hand from Lin's grasp and turned her face away, remaining silent. Observing her demeanor, Lin recalled her earlier attitude before entering the palace and mistakenly assumed that Chu Miao was upset. Are you still angry with your mother? Lin, in a particularly good mood, found Chu Miao increasingly endearing despite her indifference. You are my daughter. If I do not discipline you, how would you have come to this day? Once you marry into the Eastern Palace and become the crown princess, you will be grateful for all I have done for you. Listening to Lin's incessant chatter, Chu Miao slowly turned her head, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. The sight of that smile sent a chill down Lin's spine, as she often found Chu Miao's behavior rather strange. At that moment, Chu Miao assured her, rest assured. On the day of the banquet, I will not disappoint anyone present. Relieved by this declaration, Lin exhaled. If you can guarantee that, then I shall not worry. However, you must not become complacent in the days to come. An hour later, the carriage halted at the Prime Minister's residence. After disembarking, the steward of the Chu family, Qin, hastily approached Lin. Madam, the Princess of Pingnan has come to visit. The Princess of Pingnan? Lin's voice rose sharply, her smile vanishing in an instant, her brows furrowing in discontent. You mean the princessin? Qin discreetly wiped his brow. A longtime aide to Lin, he was well aware of the past grievances between Lin and Un. After their marriages, the two had essentially cut ties, and given Lin's current expression, it seemed the princess's visit was ill-timed. Indeed, it is the princess from the Un family, Qin confirmed, leaning closer to whisper the details. He stole a glance at Chu Miao, who keenly sensed a hint of information. The Princess of Pingnan had come to the Chu residence seeking medical assistance for Xiao Rongjing. The only reason the princess would personally visit the Chu family was for her, Chu Miao. Thus, the princess was here with intentions directed towards her. Following Qin's revelation, Lin's demeanor shifted dramatically, her voice laced with disdain. She shall not have her way. Have the second young lady escorted back to Lin Jinxian. I shall personally confront her. After issuing her directives, Lin cautioned Chu Miao. Miao Miao, your current status is of great importance. Refrain from exposing yourself unnecessarily to avoid attracting the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Chu Miao lowered her gaze, a flicker of brilliance passing through her eyes. Since the Princess of Pingnan had come seeking her, she could now boldly approach the Pingnan Palace. She did not defy Lin, nor did she acquiesce to any unreasonable demands, instead proceeding into the Chu family residence with the servants. Meanwhile, Lin ventured directly to the front hall. Upon entering the main hall, Lin beheld the Princess of Pingnan, adorned in splendid attire, exuding grace and elegance as she admired the potted bonsai before her. Over a decade had passed, yet Lin could not deny that time had not diminished the beauty of the princess. Her appearance and noble demeanor had been well preserved. This was the external condition Lin had aspired to surpass throughout her life, yet had always been overshadowed by it. Thus, she harbored an obsession regarding her own daughter. What vexed her further was the fact that the princess had borne a son. Chapter 74. The young master of Rongin is poisoned. What a wind brings the Princess of Pingnan to my humble abode, Lin remarked with a tone laced with sarcasm as she stepped over the threshold. The Princess of Pingnan swiftly turned around. A group of servants behind Lin bowed respectfully to the princess, who gently replied, no need for formalities. Once the servants rose, they discreetly retreated to the side. Lin walked past the princess without hesitation, taking her usual seat meant for guests, and bluntly stated, if the princess has come to reminisce, I must inform you that I need to attend to my daughter, and thus, my time for idle chatter is limited. Should you seek my daughter Chu Miao, I fear you will be disappointed. She is the adopted daughter of the Grand Princess, the esteemed Princess Fuyun, and the cherished jewel of the Chu family. Not a mere street doctor to be belittled. The princess furrowed her brow, having mentally prepared for an arduous encounter. Indeed, she had come seeking assistance. Madam Chu, the princess implored, please do not hastily dismiss me. Allow me to discuss the medical fees I am prepared to offer Princess Fuyun. A wave of indignation surged within Lin as she recalled past grievances. It was a disgrace to mention financial matters in her presence. With a forceful slam of her palm against the table, she glared at the princess, saying, and do not presume that your wealth can buy everyone's loyalty. The Chu family would never allow an unmarried girl to expose herself for the sake of earning medical fees. The princess clenched her fists, acutely aware of Lin's character. She placed great value on wealth, fame, and power. Yet, she did not expect Lin to be so resolute this time. However, her own son's situation was dire, and she had pinned all her hopes on Chu Miao. Tears welled in her eyes as she remembered her son's battered state and unconsciousness. Wan, she pleaded. Our grievances should not involve our children. I have no intention of humiliating you with money. I am simply at my wit's end. As a mother yourself, I believe you can understand my plight. I know you resent me. You may take your vengeance out upon me, but I beg you to help my son. Do not. Lin immediately rejected the princess's entreaty. You have a son, but I do not, so I cannot comprehend your feelings. I simply know that propriety dictates that men and women should not engage intimately. I will not allow my daughter to assist your son at the palace of Pingnan. Leave now, or I shall not be so gracious. Lin's voice carried a distinct tone of dismissal, leaving no room for dignity for the princess. A chill ran through the princess as she realized Lin's unyielding stance. How could she proceed? Princess, do you not comprehend my words? Lin's impatience was evident. She leaned against the tea table, rising with sharp eyes filled with malice. Let me be clearer. Your son's fate is of no concern to me. If he perishes, it is his own doing. Who told you to covet other men? Now, you reap what you have sown. Lin Wanwan. The princess gazed at Lin in disbelief. She had underestimated Lin's spitefulness. She never imagined Lin could harbor such hatred. The words that had just escaped Lin's lips made the princess truly realize the depths of Lin's animosity towards her, even to the extent of cursing her child. Overcome with emotion, the princess felt tears stinging her eyes, aware that her visit had only served to expose her to further humiliation. Yet, she felt powerless to change her circumstances. Silently, she turned to leave, her hands trembling with suppressed indignation and sorrow. Lin observed the princess's unsteady figure with a sense of satisfaction, finally delivering a long-awaited retribution to one. In the courtyard, Chu Miao, situated close to Lin's quarters, overheard the conversation between Lin and the princess and watched as the princess emerged, dazed. The sight pierced Chu Miao's heart deeply. She plucked a green twig and hurried toward the princess. Chapter 75. The air of Rongin is poisoned before the gates of the Chu residence. Chu Miao steadied the swaying Princess Pingnan. Be careful. Princess Pingnan turned abruptly, exclaiming, Duchess Fuyun, I will accompany you to the Pingnan Wangfu. You. Princess Pingnan appeared utterly flustered. Your mother. First, there are medical women. Only then can I, Chu Miao, be of assistance. You seek medical help. How could I stand idly by? Let us go. As Chu Miao supported Princess Pingnan, memories of her past life flashed through her mind. She had been an accomplice. The Lin family was the executioner. Their malice towards Princess Pingnan extended far beyond mere verbal curses. After the downfall of the Pingnan Wangfu, Princess Pingnan was sent to the military brothel by the Lin family. And family, unwilling to suffer humiliation, destroyed herself, meeting a tragic end in a pool of blood. Her shattered body dragged by the Lin family to the beast camp, becoming prey for wild animals. The severed head was packaged as a gift for Xiao Rongjin, a cruelty that rivaled that of Mo Hongjin. And all of this bore the greatest responsibility of Chu Miao. Thus, when facing Princess Pingnan, she felt guilt and remorse. Once inside the carriage, unable to bear Princess Pingnan's constant worry for Xiao Rongjin, Chu Miao weighed her options and ultimately resolved to reveal the truth. She grasped Princess Pingnan's hand firmly. Your Highness, please look at me. Tears glistened in Princess Pingnan's eyes as she raised her head to meet Chu Miao's gaze. Chu Miao continued, I treated Xiao Shizi's injuries. They were caused by his own fall. Princess Pingnan's expression froze in shock. Understanding that revealing the truth required starting from the beginning, Chu Miao explained, Xiao Shizi had come to me at Fuling Temple to tend to his facial injuries. And at that time, he was unharmed. He disclosed to me that his closest brother intended to assassinate him, having discovered that this person was affiliated with the crown prince. He sought my advice, and I cautioned him to be wary of the royal family. The next time I heard news of Xiao Shizi, he was gravely injured. From Chu Miao's words, Princess Pingnan pieced together fragments of information. Her son had indeed sought out Chu Miao. His injuries were not sustained at Wangshan, but were orchestrated by the royal family to eliminate him. Princess Pingnan quickly regained her composure, tightening her grip on Chu Miao's hand. Then his current predicament is also a ruse to deceive the royal family. That should be the case, Chu Miao nodded solemnly. Princess, do not disclose the Shizi's condition to outsiders. It concerns the future of the Pingnan Wangfu. Chu Miao's words left Princess Pingnan in a bewildered state, unable to discern reality from a dream. She even began to doubt if this truly was Lin's daughter, so unlike her mother. Caught between joy and sorrow, She clutched Chu Miao's hand tightly, cautiously asking, "Why are you helping a Jin? Your mother disapproves of any association with the Pingnan Wangfu." Chu Miao's eyes grew distant, avoiding Princess Pingnan's gaze. She could not confess that her sense of guilt compelled her to aid the Xiao family in breaking free from the royal family's grasp. "I have previously mentioned that Xiao Shixi saved my life. I come to repay that debt. As for the grievances between our elders and my parents, I neither know nor wish to know. I am myself, they are themselves." With a resolute demeanor, Chu Miao was no longer the indecisive person she had been in her past life. Upon arriving at the Pingnan Wangfu, the remaining 6 adopted sons of the Pingnan Wang looked on in astonishment at Chu Miao standing behind Princess Pingnan. Particularly, the 4th son, Xiao Yuqing, pointed at Chu Miao, stammering, Chu. The eldest son, Xiao Rongqi, hurriedly covered Xiao Yuqing's mouth, glancing at Princess Pingnan as she led Chu Miao into the inner chambers. She is no longer just Miss Chu Air or Duchess Fuyun. She is also the revered healer praised by the people, likely summoned by our mother to attend to our 3rd brother. Xiao Yuqing wriggled free from Xiao Rongqi's grasp, inwardly grumbling, "Not only is she a healer, but my 3rd brother also conspired with her to ensnare the eldest daughter of the Chu family and the crown prince, nearly getting himself shoved into a latrine by our father." Chapter 76. The poisoning of young Master Rongin in the room. The Princess of Pingnan commanded the door to be shut. When Chu Miao entered Xiao Rongjin's chamber, she was met with a sight that struck her with alarm. Xiao Rongjin's complexion was ashen, his features haggard, and his eyes sunken. In the span of just a few days, he appeared to have endured a lifetime of suffering, his appearance gaunt and unrecognizable. Although she understood that this was merely a fade crafted by Xiao Rongjin himself, the injuries he had inflicted were nonetheless real. As he sought an accurate diagnosis from the Imperial Medical Office in accordance with his own intentions, the Princess of Pingnan stood to the side, her brow furrowed with concern. "Has he been sleeping like this all along, my lady? Will he truly be all right?" Chu Miao set down her medical kit and assured the princess, "Rest assured, Your Highness. I shall ensure that young Master Rongin remains unharmed." She took his wrist from beneath the covers, meticulously checking his pulse, eager to ascertain the nature of the substances he had ingested. The black market offered an array of rare concoctions. There was nothing one could not procure if one desired it. From her examination of Xiao Rongjin, Chu Miao identified 3 distinct poisons. One was Huanghe poison, another was Gui Shi Wan, and the last was Chu Hun Dan. While any one of these poisons alone would not be fatal, their simultaneous consumption would yield a perilous combination, a loss of spirit, impaired internal strength, and the reversal of toxic blood flow. Huanghe poison was as deadly as the infamous He Ding Hong. Gui Shi Wan induced a state of false death, and Chu Hun Dan was particularly formidable, preserving the last sense of hearing even amid unconsciousness. In essence, while Xiao Rongjin lay in a comatose state, he remained acutely aware of the sounds around him. Chu Miao felt both exasperation and amusement towards Xiao Rongjin. By the time his grand design came to fruition and he awakened, his body would likely be reduced to a mere vessel of potions, requiring an extended period to recover his vitality. Why would he not heed her warnings? She had advised him against visiting the black market, yet he had recklessly consumed 3 toxic substances. Noticing her prolonged silence, the Princess of Pingnan's anxiety deepened. "My lady, what is the status of Ajin?" Chu Miao withdrew her hand, placing Xiao Rongjin's wrist back beneath the covers, and glanced at him before saying, "Your Highness, do you wish to hear the truth?" The princess nodded solemnly. "To speak candidly, young Master Rongjin has indeed been poisoned." The princess inhaled sharply, her heart sinking. She had already suspected the truth. However, Chu Miao had previously mentioned that Xiao Rongjin's injuries were self-inflicted, leading her to believe the poisoning was merely a ruse. Hearing Chu Miao's confirmation now, her heart raced with trepidation. "How can we antidote the poison?" "There is no need for an antidote," Chu Miao replied. "No need for an antidote?" The princess's brow wrinkled in confusion. "But must we not administer medication?" "There is no necessity for that either," Chu Miao stated, her gaze fixed intently on Xiao Rongjin. "This condition will persist for half a month. We are merely witnessing the initial phase of poisoning. During the intermediate stage, young Master Rongjin will suffer greatly from the poison, plagued by sleepless nights. At the peak, he will find it nearly impossible to ingest anything. If he can endure this, the toxicity will gradually dissipate on its own and will not claim his life, though he will experience considerable discomfort." The princess's heart twisted in anguish. Young Master Rongjin's actions were evidently a calculated risk, She understood that, by extricating him from the clutches of the imperial family, she could employ her own physicians to prepare pain-relieving remedies and a few unique antidotes. This would create the illusion that young Master Rongjin had been saved by the royal family's esteemed physicians. And she would use public opinion to inform the populace that he had narrowly escaped a heinous plot against him. The princess was determined to amplify the scandal surrounding young Master Rongjin's poisoning. The imperial family held authority, yet the Shao family possessed the people's loyalty. Should the imperial family dare to overtly control the Shao family and harm Shao Rongjin, the Shao family would have no choice but to reveal their stance. They would make clear to Emperor Zhao Yuan and the crown prince where their limits lay, ensuring that Shao Rongjin's sacrifices were not in vain. Meanwhile, Shao Rongjin's ears twitched imperceptibly, and a faint smile played upon his lips, barely visible as a delicate curve. Chapter 77. The son of Rongan is poisoned. The princess of Ping An was utterly oblivious to the fact that Shao Rongjin could overhear their conversation. She was astonished that Chu Miao was instructing her on how to resist imperial authority. Her disbelief led her to scrutinize Chu Miao further, reigniting her intrigue towards her. The words of Master Du Chun echoed relentlessly in her ears. This calamity shall pass through the wife. It now appeared that only Chu Miao remained by Jin's side. Could it be Chu Miao? However, the crown prince had taken a liking to Chu Miao, who would dare to snatch her away from the royal family. Amidst the prevailing rumors, the emperor would inevitably have to offer a few individuals as scapegoats, and facing the guillotine would be a minor consequence. As long as someone from the Imperial Medical Institute perished due to the poisoning of young Master Shao, they could wield considerable power against the practitioners there. Consequently, the matter concerning young Master Shao would devolve into a mess for the Imperial Medical Institute, leaving no one willing to take responsibility. By then, young Master Zhao's health might gradually improve, and the royal family would become wary due to the resistance from the Ping and Wangfu. Although this would plunge the Shao family into a more precarious situation, it would temporarily grant them a period of tranquility. The Shao family could seize this opportunity to meticulously plan their future endeavors. Chu Miao was acutely aware that her words would arouse the suspicions of the princess of Ping An. Yet there were certain truths she needed to convey to her. Their loyalty would not safeguard them from a lifetime of peace. Instead, it would hasten their demise. The royal family did not desire an unyielding and impregnable Shao family. Rather, they sought a clan with flaws that could be exploited. What Chu Miao never anticipated was that she would be perceived by the princess of Ping An merely as a woman distinct from the rest of the Chu family. One who had come to rescue her son. The princess was overwhelmed with excitement internally, but managed to mask it. She nodded and said, "I understand. So, a Jin's poison does not threaten his life?" "Not at all," Chu Miao replied. "Then is there anything else I must do for him?" Rising, Chu Miao asserted, "Yes. Follow my earlier advice. Weep, wail, do whatever is necessary. Your son is on the brink of death. As a mother, you should have lost your sanity and be in a state of despair. This behavior is what the world deems normal if you do not cry or lament. That would be abnormal." The princess of Ping An felt a newfound admiration for her cunning. Just then, the voices of the Shao family's sons performing their bows could be heard from outside. "We pay our respects to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, and the Chancellor." The princess of Ping An abruptly turned to the door, her heart racing. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chu Miao instinctively furrowed her brow. Yet before she could react, the princess suddenly knelt before her, embracing her and weeping, "Princess, princess, you are a divine healer, a reincarnation of Hua Tuo. They all say you can resurrect the dead. My son is not yet gone. He still lives. I implore you, help me, save my son." Chu Miao, momentarily taken aback by the princess's unexpected display, stumbled slightly. However, she quickly composed herself to align with the princess. "Princess, I am neither a divine healer nor dare I claim to be Hua Tuo Reborn. The young master's condition is severely compromised. He cannot endure any further strain. As a mere woman, I cannot remain by the young master's side day and night. You must find someone else to examine him. With proper care and the right remedies, his life may be preserved." The princess of Ping An's cries grew louder, but allowing a Jin to live like a mere shell of a person is exceedingly cruel. "Lady Fuyun, I am at my wit's end. I beg you, help me." Chu Miao gently pried the princess away, shouldered her medical kit, and hastily made her way outside. Before opening the door, she turned to the princess and said, "Princess, his dantian is damaged and cannot be restored to its former state. Even I am powerless in this regard. As for young Master Shao's legs, he can only hope to rehabilitate gradually after he awakens, but the odds are uncertain." With that, Chu Miao opened the door, only to find Imo Hongjin standing right before her. Her previous words had been clearly audible outside. Chapter 78. The young master of Rangon is poisoned. Imo Hongjin's expression was not overly grim as he saw Chu Miao open the door. With a gentle smile, he said, "Sister Chu Miao, I did not expect you to be at the Prince Pingnan's residence." Chu Miao adjusted the strap of her medical box and replied, "The Princess of Pingnan sought my expertise. As a healer, it is my duty to provide free consultations to the common folk. So I came to assess the condition of young Master Rangon. What have you disowned? Pray tell me, for I have witnessed young Master Rangon's torment from his ailment, and I am torn with pity. I was contemplating whether to bring you along to observe his condition. Now that you have assessed him, what is his plight? What poison has he been afflicted with?" Imo Hongjin's words were carefully chosen, probing Chu Miao while eagerly seeking to understand Xiao Rongjin's state. Chu Miao, well aware of this duplicitous man and his intentions, sighed and shook her head, knitting her brows. The poison that has befallen young Master Rangon is known as xuanfu. It is a toxic compound formed from a peculiar herb that clashes with the dietary regimen he typically consumes. This toxin possesses a potent ability to reverse the flow of blood to the heart and dantian, directly harming one's vital essence. For an ordinary person, it could mean eternal slumber, even death. A martial artist, however, may have their dantian's inner energy resist part of the poison, safeguarding the heart from contamination and preserving their life. Yet, the dantian will undoubtedly suffer damage. Such a person, even if they awaken, may retain only a fraction of their strength, and there exists a significant chance they can no longer wield their inner power. Should they attempt to channel their dantian, the residual poison will intensify, leading to fatal repercussions. Furthermore, the afflicted will endure a torturous period of half a month, wherein the poison will manifest painfully, necessitating the swift discovery of an antidote. Chu Miao spoke with calm authority, fully aware of what Imo Hongjin longed to hear. Thus, she concocted a falsehood, intending to convince the crown prince and Emperor Zhaoyuan that Xiao Rongjin was incapacitated, thereby lowering their guard. As Imo Hongjin absorbed her professional account, he harbored no doubts about her. In his eyes, she was an ally. Nevertheless, he still displayed a facade of sorrow, as if mourning the loss of a brilliant warrior, frowning deeply as he said, "What of his legs? You mentioned to the Princess of Ping and that young Master Rangon's legs may also be beyond saving. Such a fate would be excessively cruel. Is there no way to restore his legs, at the very least allowing him to live like a normal person?" Despite his words, Imo Hongjin secretly desired Xiao Rongjin to be forever incapacitated. This was merely a test. Chu Miao shook her head. The tendons of his legs have been severed, and compounded by this poisoning, the severed tendons will succumb to the toxin and wither away. There is no hope for restoration. With a thud, the Princess of Pingnan fell to her knees before Imo Hongjin, weeping uncontrollably. "I beseech your highness to take action for my son, to unearth the perpetrator of this poisoning. Please, I implore you." The sound of her kowtows echoed through the chamber. The several adopted sons of the Xiao family knelt in unison, voicing their plea. "We beseech your highness to take action and punish the poisoner severely." Imo Hongjin first regarded the Princess of Pingnan, then turned to the 6 sons of the Xiao family behind him. The Xiao family has served with loyalty for 100 years, fighting for the people. How could I bear to witness young Master Rangon's suffering? I shall personally report this matter to my father, and I will ensure that your family does not endure this injustice. Please, rise. With that, Imo Hongjin turned to Chu Jingde and instructed, "Minister, please escort the princess back to her residence. Her actions today were commendable. Her visit and thorough diagnosis of young Master Rangon provide invaluable evidence for apprehending the one who harmed him." "Yes, your highness," Chu Jingde responded with a bow, leading Chu Miao away from the Prince Pingnan's residence. Once in the carriage, Chu Jingde, with a grave expression, inquired, "How confident are you in your medical skills?" Chapter 79. The air of Rongin is poison, my dear father. I cannot guarantee that I have mastered the intricacies of court etiquette, she admitted, her gaze steady and brimming with confidence. This earned her a moment of regard from Chu Jingde. "If what you say holds true, then there remains hope for the heir of Rongin," he countered. Chu Miao nodded. "The maternal family of the Princess of Pingnan is the wealthiest. If we can procure the rare and precious medicinal herbs, there is still a chance." "Then why did you not inform the Princess of Ping and about the necessary costly herbs required to treat the heir of Rongin?" Chu Jingde inquired. Chu Miao understood that he was probing her, seeking to glean more about the situation surrounding the heir. She shook her head resolutely. "I cannot divulge that information." "Why not?" The brilliance in Chu Jingda's gaze suggested a desire to uncover her thoughts. Father, I was aware when the Princess of Pingnan sought medical assistance. I overheard a dispute between Mother and her while I was outside. It seemed to stem from past grievances. Mother harbors a strong dislike for the princess. Thus, I believe our family is not particularly well disposed towards the Xiao family of the Pingnan Wangfu. However, as a healer, when someone, especially a person of such stature as the princess, seeks aid, I feared that our family might be criticized for neglecting a life in need. So I took it upon myself to accompany her. This way, others would not dare to speak ill of the Chu family. Yet, I am also acutely aware of the intricate ties of power within the court. Hence, I refrained from discussing the herbs with the princess. May I inquire, Father, can I indeed save the heir of Rongyan? If I am unable to intervene further, the rationale I provided to the princess will surely dissuade her from seeking our assistance again. If it were possible, Chu Jingda interrupted her. I would prefer that you, an unmarried girl, refrain from meddling in such matters. I am still here. It was absurd to rescue Xiao Rongjin. The emperor and the crown prince would be eager to eliminate him. Yet, Chu Jingda could not directly express his thoughts to Chu Miao, acknowledging that the emperor and the crown prince wished to see Xiao Rongjin dead, while simultaneously conceding that her approach was indeed prudent. This exchange compelled Chu Jingda to reassess his daughter. His prior discontent regarding her uninvited visit to the Pingnan Wangfu had significantly diminished, and he no longer intended to castigate her for that decision. Mother, Chu Miao's voice trailed off as she lowered her gaze, gripping the straps of her medical box tightly, gently moistening her parched lips. It appears that Mother harbors a strong aversion to the princess. It seems that in her youth, the princess took something from Mother. I had not considered anything at that time, only the urgency of saving a life. Now, returning in this manner, I am certain that Mother will chastise me. Upon hearing this, Chu Jingda's brow furrowed deeply. He was well aware of the grievances between Lin and from their youth. It stemmed merely from the fact that the princess of Pingnan had once favored and over Lin. He felt an inexplicable agitation. Years had passed, yet Lin still seemed to dwell on this matter. Rest assured, no one will dare to blame you for this, Chu Jingda remarked, almost defiantly. A glimmer of cunning calculation flickered in Chu Miao's eyes, her demeanor demure. As the carriage came to a halt at the Prime Minister's residence, Lin lifted the curtain, her expression dark and fixed on Chu Miao. Chu Jingda's countenance mirrored her own. However, Lin remained oblivious to Chu Jingda's unease, her focus solely on Chu Miao. Chu Miao, return to the courtyard. Father, Chu Miao gazed apprehensively at Chu Jingda. Come with me. Do not fear. I am here, he reassured her. Chu Jingda dismounted first, followed by Chu Miao. Lin immediately turned to Chu Jingda, launching into a series of grievances. My lord, you must discipline Chu Miao. She acted without my consent. It was I who instructed her to attend to the heir of Rongyan at the Pingnan Wangfu. Do you have any objections, my lady? Chapter 80. The illness of Miss Chu Heir Lin was momentarily taken aback, her expression reflecting disbelief. You want her to... Chu Jingda ignored Lin, turning to Chu Miao and saying, You may go in first. No one dares to trouble you. Thank you, father, replied Chu Miao, raising an eyebrow and casting a glance at Lin before she turned to return to the Prime Minister's residence. Lin pointed at Chu Miao, her anger simmering. Yet, before she could question Chu Jingda's motives, he passed her by without offering an explanation, leaving Lin to seethe in silence. What had come over him? Realizing something was amiss, Lin hurried after Chu Jingda. In the days that followed, Chu Miao occupied her time at Yunjingshuan practicing the piano, painting, and composing poetry, while also taking moments to pay respects to the elderly matriarch of the Chu family. Each day, she devoted 2 hours to returning to the princess's residence. During her outings, she gleaned information from the neighbors regarding the affairs of the Pingnan Wangfu. It was said that after her consultation with Xiao Rongjin, the crown prince and the emperor did not immediately seek retribution against the imperial physician Lian. Instead, they instructed Lian to apologize to the Pingnan Wang. Lian explained that he had been unaware of the adverse interaction between the food Xiao Rongjin consumed and the medicine he prescribed, asserting that it was never his intention to harm her. Upon hearing this, the Pingnan Wang Fei, incensed, took her 6th son to Wushuan Gate, sounding the drum of grievance to demand justice. Many citizens of Yanjing gathered at Wushuan Gate. The current emperor valued public sentiment greatly. Thus, the Pingnan Wang Fei, leveraging her past merits, exerted pressure on him before the public eye. Although Emperor Zhaoyuan was furious, he had no choice but to take the matter of Xiao Rongjin's poisoning seriously. Lian was quickly apprehended and imprisoned. The next day, while delivering meals to the prison, it was discovered that Lian had hanged himself using his belt. This incident sent shockwaves through the entire Imperial Medical Bureau, plunging it into unprecedented panic. They understood that Lian could not have taken his own life voluntarily. Rather, it was the Emperor's decree to silence public outrage and provide an explanation to the Ping and Wangfu. When Emperor Zhaoyuan contemplated dispatching several physicians to treat Xiao Rongjin, the chaotic situation at the Pingnan Wangfu deterred anyone from stepping forward. No one knew whether the poisoning of the young master of the Rongan family truly stemmed from Lian's actions. Their greatest fear was the potential for hidden motives, leading to a swift execution of blame upon them. This state of affairs incited the emperor's wrath. Ultimately, the crown prince thought of one person, Chu Miao. He planned to announce their betrothal to the world and then send her to the Pingnan Wangfu. He believed in her medical skills, confident that she could discreetly incapacitate Xiao Rongjin and perhaps even the entire Xiao family. On the 8th day of the 9th month, at midnight, Chu Miao disguised herself as a man and left the prime minister's residence, heading directly to the black market. This was a place where the wealthy and the destitute engaged in trade, with masked faces and altered appearances. Chu Miao's objective was clear: to sell medicine for dark currency and to purchase a killer slave. As it was her first time selling medicine in this unfamiliar environment, the buyers were unaware of the efficacy of her pills and offered only the lowest price in dark currency. However, she was confident that the amount she held would suffice to procure the killer slave she sought. Upon arriving at the slave market, she found the seller lounging lazily atop a cage. Approaching, she was met with the seller's inquiry: looking to buy a killer slave? They are top-notch assassins, suitable for becoming guards, shadows, or personal soldiers. I want her, Chu Miao declared, pointing at the cage furthest back. The woman inside was battered and bruised, her hair disheveled, a sight of the most grievous injuries among the slaves. The seller, stunned at her choice, bolted upright and incredulously asked, "Esteemed one, you wish to purchase her? Surely, she must be mad, for this slave appeared on the brink of death. Was she intent on bringing back a dying wretch to serve her?" Yet, for the seller, the prospect of profit outweighed concerns of sanity. "I want her," Chu Miao reiterated. Despite her fragile state, this dying slave could, in the future, become a formidable weapon at Mo Hongjin's side. This precious blade, she intended to claim for herself. Chapter 81. The revelation of Miss Chu's illness. Chu Miao exchanged dark coins, and the assassin was released, approaching her with silent steps. She cast a fleeting glance at the assassin, offering no words, and proceeded to exit the dark market. The assassin followed quietly, and it was only when they neared the market's exit that Chu Miao paused. She slightly turned her head and addressed the assassin, stating, "In your current state, I cannot keep you by my side." The assassin remained silent. Chu Miao continued, "First, you must heal your wounds before seeking me again. As for how you will survive and recover thereafter, that is for you to determine. I shall grant you 10 days. With her instructions delivered, Chu Miao resumed her stride, preparing to leave the dark market. The assassin spoke up, "Aren't you afraid I might flee?" Chu Miao momentarily hesitated, letting out a soft scoff. "I have faith in the assassins of the dark market. I trust you will not tarnish the reputation of the entire assassin community for personal gain." With that, Chu Miao hurried away, returning to the Chu residence. She changed out of her garments and reclined upon the soft couch. The night watch maids had been rendered unconscious by her fragrant powder and were sound asleep. As she turned, she sensed something amiss. In that instant, a familiar face came into view. Chu Miao abruptly sat up, fixating on the man lying on her bed, frowning as she softly exclaimed, "Xiao Rongjin." It had been half a month since she had last seen him. The rumors she had heard were dire. Xiao Rongjin was on the brink of death from poison. And despite the royal physician's numerous remedies, none had alleviated the suffering of the heir of the Roman family. The princess of Pingnan wept continuously. Though all of this was merely a fade created by Xiao Rongjin, Chu Miao could not help but worry about his condition, fearing he might harm himself through excessive medication. Xiao Rongjin slowly propped himself up, clutching his chest, and said, "Do not be so agitated. I merely came for a brief rest, and shall depart at dawn." Without hesitation, Chu Miao unfastened his clothing, her actions as deft as a devoted wife attending to her husband. Remarkably, Xiao Rongjin complied, spreading his arms wide, and under the dim moonlight, he gazed at her increasingly enchanting visage with a playful smile. "No need to rush. Take your time. I merely wish to examine your injuries. Lie back down, and I shall take your pulse again." Seeing him so nonchalant, Chu Miao retorted with irritation. Xiao Rongjin obediently settled back down, his arms outstretched in a manner that showed no regard for propriety. Chu Miao turned to fetch her medical kit, placing it by the bedside, and retrieved a luminous night pearl from within. This gem, gifted by the princess, seemed to possess great utility, prompting her to place it in her medical kit. To her astonishment, Xiao Rongjin's chest wound appeared to be healing rapidly. Although the injury remained, his broken ribs had already mended. It had only been half a month. And yet, Chu Miao's brow furrowed instinctively as she scrutinized Xiao Rongjin, inquiring, "Have you been concealing some medication from me?" "No," Xiao Rongjin replied, glancing up. "What is it? Have you discovered something new?" She gently pressed on his ribs. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Rongjin. "You suspect my wounds are healing too swiftly due to some dark market medicine?" He countered, a smug grin spreading across his face. "That is unnecessary. I have always healed faster than others. I told you, this is merely a minor injury, one I can manage." "Huh," Chu Miao scoffed. "So you took 3 types of poison all at once, and that is within your control?" Xiao Rongjin's handsome features broke into a radiant smile. "It is not about my control, it is about my confidence in you." Chapter 82. It turns out Miss Chu Er is unwell. Chu Miao's brows furrowed deeper, her words tinged with agitation. "Do you have such confidence in me?" "Indeed," he replied, raising an eyebrow. "You certainly won't abandon me." Chu Miao found herself both exasperated and amused. From where did he derive such assurance that she would come to his aid? What if I do not arrive? What if I am aligned with the crown prince? What if I wish to harm you, deliberately striking when you are at your weakest? Have you never considered these possibilities? After all, I am the daughter of Chu Jingde. She did not wish for him to trust her so unreservedly. She herself was still uncertain of her own capabilities. Yet, as she questioned herself and reprimanded him, Xiao Rongjin suddenly grasped her hand. Chu Miao, taken aback, looked down at his palm, the atmosphere growing significantly tense. Xiao Rongjin's voice took on an inexplicable urgency. "If you wish to harm me, there would be no need for us to become acquainted." "Chu Miao, I do not know what you have endured, but I sense you require an ally. I want to assure you, you are not alone." This statement bore a weight too heavy to bear. Chu Miao's emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity and confusion. Xiao Rongjin gently caressed her delicate hand. "I have heard that your mother will host a welcoming banquet for you tomorrow. I wish to confirm one matter. I will not marry the crown prince. I am not aligned with him," Chu Miao declared, her gaze resolute, as if she could see through everything. Before he could voice his inquiry, she preemptively answered. Xiao Rongjin responded with a soft his earlier seriousness dissipating as he playfully tapped her nose. "Akin to a husband indulging his beloved wife, it is evident that you and my mother have a remarkable rapport. Those unaware might mistake you for mother and daughter. My dear, during my days of awakening, my mother has frequently mentioned you in my presence. She said, had it not been for the crown princess adopting you as her goddaughter, she would have certainly taken you as her own." Chu Miao's eyelids twitched violently. "And what do you say to that?" Xiao Rongjin raised an eyebrow, saying, "I mentioned that once you become a goddaughter, there is no turning back." My mother nodded and expressed her desire to find me a suitable consort, but she urged me to make an effort. What do you think that means? A faint blush crept onto Chu Miao's cheeks as she pressed his wrist to take his pulse. Xiao Rongjin rambled on for a while, but Chu Miao paid him no heed. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she withdrew her hand, retrieving a vial of medicine from her medical box, declaring, "For the time being, take this medicine. It will aid in discreetly restoring your health without arousing suspicion from those old fellows at the Imperial Hospital. The night grows late. You should leave. Once again, you urge me to depart." Xiao Rongjin feigned a pained gesture over his heart. "It was no easy task for me to come here. Xiao Rongjin, it is inappropriate for men and women to have close contact." She was perplexed as to why Xiao Rongjin had developed an interest in her, yet she was acutely aware of their precarious situation. If they could not clarify the reasons for their union, the royal family would never permit her to wed into the Pingnan Wangfu. Most importantly, her heart. Each time she entered the Pingnan Wangfu, memories of its collapse in her past life would flood her mind, an inescapable burden. Xiao Rongjin ceased his playful banter. Rising from his seat, he withdrew a dagger from his attire and placed it into her hand. Chu Miao glanced down at the dagger. It was his Qinglong Zhan, razor sharp, designed for close-range assassination. "You, keep it safe. I await the day you wield the Qinglong Zhan in exchange for the Huofeng gun in my possession." The Qinglong Zhan and the Huofeng gun, one dagger and one concealed weapon, a pair of deadly companions. The male counterpart represented the dragon, while the female counterpart embodied the phoenix. Xiao Rongjin's implication was abundantly clear. He harbored a resolute intention to marry her. Chapter 83. The illness of Miss Chu ere Xiao Rongjin departed, leaving Chu Miao seated at the edge of her bed, lost in thought. In her hand, she clutched the Qinglong blade, a weapon forged collaboratively by her ancestors and the Xiao family's forebears. This blade was reputed not only to slice through iron as if it were mud, but also to sever bone as though it were mere parchment. Yet, she had used this dagger to inflict a wound upon Xiao Rongjin, thereby severing the ties of their past lives. Regaining her composure, she withdrew the dagger, which glimmered with a sharp light under the moon's glow. The entanglements of their previous lives, she would repay them. The following day, Chu Miao was to attend the dust-settling banquet, an event organized by the Lin family to formally reintroduce their second daughter to the noble circles of Yanjing. This affair promised to rival Chu Yaoshua's previous birthday celebration, perhaps even surpassing it in grandeur, as both the Grand Princess and Empress Jean were expected to be in attendance. Early in the morning, Lin summoned Chu Miao to prepare her appearance and select her attire for the banquet. Gazing into the mirror, Chu Miao beheld a reflection of opulence, splendor, and respect, qualities she had once yearned for. Yet now, they struck her as deeply ironic. This external facade was something she longed to discard. Upon entering the room and witnessing her daughter's transformation, Lin's spirits soared. "My dear, I have not truly appreciated your beauty until now. With this adornment, you bear a striking resemblance to me in my youth. Do you know what today signifies?" Recently, Chu Miao had been notably docile before Lin, much to Lin's delight. "Mother, I am aware. Today is the special dust-settling banquet you have prepared for me. The esteemed guests I will meet are the most prominent figures in Yanjing, both affluent and influential. Rest assured, I have committed to memory the etiquette you have taught me these past few days and shall not disappoint." Emulating Chu Yaoshua's tone, her demeanor was gentle and obedient. Observing her daughter's compliant nature, Lin envisioned a promising future. Soon, her daughter would be betrothed to the crown prince and become the crown princess. "Yes, my dear, simply follow my guidance. How is your practice with the zither? I have also arranged games involving poetry, painting, and riddles. You are prepared for these, I trust?" "Absolutely," Chu Miao replied with a smile, though beneath her facade lay a torrent of concealed scheming. This banquet would ensure she captivated all of Yanjing. Seeing that the preparations were nearly complete, Lin led Chu Miao out of the Yunjin pavilion. At that moment, Chu Yaoshua approached from another path, silently observing Lin escorting Chu Miao away. Chu Miao's sudden compliance with Lin's every wish perplexed her. Now, Lin seemed to lack even the patience to glance at her. Chu Yaoshua was consumed with envy and resentment. Should the dust-settling banquet conclude flawlessly, Chu Miao would usurp her position as the crown princess, a role that rightfully belonged to her. Madam is truly biased, focusing solely on the second miss while neglecting to prepare attire for the eldest, remarked Pin Mei. Chu Yaoshua, silent, retreated to the Furong pavilion. Even if Lin had prepared garments for her, she would not dare to attend. The noble ladies who had once envied her would surely find amusement in her plight. In the Yunxiu pavilion, the banquet hall brimmed with noble ladies and esteemed matriarchs. As Lin and Chu Miao entered, Lin resembled a peacock displaying its plumage, exuding confidence. Chu Miao, walking beside her, rolled her eyes discreetly. Upon seeing Chu Miao, the attendees bowed in unison, greeting her. "We pay our respects to the esteemed Princess Fuyun." Lin's heart swelled with joy as she surveyed those who acknowledged her daughter with reverence. Chapter 84. The revelation of Miss Chu's illness. It appears that Madame Lin is eager to proclaim to the world that her daughter is not only exceptionally talented, but also the imperial princess, Duke of Fuyun, as bestowed by the emperor. Chu Miao silently observed the vain expression on Madame Lin's face and graciously addressed the gathering. "Ladies, there is no need for formalities." The women rose in unison. Soon, Madame Wang, Madame Zhao, Madame Li, and others flocked towards Madame Lin and Chu Miao. Such a scene felt incredibly familiar. Just a month prior, during the moon-viewing banquet, these same individuals had surrounded Chu Yaoshua, showering her with compliments. Now, merely the object of their flattery had changed, yet the admirers remained the same. How fortunate is Madame Chu? Her second daughter has been recognized as an adopted daughter by the Grand Princess and conferred the title of princess. The resemblance between the Duke of Fuyun and Madame Chu is striking, truly uncanny. The Empress has arrived. The Crown Prince has arrived. The Grand Princess has arrived. At that moment, The announcement from the palace servants echoed from outside the courtyard. Madame Lin led Chu Miao and the others out of the hall to welcome the esteemed guests, Empress Jean, the Crown Prince, and the Grand Princess. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Crown Prince. I pay my respects to Her Majesty the Empress. I pay my respects to the Grand Princess. The synchronized greetings resonated throughout the courtyard. The Empress Jin's gaze fell upon Chu Miao, who was clad in a delicate blue gown, her makeup exquisitely done. Under Madame Lin's careful nurturing, Chu Miao's appearance had transformed. She no longer bore the gauntness of before, but rather possessed a countenance radiating fortune and grace, clearly an individual blessed with good fortune. The Empress smiled with satisfaction and declared, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the group stood, Empress Jean led the way into the hall. Today, the spotlight was on Chu Miao, and everyone was eager to witness her true abilities, the Empress included. After taking her seat, the Empress addressed the gathering directly. "I have heard that today the Chu family has prepared a welcoming banquet for the return of the Duke of Fuyun to her family. Having grown up outside, the Duke has cultivated remarkable talents and medical skills. Previously, she offered free medical consultations at Fuling Temple, saving the Grand Princess's life, hence her being adopted and conferred the title of Duke of Fuyun. She is even hailed by the people as a miraculous physician, and it is said that her skills in playing the qin are exceptional, capable of effortlessly composing new melodies. Therefore, I, along with the Grand Princess and the Crown Prince, have come to witness the extraordinary talents of the Duke of Fuyun." The Empress recounted Chu Miao's past achievements with great enthusiasm. Madame Lin's pride swelled visibly. Mo Hongzhen's gaze towards Chu Miao shimmered with admiration. This Chu Miao undoubtedly stood as the best candidate for the position of Crown Princess, gifted and possessing medical knowledge. She could facilitate numerous significant matters. "Your Majesty, you flatter my second daughter. Her skills are merely a pastime, nothing as grand as you suggest," Madame Lin replied. Though internally she felt a sense of elation, she maintained a smile and spoke modestly. Turning to Chu Miao, she continued, "Miao Miao, with so many esteemed guests here, including Her Majesty the Empress, the Crown Prince, and the Grand Princess, they are eager to hear the qin piece you have recently composed. Are you prepared?" Chu Miao replied obediently, "I am ready." Servants brought in the qin, placing it in the center of the hall. As Chu Miao approached the qin platform and sat on the stool, she briefly lowered her gaze to her arms before gently resting her hands on the strings. The sound of her plucking the strings resonated clearly. Everyone present, much like the Empress, held great expectations for Chu Miao's purported exceptional talent. Mo Hongzhen, in particular, did not dare to blink, his eyes fixated on her delicate, fair hands. As the beautiful melodies began to weave through the air, they gradually unfolded under her fingers. However, before the piece could conclude, the music abruptly shifted to a sharp, jarring sound. Moments later, it transitioned again into a gentle, soothing melody, yet every few moments, the tune would change once more, becoming increasingly chaotic and deafening. After several erratic shifts, Madame Lin finally recognized that something was amiss. Her expression darkened, and she appeared as if she could devour Chu Miao whole, yet she strove to suppress her fury. Rising from her seat, Madame Lin's voice grew stern as she admonished. "Miao Miao, what are you doing? You've practiced enough. Do not keep the Empress waiting." Bang! Thud! At that instant, as Madame Lin stood, Chu Miao seemed startled and rose as well. In her haste, her knees accidentally knocked against the qin, causing it to fall with a resounding clatter. Chu Miao's eyes widened in alarm. "Mother, what is wrong with you?" Madame Lin gritted her teeth. The opening piece had been a disarray, and now the qin lay shattered on the ground. Chu Miao had committed an unforgivable blunder. Chapter 85. The illness of Miss Chu. Had it not been for the multitude of eyes upon them, Mrs. Lin would have already lost her temper. She swiftly approached Miss Chu Miao, preparing to quietly admonish her for her blunder when Chu Miao suddenly stumbled and fell to her knees. Terror etched across her face. Grasping Mrs. Lin's arm with both hands, she cried out, "Mother, I did not mean to. Please do not strike your daughter. I promise to play well. Just do not hit me." In her frantic state, the sleeves of her garment fell back, revealing a series of dark red scars on her arms. The guests present began to whisper amongst themselves, "What has happened to the hand of Princess Fuyun? It appears as though she has been brutally beaten." Upon seeing the wounds on Chu Miao's arms, the Grand Princess abruptly stood from her seat and exclaimed, "What has happened to Jiao Jiao's hands?" The Empress Jin's brows furrowed. Her previously splendid mood plummeted due to the display by Mrs. Lin and Chu Miao. Mo Hongjin wore an expression of utter shock. Mother, please do not hit me. I will obey you. Whatever you ask me to play, I shall play. I can compose many pieces. I will play again for you to hear. Dear mother, please listen. In her panic, Chu Miao scrambled to the guqin, adopting a position reminiscent of a pipa player, while her other hand flailed chaotically across the strings. The sounds produced were unbearable, a cacophony of dissonance. The last remnants of composure within Mrs. Lin shattered instantly. For her, it was over, everything was ruined. Chu Miao, in a fit of madness, had botched the banquet, bringing shame upon herself before all. Just a month ago, it had been Chu Yaoshua. Now, merely 10 days later, another daughter had embarrassed her in front of the same crowd. All her efforts had been obliterated by Chu Miao. Stop playing. Mrs. Lin rushed forward and seized the guqin from Chu Miao's hands, hurling it violently away. Chu Miao cried out in despair and, clutching her head, darted around before ultimately hiding beneath the table of the Grand Princess. Mrs. Lin, witnessing her daughter's complete lack of decorum, felt utterly defeated. However, as Chu Miao cowered beneath the table, the Grand Princess crouched down to embrace her, questioning Aunt Guan about what had transpired. Aunt Guan approached and, casting a glance at Mrs. Lin, replied, Your Highness, for over 20 days now, Madame Chu has allowed the young lady only 2 hours of sleep before insisting she rise to learn etiquette, practice the guqin, paint, dance, sing, and even compelling her to write 10 different poems each day. If she fails to meet these demands, Madame Chu resorts to whipping and scolding her. And the young lady forbids the maidservants from informing you, fearing it would cause you distress. Mrs. Lin gasped sharply, You are spreading falsehoods. When have I ever struck her? Despite Chu Miao's occasional irritations, Mrs. Lin would never dare lay a finger on her. A young maiden with scars would lose her value. Madame Chu had even claimed that the young lady was studying medicine and could remove her own whip marks. Aunt Guan's words struck Mrs. Lin like a dagger, nearly rendering her faint. Meanwhile, the voices of criticism around them grew louder, particularly from those who relished in Mrs. Lin's misfortunes. One such lady, Lady Wang, raised her voice. Your Highness, it seems there is something amiss with Princess Fuyun. I have heard that excessive mental stress can drive one to madness. We must find a physician to examine her condition and promptly restore her well-being. Mrs. Lin turned sharply, glaring at Lady Wang, feeling as though she were cursing her daughter with illness. Chapter 86. The illness of Miss Chu. When Madame Wang met the gaze of Lady Lin, she feigned surprise, exclaiming, Oh dear, while hastily lifting her handkerchief to partially cover her mouth. Madame Chu, please do not look at me in such a manner. My concerns are grounded in reality. Several years ago, there was a young lady forced by her mother to master various talents. Although the child was exceptionally gifted, she could not withstand the prolonged mental pressure from her elders and ultimately succumbed to madness. Lady Lin was nearly driven to the brink of fury by Madame Wang's words. The young lady in question was, in fact, from the Lin family. Yet, having endured a similar upbringing herself, she questioned why she had not gone mad. Furthermore, she had always believed that such rigor was beneficial for Chu Miao. How had she suddenly become the villain in this narrative? Lady Lin struggled to maintain her composure, resisting the urge to explode in anger. Empress Jean had long since lost hope for this gathering, her expression betraying her irritation and disdain. Indeed, after this incident, the prospect of the Chu family daughter becoming the crown princess was extinguished. No matter how remarkable Chu Miao's talents may be, the empress would never accept a woman tainted by madness as the crown princess. As for Mo Hongjin, his emotions fluctuated before settling into calmness. While it was indeed a regret that he could not marry Chu Miao, it did not diminish her utility to him. Her medical skills were invaluable. With this thought, all his displeasure dissipated, and he elegantly lifted his cup of tea, embodying grace and nobility. Lady Lin attempted to defend herself. Your Majesty, Princess, I assure you, Chu Miao is like a piece of flesh from my own body. How could I bear to mistreat her? Yes, I may have been somewhat strict, but as Aunt Guan stated, this is utterly absurd. Empress Jean, with a cold smile in her heart, pondered whether it truly mattered. Nonetheless, she maintained a soothing demeanor. Addressing Lady Chu, I understand your aspirations for your daughter. It is evident that Miss Fuyun has been startled. Perhaps a royal physician should examine her. Indeed, it is essential. The princess, holding Chu Miao close, firmly interjected. As for any further justifications, I have no desire to hear them, nor the inclination to discern right from wrong. I only know that my Fuyun has been wronged at the Prime Minister's residence. Should you, Madame Chu, Dare to slander her with false accusations? Do not blame me for not warning you about the past actions of your Chu family. You may seek to elevate your status, but from this day forth, all significant matters concerning my dear will be under my command. Even as her biological mother, you shall not harm her any further. I have already granted you an opportunity. The princess's stern words resonated heavily. Lady Lin gasped in shock, feeling as though the world was spinning around her. She could not comprehend how matters had escalated to this point. No, it was Chu Miao. Yes, Chu Miao had been exceedingly obedient lately, which had lulled her into a false sense of security. Thus, everything was orchestrated by Chu Miao, a fade she had constructed. She aimed to harm her, to retaliate against her mother. It could not be true. It was Chu Miao. Lady Lin stumbled over her words in confusion. At that moment, a female physician from the princess's household was summoned into the Yunjin pavilion. She was the oldest female physician in the palace, wielding significant authority. Physician Song approached Chu Miao, bowing to both the princess and her, before proceeding to take Chu Miao's pulse and meticulously observe her behavior. Ultimately, she arrived at a conclusion. Empress Jean was the first to speak, inquiring, Physician Song, what is the current condition of Miss Fuyun? Chapter 87. It turns out Miss Chu Air is unwell. The esteemed Physician Song respectfully replied, Your Majesty. The Princess Fuyun is suffering from a deficiency in vitality and exhaustion due to excessive fatigue and intense study, leading to a manifestation of psychosomatic symptoms. However, these symptoms are in their nascent stage. With a proper adjustment of her daily routine and dietary habits, along with a few medicinal treatments, she shall return to her former state. Moving forward, she must be carefully nurtured and shielded from any external mental strain, otherwise, a relapse may occur. Upon hearing this, the whispers among the nobility grew increasingly fervent. Particularly, Lady Wang appeared quite pleased with her astute deduction of Miss Chu Miao's ailment. The Grand Princess, holding Chu Miao tightly, expressed her indignation, saying, Madam Chu, I have made my position abundantly clear. Allow me to reiterate before all present, including Her Majesty the Empress, for the sake of witness. I shall take Princess Fuyun with me today, and you are to cease any visits to the Grand Princess's residence. Should she return to the Chu family, you shall not use filial piety or the bond of motherhood to morally coerce her into remaining at the Prime Minister's residence. Lady Lin stood frozen, realizing that whatever she did or said was deemed wrong. Reluctant to see her grand plans unravel due to Chu Miao, she grappled with the undeniable truth that she was indeed her biological mother. Was it not right for a child to honor her parents? As she spoke, her silver teeth clenched tightly. The Grand Princess assisted Chu Miao to her feet, resolutely declaring, I am fully aware of the treatment you have subjected this child to. Out of consideration for Princess Fuyun, I have refrained from any punitive actions against you. Do you wish for me to publicly disclose the transgressions you have committed against Chu Miao? Lady Lin nearly fainted at this revelation. What did the Grand Princess know? What had Chu Miao confided in her? Enough, Madam Chu, the Empress said, not wishing to prolong the gathering. I see that Princess Fuyun is in poor condition, thus, let us conclude this banquet. The priority now is her health. Since it appears you have been unable to care for her properly, it would be prudent for the Grand Princess to take her to the palace for recuperation. Your Majesty, Lady Lin objected, unwilling to relinquish her daughter. Even if it meant tormenting Chu Miao by keeping her close, it was preferable to allowing her to enjoy a carefree life at the Grand Princess's residence. So be it. She finally conceded. At this moment, Mo Hongzhen interjected, setting down his teacup and casting a glance at Chu Miao. The physician has stated that with adequate rest, Princess Fuyun's condition can improve. However, her presence around Madame Chu resembles that of a hunted animal before a predator. Remaining in her proximity will hinder her recovery. Lady Lin's heart sank. The Empress and the Crown Prince spoke without reservation, seemingly intent on using this opportunity to sever any ties to the marriage pact with Chu Miao. With the Empress's and the Crown Prince's approval, the Grand Princess promptly arranged for Chu Miao to leave the Chu residence. Although the guests missed out on the feast, they were thoroughly entertained by the unfolding drama, departing with curious glances towards Lady Lin. The Empress and Mo Hongzhen had already taken their leave prior to the guests' exit, leaving Lady Lin in a state of bewilderment. How had the banquet devolved into such chaos? In a single day, she had become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. In her pursuit of nurturing her daughter's talents, one had attracted a swarm of bees, while the other had publicly lost her sanity. Never had Lin Wenwan felt as humiliated as she did today. With a crash, the room occupied by Chu Miao and Yun Jingshuan was left in disarray from Lady Lin's fury. In a near-manic state, She seized a nearby chair and violently smashed it against vases and antiques. She even took scissors to sever the garments she had prepared for Chu Miao, revealing a side of her that the servants had never witnessed before. Chapter 88. The illness of Miss Chu. Miss Lin maintained an exquisite elegance whether she was out or at home, even though her methods were ruthless. Her expression merely shifted slightly as she handled affairs with composure, never exhibiting the kind of loss of control seen today. After hearing the commotion outside, Chu Jingde hurried back to the Chu residence upon the court's conclusion. He arrived just in time to witness Lin in a frenzy, smashing the items within the room. The servants, terrified, knelt nearby, trembling in fear. Suddenly, a shard of an antique vase flew towards Chu Jingde. Quick as lightning, he dodged it, which only served to infuriate him further. Lin, stop this at once. Lin not only refused to cease, but became even more frenzied in her destruction. Chu Jingde rushed over, seizing the chair she had raised above her head and flinging it aside with great force. He then struck Lin across the face. Slap! Lin won. Lin collapsed to the ground, and the shards of porcelain on the floor cut into her hands, the sharp pain bringing her a moment of clarity. Chu Jingde stood before her, shouting in anger, "Are you awake now? What madness has possessed you? Why have you made such a spectacle of yourself? Turning me into a laughingstock at court?" Hearing Chu Jingde's accusations, Lin felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "Why do you not inquire about your daughter, Chu Miao? She ruined a perfectly good banquet, pretending to be mad in front of the crown prince and the empress. That ungrateful wretch. I wish I had never given birth to her." Chu Jingde's gaze darkened. He valued his career above all else. With both his adopted daughter and biological daughter failing to bring honor to their family, he realized he needed to seek another path. "Leave the matter of Chu Miao to me. You shall not appear in public for some time. Remain in the estate to care for your mother and manage the household." With that, he turned to leave. Lin suddenly jolted, realizing that Chu Jingde's words implied he intended to confine her. She sprang up and chased after him. "What do you mean, my lord?" Chu Jingde furrowed his brow and glanced back at her. "The Chu family cannot be without a son. I need you to prepare the courtyard. New blood will enter the household." What? Such a revelation struck Lin like a bolt from the blue. During her difficult labor with Chu Miao, she had suffered great blood loss, leaving her unable to bear children in subsequent years. How had Chu Jingde once assured her that a daughter could be nurtured to bring glory to the family? Yet now, he spoke of needing a son. In a fit of fury, Lin lunged forward, grasping Chu Jingde's clothing tightly. "Chu Jingde, how dare you? There are 3 forms of filial piety. Yet having no heir is the gravest. Regardless of who bears the child, it is you, my lady, who will raise it in the future. The child shall only acknowledge you as the rightful mother." Chu Jingde's words struck Lin with sudden clarity. Both Chu Yaoxue and Chu Miao were deemed unfit, but the family's standing at court required fresh blood to carry on its legacy. Very well, Lin gritted her teeth, ultimately steeling herself to declare, "Then let it be so." After departing the Chu residence, Chu Jingde made his way directly to a secluded courtyard in the northern district of Yinjing. A graceful woman emerged from the house, linking her arm with his, and tenderly called out, "Chu Lang, it has been many days since you last visited Wanner. I thought you had forgotten me." Chu Jingde lowered his gaze to the woman's abdomen and then to her delicate, fair face. Gently, he caressed her belly and said, "I have been planning for our child's future. She has already consented, but..." Chapter 89. The Fate of Chu Miao. Reborn as a chess piece, Chu Jingde supported the woman as they entered the room. The woman, her body as delicate as if it were made of mist, softly inquired, "Chu Lang, whatever the lady requests of me, as long as she accepts Wana, I am willing to serve her." Chu Jingde clasped the woman's hand. Bringing it to his lips, "She wishes to bear children for another." The woman trembled slightly, her smile faltering for a moment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, though her gentle expression now bore a hint of grievance. She rose from beside Chu Jingde, half kneeling between his legs, her arms encircling his waist. "If sacrifice is necessary, Wanner is willing to leave my blood for Chu Lang, to be nurtured by the lady. However, I find it hard to part with you. For your kindness towards me is something I cherish deeply. But since my life was saved by you, I shall not cause you any distress." Tears, like pearls, fell upon Chu Jingde's garments. Chu Jingde held a profound affection for Song Ningguan. The current Song Ningguan mirrored the character of Lin Shi in her youth, gentle, considerate, and understanding. In contrast, Lin Shi had long since transformed beyond recognition. He lifted her, embracing her as he spoke, "Who said you must bear children for another? He glanced at the maid cleaning outside, leaning closer to Song Ningguan, whispering, "Be obedient, and I shall ensure no one harms you." "What does Chu Lang wish for me to do?" Song Ningguan noticed the fleeting glint in Chu Jingda's eyes and instinctively looked outside. Chu Jingda replied, "Another woman can take your place. Once you bear the child, I shall entrust our offspring to Lin Shi, legitimizing him as a legitimate son. You may bring another child into the Chu family with me, and we shall proclaim that you gave birth alongside the lady. Lin Shi would not dare to oppose you." Song Ningguan's heart soared, and she showered Chu Jingda's face with kisses. "Waner will heed your wishes, Chu Lang. I shall prepare for you." Rising, she addressed the maid outside. "No need to sweep any longer. Go fetch several buckets of hot water and join me in my room." "Yes, miss." An hour later, Chu Jingda emerged from Song Ningguan's quarters, entering a carriage to visit the princess's residence to check on Chu Miao's condition. However, he was intercepted by the Crown Prince's men midway. "Minister Chu, His Highness the Crown Prince requests your presence." Chu Jingda ordered the bearers to take him to a tea house. Hastily ascending to a private room on the second floor, pushing the door open, Mo Hongjin stood by the window, closing it upon hearing the door open. "Your humble servant pays his respects to His Highness," Chu Jingda said, bowing. Mo Hongjin sat at the tea table, his countenance grim as he poured himself tea, showing no intention of inviting Chu Jingda to sit. After sipping a cup, he coldly inquired, "What is the situation with Chu Miao?" Chu Jingda, trembling with trepidation, responded, "Your Highness, I intended to visit the residence of the Grand Princess to check on my daughter. Even you are unaware?" Mo Hongjin had not anticipated that all of this was a trap set by Chu Miao, attributing all blame to Lin Shi. He believed that, given his status, Chu Miao would not let this opportunity slip away, yet events had taken an unexpected turn. Chu Jingda continued, "Your Highness, I know my wife monitors our daughter's practice of music and painting day and night, but this occurred previously with Yao Shui as well." Mo Hongjin's brows furrowed tightly. "Enough. Pursuing this matter is futile now. My mother is very upset. Therefore, my previous engagement with the Chu family will be dissolved at an appropriate time by my father. Minister Chu, you must prepare for this in advance. However, I recognize your years of hardship and service. I cannot do without your assistance. Chu Miao is not without value. Find an opportunity to discern her attitude towards you as her father. If she proves useful, let her enter the Pingyan Wangfu as a female physician, thereby positioning her close to the Pingyan Wang and making use of her skills for both myself and the Chu family." Mo Hongjin's intentions were clear. Since Chu Miao could not become his princess, he would utilize her medical skills as a pawn in his game. Chapter 90. The Destiny of Chu Miao, however. The purpose of sending Chu Miao to the Pingyan princess residence was not genuinely to have her treat Xiaorongjin's ailments. Instead, he intended to exploit Chu Miao's medical skills to gradually undermine the Xiao family's 7 sons and the Pingnan prince. The Pingnan princess did not seem to harbor any aversion towards Chu Miao, thus he deemed her the most suitable candidate to infiltrate the Xiao family. Chu Jingda discerns intentions. "Indeed, I shall leave shortly to visit the Long princess's residence and ascertain Chu Miao's condition. She is my daughter. Even if she cannot become the crown prince's consort, she is still a member of the Chu family, and we are wholly devoted to serving the crown prince." S expression softened slightly as he lifted his teacup, stating, "Go now. Do not keep me waiting for too long." Understood. After leaving the tea house, Chu Jingda proceeded directly to the Long princess's residence. At this moment, Chu Miao had returned to the Zishuich pavilion, arranged for her by the Long princess. The court physician had prescribed her medicine, which she had taken before lying down on the bed. The Long princess remained by her side as she drifted in and out of sleep, relishing the warmth surrounding her. Yet, a sliver of rationality lingered in her mind. She had grievances against the crown prince, against Emperor Zhao Yuan, and against this imperial authority. As a member of the royal family, the Long princess would certainly not permit outsiders to infringe upon the power of the Mo family. Chu Miao felt the same. This warmth was predicated on her not posing a threat to the royal family. Ultimately, she and the Long princess were not of the same ilk. She slept for a full 2 hours. Upon awakening, she found the Long princess had departed, leaving Aunt Guan by her side. "Princess, you have awakened? Why am I here?" Chu Miao feigned confusion. One must commit fully to the performance. Her secrets must be well guarded, especially beneath the watchful eyes of the Long princess. Seeing her apparent amnesia, Aunt Guan expressed concern. "Princess, no one will dare to force you to practice the piano or painting again. You have returned to the princess's residence." and the Long Princess has brought you from Madame Chu's side in the presence of the Crown Prince and the Empress. Chu Miao raised her hand to touch her forehead, beads of cold sweat forming. I recall that today is the day my mother arranged my debut banquet. I remember playing the piano, but thereafter, my mind is so muddled. Did something occur at the banquet? The court physician had stated that the princess was overly fatigued and had fallen ill, but with proper rest, she would gradually recover. Do not worry, the Long Princess will handle matters outside, and the Chu family will not dare trouble you again, Aunt Guan assured her. Chu Miao detected the underlying implications in her words. Matters outside? Has someone from the Chu family arrived? Aunt Guan hesitated for a moment before ultimately responding truthfully. The Prime Minister has been here for over an hour. My father. Chu Miao abruptly threw off the covers and rose from the bed. Aunt Guan quickly reached out to support her. Princess, where are you going? Allow me to help you with your shoes. I cannot hide from him now that he has come. She resumed her seat on the bed, permitting Aunt Guan to assist her in dressing and putting on her shoes. Once properly attired, with Aunt Guan's aid, she made her way to the courtyard of the princess's residence. Chu Jingde had initially intended to leave and return the following day to see Chu Miao. To his surprise, as he stepped out of the courtyard, they encountered each other. Chu Miao's complexion was pale, appearing frail and slightly sickly, reminiscent of someone who had not rested adequately in a long time. Chu Jingde's gaze darkened, revealing a hint of suspicion and scrutiny. Chu Miao hastened to approach her father, exclaiming, Father, I am unfilial. I have brought shame upon you. Chapter 91. The fateful path of Chu Miao. As Chu Miao hurriedly approached Chu Jingde, she knelt down with a thud, her entire being collapsing forward. She grasped the sleeve of Chu Jingde's garment, weeping as she confessed, Father, I am truly sorry. Miao Miao seems to have made a grave mistake. Yet I cannot recall anything. However, I am certain it is a significant error. The princess of the Long family emerged from the hall, witnessing Chu Miao weep like a child who had erred, causing her heart to tighten slightly. Chu Jingde was indeed furious about the events that transpired at today's banquet. However, given the setting of the princess's residence and the fact that the crown prince had other tasks for him, he suppressed his anger, extending a hand to help Chu Miao rise. Stand up. Whatever calamity has befallen you, your father shall bear the brunt of it. I have already spoken with the princess. If you wish to remain in the princess's residence to recuperate, I shall not hinder you, nor shall I allow your mother to disturb your recovery. Chu Jingde spoke with the warmth of a caring father. Chu Miao lowered her head, wiping her tears. But will mother still care for Miao Miao? Chu Jingde patted her shoulder and turned to the princess, saying, Your Highness, may I have a moment to speak privately with my daughter? I have a few words of advice for Chu Miao. The princess, her expression impassive, revealed no hint of emotion. I shall grant Minister Chu a quarter of an hour. It is best for the Duchess of Fuyun to rest more during these days. Not for long. I shall only impart a few words in private, Chu Jingde replied. Upon hearing this, the princess exited the courtyard. Chu Jingde led Chu Miao into the hall, though the door to the hall remained ajar. With a distance separating it from the courtyard, Chu Jingde, wary of the princess's suspicions, chose to keep the door open, lowering his voice as he conversed with Chu Miao. Chu Miao, your mother is indeed very upset about today's events. Yet, you are my daughter, Chu Jingde's daughter. No matter how angry she may be, she would not dare to act against you. You are a daughter of the Chu family, and although you are also the adopted daughter of the Long Princess and have been titled Duchess of Fuyun by the Emperor, you have not been inscribed in the princess's family tree. Thus, this title merely holds significance in name. Your future happiness relies on our Chu family. The Crown Prince may not be able to take you as his principal wife, yet he still holds you in high regard. With her head bowed, upon hearing Chu Jingde's words of esteem, Chu Miao involuntarily raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She feigned a look of confusion, asking, Does father mean that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince wishes to take me as a concubine? Chu Jingde narrowed his eyes, meticulously observing each expression on her face and the glimmer in her eyes, finding no signs of anything amiss. If it comes to fruition, it shall not be a problem. He mused to himself, hands clasped behind his back, eyes filled with calculation. The outcome hinges upon your awareness. Chu Miao bit her lip, her curiosity piqued, as she inquired, Father, what does His Royal Highness wish for me to do? Indeed, His Royal Highness greatly values your medical skills. He has stated that even if he cannot make you his crown princess, he does not wish to squander your medical expertise. His Royal Highness intends to petition the Emperor to grant you the title of 5th-rank female medical officer, allowing you to go to the Pingnan Prince's residence to treat the injuries of young Master Rongan. Chu Jingda's words trailed off, for they were still within the confines of the Chu family. He planned to arrange for Chu Miao to enter the Pingyan princess residence first, then gradually guide her, ultimately dismantling the Xiao family. Little did he know, every word he spoke was already within Chu Miao's grasp. Reborn as a pawn, splendid, she mused, for it aligned perfectly with her intentions. Thus, she could openly go to the Pingyan princess residence to treat Xiao Rongjin's injuries. Really? Can I become a female medical officer? Chu Miao inquired, her face alight with joy. Chu Jingda, pleased with her reaction, affirmed, absolutely. You shall remain in the princess's residence to recuperate. I will return to discuss this with your mother, and she will personally come to escort you back to the Chu family. At that time, I shall arrange for you to meet the emperor. Father, it is my wish to bring honor to our family through my medical skills. Thank you for resolving today's predicament for me. I shall not disappoint you or His Royal Highness. Chu Miao took a step back, bowing slightly to Chu Jingda. As her face lowered, a chilling smile crept upon her lips, reminiscent of a harbinger from the depths of hell. Chapter 92. The Destiny of Chu Miao. A quarter of an hour later, Chu Jingda emerged from the princess's residence. After boarding the carriage, he returned to the tea house, where Mo Hongzhen was still present. Chu Jingda clasped his hands in a respectful gesture and bowed gently to Mo Hongzhen, saying, Your Highness, I have just left the princess's quarters. Chu Miao indeed appears to be unwell, yet her condition is not critical. She retains her faculties. I informed her of your highness's regard for her and suggested that you petition the emperor to appoint her as a fifth-rank female physician to attend to the injuries of young Master Rangan of the Xiao family. Upon hearing of the princess's scheme, her countenance brightened with joy, and she eagerly anticipated serving his highness in any capacity required. Mo Hongzhen picked up a black stone and engaged in a game of Go against himself, confident in his control over the situation. As the crown prince, those he favored ought to express gratitude and loyalty, including someone like Chu Miao. Sit down and play a few matches with me, he commanded. Yes. On the 12th of September, as night deepened, a disturbance suddenly arose at the window of the Zaishuich pavilion. Chu Miao, sensitive to the sound, opened her eyes and glanced toward the window, where a voice echoed softly. Master, it is I. It was the assassin. She had come seeking her. But given her grievous injuries, had she not been instructed to return in 10 days? Chu Miao immediately sat up and gently opened the door. A gust of wind brushed past her cheek, and soon after, a figure emerged in the dimness, kneeling on one knee with a fist clasped against her chest. Chu Miao shut the door behind her and turned to the assassin, speaking in a detached tone. I do not require a wounded liability. I seek an assassin who can be of use to me. The woman before her had once been the most formidable blade of Mo Hongzhen, having claimed countless lives, including that of Xiao Yuqing, the fourth son of the Xiao family. Her resentment toward the assassin prevented her from addressing her with the decorum one might afford a normal person. Yet, she recognized the unwavering loyalty of the assassin from the underworld. I can fulfill any task assigned to me, master. While recuperating, I have gathered intelligence on those around you. I believe you currently require my services, the assassin stated. Chu Miao understood the assassin's capabilities. There was no information she could not uncover. Her influence in the underworld was formidable, and those who sought her demise had forced her into the role of an assassin. There was no longer a place for her within the assassin organization. What have you discovered? Chu Miao inquired in return. Your father, Chu Jingda, has taken a courtesan, who is now 2 months pregnant. He has informed Lin Wenwan of his intention to bring a new woman into the household. Lin Wenwan, unable to accept a newcomer, has consented to mother the child, while Chu Jingda wishes to protect the courtesan. Empress Jean intends to select a legitimate daughter from the Mo family to become the crown princess and will soon bring her to the palace for personal tutelage. The crown prince is plotting to assassinate young Master Rangan and has requested the emperor appoint you as a female physician. He aims to use you to inflict harm upon young Master Rangan, jeopardize the Xiao family's interests, seize military power, and subsequently place all blame upon you. The assassin relayed every detail she had uncovered without omission. Chu Miao regarded her calmly. It seems you have thoroughly investigated my affairs. The assassin offered no response. Chu Miao paced before her, declaring, from now on, your name shall be Yin Su. It is fitting, akin to the sound of the poppy. Thank you, master, for bestowing upon me this name, the assassin replied. I am aware of the crown prince's schemes. Chu Miao's eyes glimmered with a fleeting light. For the time being, we shall not concern ourselves with this. This presents an opportune moment for me to openly attend to Xiao Rongjin's injuries at the Pingnan prince's residence. What intrigues me is Chu Jingda's concubine, Song Ningwan, a courtesan said to resemble my biological mother in demeanor and grace during her youth. In her previous life, Chu Jingda must have employed some means to persuade the Lin family to willingly accept her into the prime minister's residence. Their relationship appeared harmonious, serving the same husband, and evoked envy in others. Lin Wenwan's actions solidified her unshakable position in Chu Jingda's heart. Before the Xiao family fell, Song Ningwan was brutally killed by Chu Jingda for her infidelity. I cannot believe that her demise in her past life did not involve the machinations of the Lin family. Chu Miao narrowed her eyes, exuding a cunning gleam akin to that of a fox, regardless of the means. You will incite Lin Wenwan to discover the existence of that courtesan within these 2 months, driving a wedge between Chu Jingda and his wife. As for how Lin Wenwan will deal with Song Ningwan upon learning the truth, I am certain that my biological mother will not disappoint me. Chapter 93. The Fate of Chu Miao. Reborn as a chess piece. Yes, master. Insu did not rise immediately. Noticing this, Chu Miao inquired, "Do you have something else on your mind?" The young lady of Chu was set to leave Yanjing the following day, journeying to the Lin family in Shuzhou for recuperation, a decision she had made herself and which had received her mother's consent, along with arrangements for her safe passage. Insu dared not conceal anything. After hearing this, Chu Miao gazed silently at Insu, her thoughts consumed by reflections on Chu Yaoshue's character and conduct. Shuzhou was a land of prosperity, where the Lin family's ancestors had only one official, her maternal grandfather, serving in that very region. For a modest merchant family like the Lins, having even a single official was quite remarkable. In the past, Chu Yaoshue would have scorned the idea of lingering with the Lin family. However, since she had voluntarily sought to go there, it was evident that the Lin family possessed something she yearned for. The foremost talent of Shuzhou was none other than Lin Shumi, the Lin family's eldest daughter. Chu Miao believed she understood Chu Yaoshue's intentions. If she could not become the crown princess, she aspired to be a secondary consort. Yet, with her current reputation, she was unworthy even of that. If she adopted a different identity as the eldest daughter of the Lin family entering the Eastern Palace, that would suffice. The Lin family, after all, possessed a modest fortune. If the crown prince were to take Lin Shumi into the Eastern Palace, the financial backing for forging connections would be well supported by the Lin family's little treasure trove. Thus, Chu Yaoshue could realize her ambition of becoming the prince's consort. As for who would ultimately reign in the harem, she likely had that figured out as well. A mere concubine or secondary consort was far from her true aim. Her ambition had always been to become the empress. After clarifying her thoughts, a glimmer of amusement surfaced in Chu Miao's eyes. If I were to ask you to go to Shuzhou and bring someone back, could you manage it? After all, she still needed to deal with the troublesome matters between Lin Wenwan and Chu Jingda. Insu clasped her fists in greeting, assuring, "Rest easy, master. Having grown up in the realm of assassins, I possess certain connections. As long as you provide the necessary remuneration, nothing is insurmountable." "I will handle the remuneration," Chu Miao replied, "but you must arrange for someone to discreetly follow Chu Yaoshue. Once in Shuzhou, ensure she protects a woman named Lin Shumi. Should she encounter any peril, she must bring Lin Shumi back to Yanjing and present her before me." The gravity in her tone intensified with her last words, and she continued, "I require her alive. Preferably someone knowledgeable in the healing arts." Insu responded, "I shall fulfill the master's instructions and return with a living Lin Shumi. Go now." Chu Miao turned towards the bed, and in the blink of an eye, Insu vanished from the room. Chu Miao reclined back onto the bed, gazing at the slightly ajar window, her heart unusually tranquil. Soon, Xiao Rongjin, the Xiao family. I shall exact vengeance for those blood debts, one by one. On September 20th, after escorting Chu Yaoshue away, Lin Shi composed herself and personally arrived at the princess's residence to fetch Chu Miao. However, the princess did not permit her entry. Lin Shi, along with the Chu family's servants and maids, waited outside. The princess herself styled Chu Miao's hair, selected her garments, and arranged her outer attire. Chu Miao lifted her gaze to the princess, feeling the warmth of her affection during her stay. An individual who was not her biological mother, yet cared for her with greater attentiveness, looking at her as one would a cherished child. "All right, let us adorn our delicate one, for you are truly lovely," the princess remarked, admiring the rosy-hued Chu Miao. Unable to resist cupping her small face, her spirits lifted. Aunt Guan commented, "Under the princess's care, the young lady's complexion has certainly improved. The smile on the princess's face dimmed slightly as she remembered Lin Shi waiting outside the residence. Chu Miao discerned the shift in the princess's expression and asked, "Mother, do you harbor concerns?" The princess looked at her and replied, "I do not wish to conceal anything from you. Your mother arrived at the princess's residence before dawn and is still waiting outside. Do you wish to see her?" Chapter 94. The fate of Chu Miao. Chu Miao furrowed her brow and fell into silence for a moment before responding, "If I do not meet her, she will remain my mother, after all, and it will ultimately become as if she is not. I am not afraid of the rumors and whispers, but I fear that it may implicate my mother and tarnish the reputation of the entire princess residence, potentially bringing misfortune upon the emperor. My title of Princess of Fuyun is a gift from the emperor, yet if my mother were to inquire whether I wish to see her, I must confess that I am afraid of the encounter. The moment I lay eyes on my mother, I am reminded of the days when she urged me to practice the piano, paint, and write poetry. Although our time together was brief, I could discern that my mother is a person who demands perfection in all things. Zhao Jiao is acutely aware that she cannot measure up to the ideal child envisioned by my mother, nor can she hope to marry the crown prince." The grand princess was taken aback by her words. She understood that Chu Miao was astute, yet individuals with such clarity of thought as Chu Miao are exceedingly rare. "If you do not wish to return, I shall have someone send her away. The empress has consented to allow you to remain in the princess residence for your health. She dares not impose further upon you," the grand princess asserted firmly, as if the events surrounding the banquet had transpired only yesterday. The thought of Lin's recent actions filled the grand princess with indignation. Chu Miao shook her head, saying, "Mother, Zhao Jiao cannot be so willful. I shall go and see her first. Then let Aunt Guan accompany you back." The grand princess did not dissuade her. "Remember my words. You are now also my daughter. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall not forgive them." Chu Miao nodded in agreement and departed the grand princess's residence with Aunt Guan. Upon seeing Chu Miao, Lin's expression remained grim. To her, Chu Miao was merely a lost opportunity for becoming the crown princess, while she now faced an additional burden of managing household affairs. In recent days, Chu Jingde had inexplicably brought home a young girl for her to deal with. The mere thought of that girl potentially bearing Chu Jingde's child filled Lin with fury. Consequently, she directed all her resentment toward Chu Miao. If it were not for Chu Miao's interference in the banquet, preventing her from becoming the crown prince's fiancée, she would not need to arrange for someone to ensure her husband's lineage. With an icy glare, she glanced at Chu Miao and stated, "Your father is waiting for you at the palace gate. Come with me to the carriage." Lin cast aside her words and climbed into the carriage. Aunt Guan shot a glance at Lin, inquiring, "Which carriage do you wish to take, princess?" "The one belonging to the Chu family, of course," Lin replied, undoubtedly wishing to strip Chu Miao of her very skin. Concerned that Chu Miao might endure further grievances, Aunt Guan suggested, "Perhaps you should take the grand princess's carriage. That is what she arranged for you." "No need. I will take the Chu family's carriage," Chu Miao replied resolutely, proceeding directly to the carriage. Lin wore a sour expression, unwilling to even glance at Chu Miao. Chu Miao feigned a sense of grievance, twisting her handkerchief tightly, and softly called out, "Mother, do not call me mother. I have no daughter as useless as you. You foolish girl, how could I ever trust you?" Lin's face twisted with rage at the mention of the banquet. Chu Miao bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mother, I have heard that you can no longer bear children. I am your only daughter, your sole bloodline. If you were to cast me aside, who would you turn to in times of trouble should the Chu family face a crisis? Father is still so young, I fear. I fear that my shortcomings may disappoint him, leading to your resentment, and then, what do you wish to say?" Lin's tone turned frigid, her mood worsening. Chu Miao seemed to utter something, yet it felt as though nothing had been said. Nevertheless, Lin's mind was haunted by an inescapable vision, the image of Chu Jingde entwined with that young maid in a passionate embrace. She felt as though she might go mad. Chapter 95. The Fate of Chu Miao. Reborn as a game piece, she had always been an object of envy among the circle of noblewomen. With Chu Jingde occupying a prominent position and having only her as his wife, without even a concubine, Lin Wenwan believed this state of affairs would endure until their final resting. They would leave behind a tale of love and admiration. Yet, in recent days, Chu Jingde's demeanor towards her had shattered her composure. Patience was essential. She must endure until that wretched woman bore her child, at which point she would be the first to eliminate her. Chu Miao feigned a look of trepidation, saying, "Mother, I only heard this from others. I naturally wish for your well-being. Silence. I am perfectly well, Lin replied, though her heart burned with anger. This fury was directed not only at Chu Miao's shortcomings, but also at the current actions of Chu Jingde, which deeply irritated her. Lin ceased speaking to Chu Miao, and upon reaching the palace gates, Chu Miao followed Chu Jingde inside. Lin gazed at his retreating figure, her expression growing even more sullen. He now regarded her with evident impatience. At that moment, Chu Jingde's mind was consumed with thoughts of power and imperial favor. To Lin, her daughter had lost her value. Yet to him, she could serve as a stepping stone. As they made their way to the Zhengqian Hall, Chu Jingde spoke with a grave countenance. Do you remember the words I spoke to you recently? The emperor himself wishes to summon you and appoint you as a fifth-rank female physician. You must understand that this position is highly coveted among the female physicians of the Tai hospital. The emperor values you, not merely for your medical skills. Chu Miao, feigning humility and fear, responded softly, Yes, daughter remembers what father has said. The crown prince intends to petition the emperor for my appointment as a fifth-rank physician to serve the court. There are many brilliant physicians in this world. I am only favored due to father's position, and I dare not forget that. It is good that you see it so clearly. Your fate is tied to the Chu family. Once we reach the Zhengqian Hall, you must be cautious with your words. A single misstep could cost you your life. This is no trifling matter, Chu Jingde warned, his tone growing more serious. Chu Miao's sense of anxiety intensified. Yes, father, I understand. I shall remember your counsel. Chu Jingde, still unconvinced, added a few more words of caution. Of course, if you manage to please the emperor and achieve great merit, you may request any rewards you desire in the future, even the position of the crown prince's consort, provided that you serve the emperor and the crown prince well. Truly? Chu Miao inquired cautiously. Indeed, affirmed Chu Jingde. Displaying an anxious demeanor, Chu Miao followed closely behind her father. Upon arriving at the Zhengqian Hall, Chu Jingde waited outside for a while until the chief steward, Eunuch Cui, emerged and announced, Minister, the emperor requests that you bring Princess Fuyun into the hall. Chu Miao entered the Zhengqian Hall alongside Chu Jingde. Inside, Emperor Zhaoyuan sat before his golden dragon desk, reviewing memorials, while Mo Hongzhen stood beside him, assisting. Upon entering the main hall, Chu Jingde and Chu Miao bowed in unison to the father and son. The emperor set aside the memorials, his eyes reflecting a hint of fatigue from his duties, yet remaining sharp. His gaze upon Chu Miao resembled that of a predator eyeing its prey. Let the crown prince and Minister Chu withdraw. I wish to speak privately with Princess Fuyun, commanded Emperor Zhaoyuan. Mo Hongzhen placed the memorials down and exited the hall with Chu Jingde, leaving only Chu Miao and the emperor within the vast chamber. Chu Miao knelt, while the emperor stood, and for a moment, silence enveloped the grand palace. After an indeterminate period, the emperor finally spoke. Do you know why I have summoned you? Chapter 96. The Fate of Chu Miao. Reborn as a chess piece upon returning to the emperor, the humble servant does not dare to conceal anything from his majesty. My father informed me that His Highness the Crown Prince values my medical skills, hence he requested your majesty to appoint me as a fifth-rank female physician. I dare to surmise that it is for this matter that your majesty has summoned me. I am truly honored to be regarded highly by both your majesty and the Crown Prince, and I am willing to serve you. Chu Miao's voice rang out with clarity, shedding the timidity and tension she had displayed before Chu Jingde. Yet, she tempered her brilliance, adopting a demeanor that sought power and influence, flattering and ingratiating herself. One must have demands to earn the emperor's trust. The Emperor Zhaoyuan expressed his satisfaction with Chu Miao's response. Serving me is not merely a matter of words. You must demonstrate your capabilities to convince me of your fitness for the position I entrust to you. Chu Miao raised her head slightly, her hands clasped before her forehead, her eyes sparkling with confidence in her medical expertise. She replied, Your Majesty, I do not dare claim to be the best among noble women, but I assure you that my skills are certainly among the top in the Imperial Medical Institute. While the court physicians excel in healing, I possess the unique ability to bring the living face to face with death with a single needle, determining life and death at my discretion, depending on how your majesty wishes to employ the register of life and death in my hands. Emperor Zhaoyuan narrowed his eyes. The mention of the register of life and death genuinely astonished him. He scrutinized Chu Miao anew, seeking to discern the nature of this woman. Meanwhile, Chu Miao understood that Emperor Zhaoyuan did not fully trust her. He was testing her step by step. Since you claim to control life and death, can you allow someone to perish slowly without anyone noticing? His tone darkened. Chu Miao met the emperor's gaze, as if confirming something, but soon lowered her head and replied, "Your Majesty refers to the matter concerning the court physicians? The death of a physician clearly relates to the incident involving the young master of Rongan." Neither spoke explicitly, yet both understood the unspoken implications. The investigation into the toxic food that had poisoned the young master of Rongan implicated the court physicians, who were indeed at fault. "I ask you, if this were to happen to you, how would you handle it?" Emperor Zhaiyuan countered, with a slight lift of her chin. Chu Miao confidently stated, "Your Majesty, such a thing could never happen to me. For my family, the Chu family, would never allow it." The emperor observed her expression, a subtle smile playing on his lips. He found himself curious about how Chu Miao would overturn the Xiao family. As he moved around the table to stand before her, looking down from his elevated position, he inquired, "Chu Miao, do you desire anything?" "I shall grant it. I dare not ask for anything," she replied. "Why not?" Chu Miao lowered her eyes, responding earnestly, "My father told me that I should earn my rewards after achieving merit. Once I have pleased your Majesty, I believe you will grant whatever I desire. I feel it is not the right time to make a request." Upon hearing this, Emperor Zhaiyuan chuckled heartily. "Your father is indeed cunning. I am intrigued to know what you wish for. You may propose it, and I shall consider it carefully." Chu Miao licked her lips, hesitating for a moment before finally articulating, "I am aware that I made a grave mistake at the banquet, missing my chance with His Highness the Crown Prince, which has upset my mother. She still reproaches me for my rudeness before the Empress and the Crown Prince. I wish to achieve great merit before your Majesty and then make a request for a reward, seeking your Majesty's support." As she finished, Chu Miao bowed deeply. The emperor's eyes sparkled with shrewd calculation. Chu Miao's words were highly suggestive, allowing him to surmise her intentions. She was seeking a position within the Eastern Palace. "Excellent. The desire is to be controllable. Very well, I shall not make it difficult for you. Return to the Chu family and await my summons." "Thank you, your Majesty." Chu Miao rose and departed. Emperor Zhaiyuan watched her retreating figure, and shortly thereafter, the Crown Prince entered the hall. The emperor remarked, "She is indeed clever. However, I wish to observe her further to ensure all is secure. Father, I shall send 2 individuals to accompany Princess Fuyun to the Pingnan Wangfu to assist her in fulfilling your grand design." "Very well." Chapter 97, The Fate of Chu Miao. Reborn as a game piece the next day, the imperial decree for official appointments was issued. The name Chu Miao once again caused a stir in the capital of Yinjing, silencing the officials' wives who had previously mocked her during the dust-settling banquet. Although a 5th-rank official position may not be of great significance, it is a coveted rank in the Imperial Medical Department, where many female physicians struggle at the lower levels and can hardly ascend to such a rank. Yet, for Chu Miao, it was effortlessly obtained. What merit or virtue did she possess? However, the external opinions were beyond her control. She was acutely aware that from the moment she was arranged to enter the residence of the Prince of Pingnan, she had already strayed from the conventional path of society. Mo Hongjin likely wished to further win Chu Miao's heart. After the decree was read, he specifically sought her out for a private conversation in Chu Jingda's study. Chu Miao displayed a demeanor of grace and confidence while subtly conveying her affection for him. Consequently, Mo Hongjin felt both regretful and helpless regarding her missed opportunity to become the crown princess. "My dear sister Miao, I must congratulate you on your appointment as a 5th-rank female physician in the Imperial Medical Department. From this day forth, you shall receive a salary and hold an official title," he said, standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, his handsome face adorned with a smile, exuding an air of cultured elegance. Chu Miao, with her sparkling eyes glistening like dew, gently bowed and replied, "This humble servant understands that my achievements today are all due to the princess' favor and support. I shall never forget your kindness, your highness." She wore a white physician's robe with red cuffs, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with a crimson hair ribbon that accentuated her smooth forehead. The warm sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her delicate features, her skin as fair as snow and as refined as jade. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Hongjin felt a flutter in his heart. He approached her, pausing by her side, lowering his gaze to admire her exquisite nose, and instinctively reached out to brush a stray hair from her profile. Chu Miao, sensing his movement, took a small step back, bending slightly to avoid his touch, stating, "This humble servant is willing to serve you with utmost dedication, even unto death." Mo Hongjin realized his previous action was inappropriate, yet he could not shake the feeling that their relationship should transcend mere ruler and subject. There was potential for something more profound between them. "Chu Miao," he proclaimed, unabashedly acknowledging the charged atmosphere. "Do not keep me waiting too long. I know you are an intelligent person, and you understand what I desire. I grant you a position as consort." Chu Miao met his gaze, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. Mo Hongjin leaned closer, his hand gently grasping her arm. "I am not solely interested in your medical skills. You may also lean on my shoulder in times of difficulty. Should you encounter any troubles, seek me out, and I will arrange for you to have a residence. I shall always leave a door open for you." Her eyes became increasingly soft. Yet in a corner concealed from Mo Hongjin's sight, a cold serpent lurked, fixated on his machinations. He was unreservedly extracting her value, aiming to have her eliminate the Shao family, while simultaneously desiring her body, intending to discard her once his interest waned. She, burdened by her shattered past, was left with little more than a worthless existence. Yet, in her previous life, she had been blinded by Mo Hongjin's tender affections. Acting is a skill within everyone's reach. Chu Miao replied coyly, lowering her eyes, "Indeed, I shall not disappoint your highness." A smile graced Mo Hongjin's lips as he released her wrist, instructing, "You know what to do regarding the Shao family, do you not?" Without awaiting her response, he clarified, "The Shao family commands an army of 200,000, stirring unrest and plotting rebellion, threatening the peace of our realm. War will displace countless citizens, and neither my father nor I can bear to witness the suffering of the people of Yin. Therefore, you carry not only a mission but the weight of thousands of lives, including those you have once healed. Surely, you cannot bear to see them perish amidst the chaos of war?" Chapter 98. Charming and astounded, Chu Miao's expression swiftly morphed from surprise to disbelief, ultimately culminating in a simmering rage. The audacity of the Shao family was appalling. Furrowing her brows, she spoke with palpable indignation. "Could it be that they intend to exploit the military power in my hands to usurp the throne of Yin?" The history of the Qin kingdom bore witness to the young emperor, who, with an army of 150,000, had repelled the Yin clan's sovereign and proclaimed himself emperor. Who could guarantee that the Shao family harbored no aspirations for treachery? Mo Hongjin observed her deepening frown. Chu Miao had always believed that the Shao family, as the world claimed, cared for the populace as if they were their own children. Little did she know that they merely sought to satiate their own desires, manipulating public sentiment to foment rebellion. Clenching her fists, she responded with fervent indignation. With his hands clasped behind his back, Mo Hongjin turned slightly, casting his gaze toward the sky outside the window. After a lengthy pause, he lowered his gaze to meet Chu Miao's eyes. "Once the treacherous Shao clan falls, it shall be the moment I take you as my consort, Chu Miao. I await that day." The smile on Chu Miao's face blossomed ever more radiantly. Yet her mind replayed the harrowing images of Mo Hongjin stripping her of her skin and severing her limbs. A hidden malice lurked deep within her eyes. She performed a shallow bow, saying, "Chu Miao is willing to assist your highness in achieving a prosperous era. Yet this era would no longer flourish for the benefit of your imperial power. Very well, I shall await with bated breath." On the bustling streets of Yinjing, within the carriage destined for the Pingyan Wangfu, two attendants assigned by the crown prince accompanied Chu Miao. Clad in garments of azure and pink, the two were recognized by Chu Miao. They had been her eyes and ears when she previously married into the Pingyan Wangfu. They were female physicians from the crown prince's residence, well versed in pharmacology. The blue-clad maid was named Yin Fu, while her pink-clad counterpart was Yin Rong. The two were twins. Not only were they the crown prince's medical aides, but they also served as his concubines, operating under the guise of maidservants. Yin Fu produced a vial of medicine from her sleeve, presenting it to Chu Miao before stating matter-of-factly, "Princess," upon entering the Pingyan Wangfu, "please add this medicine to the dietary regimen of young Master Rongan." Taking the vial, Chu Miao inhaled its scent, inquiring, "What is this?" Her sister, Yin Rong, replied with a hint of arrogance, "This is not a poison. Rather, it will render a normal person somewhat dazed and befuddled. To put it plainly, it will turn him into a fool. The crown prince wishes to incapacitate young Master Rongan temporarily." Chu Miao was not oblivious to the nature of the medicine. Yin Fu added, "This plan has received the crown prince's approval. Princess Fuyun, simply follow through, and I shall be at your side to assist." Chu Miao tightened her grip on the vial, fearful of shattering it within her hands. Upon arriving at the Pingyan Wangfu, the Pingyan Wangfei had already received word of Chu Miao's official appointment as a fifth-grade female physician to tend to Xiao Rongjin's injuries and had been waiting outside. As the carriage came to a halt, the Pingyan Wangfei, accompanied by a throng of servants and maids, stepped forward to greet her. Chu Miao descended from the carriage, surrounded by the attendants and the Pingnan Wangfei. Princess Fuyun. Pingnan Wangfei, Chu Miao replied with a gentle smile as she alighted. Yin Rong and Yin Fu performed their curtsies to the Pingnan Wangfei, who acknowledged them and permitted the two to enter the estate alongside Chu Miao. However, as they stepped into the Pingnan Wangfu, manager Xiao hurriedly approached from the opposite corridor. He first greeted the Pingnan Wangfei and Chu Miao, noticing the urgency in his demeanor. The Wangfei inquired, "Manager Xiao, what has transpired?" "Your Highness," he replied, "the young master has awakened. But he is in a state of agitation and has bitten several servants who were attending to his medical needs." Chapter 99. Chu Miao re-enters the Prince of Pingnan's residence. The countenance of the Princess of Ping and shifted subtly as she turned to face Chu Miao, her brow furrowing with concern. In recent days, Jin has awakened to the grim reality of his condition. His temperament has become exceedingly irritable. "Miss Fuyun, do you possess any means to pacify him? Even if only for a brief moment, it would be beneficial if he could quietly partake in a meal. He has recently entertained the notion of fasting to end his suffering. I must see him personally. Please lead the way, Manager Xiao." Manager Xiao, ever respectful, guided her ahead. Chu Miao soon arrived at Xiaoming Pavilion. At this juncture, the room had descended into a profound silence. Upon entering Xiao Rongjin's chamber, she beheld a group of servants trembling in fear, kneeling upon the ground. On the bed lay a gaunt man, motionless as if lifeless. His long hair lay disheveled, cascading over the pillow or trailing to the floor, while his white robe bore the stains of black medicine, and his stubble had grown to nearly half an inch. Though aware that this was merely an illusion, the sight of a once great figure now confronting the world in such a disabled state tugged at Chu Miao's heart. He was a luminary, adored by many, yet under the oppressive weight of the Mo dynasty's authority, Xiao Rongjin was compelled to conceal his brilliance, plotting in the shadows. Yin Rong turned her gaze towards Chu Miao, her eyes laden with unspoken implications. Meeting her gaze, Chu Miao discreetly averted her eyes and addressed the Princess of Ping'an. "Your Highness, please escort them out. I shall personally counsel young Master Ronan." "Very well," the princess acquiesced, leading the servants out of the bedroom. However, Yin Rong and her sister Yin Fu showed no intention of departing. Chu Miao insisted, "You should also step outside." Yin Fu, harboring discontent, retorted, "Miss, how can you remain alone in a man's chamber? If trouble arises, the young master is but a shadow of his former self. What harm could he possibly inflict upon me? You may leave. I know how to handle this." Chu Miao's tone grew firmer. At her words, Yin Rong's brow furrowed slightly, and she subsequently pulled Yin Fu from the room. Once the door was secured and locked, Chu Miao glanced at the two guards outside, then called out to the bedridden Xiao Rongjin, "Young Master Ronan, if you wish to end your life through fasting, I would advise against such a method. I possess a swifter, more dignified poison. Consume it, and you shall drift into eternal slumber, meeting the king of hell. However, I must warn you, those who perish by their own hand are condemned to an endless cycle of suffering and cannot reincarnate. While you may find release in this world, who knows what torments await you in the afterlife?" The man on the bed slowly turned his head, propping himself up with one hand, his body leaning against the high pillow, a faint smirk gracing his lips. His mouth moved, yet no sound emerged. Nevertheless, the movement of his lips conveyed his unspoken words. "My dear, it's been a long time." Chu Miao found herself both amused and exasperated. What exactly were they? Partners? She hastened to his side, seizing a bowl of medicine nearby. "If you wish to live, you must drink this concoction." Before she could finish, she stood before Xiao Rongjin, releasing her grip on the bowl. It shattered upon the floor, accompanied by Chu Miao's startled exclamation, "Ah, release your mouth." Xiao Rongjin, observing the theatrical display before him, raised an eyebrow, fixating on the woman who had just bitten her own hand. When she finally relinquished her grip, his gaze darkened, and he abruptly sat up, clutching the wound she had inflicted. Amused yet vexed, he directed a frosty command towards the door and window, uttering a singular, chilling word, "Leave." Chapter 100. "I cannot leave," Chu Miao exclaimed, straining to withdraw her hand while continuing her charade. "Perhaps the young Master Ronan is unaware that I am here by the Emperor's decree, serving as a fifth-rank female physician to treat your injuries. Let me be clear, you are the patient, and while I empathize with your pain, I am also a healer. It is my duty to cure and save lives. I have encountered many patients who, like you, are desperate and obstinate, yet they eventually submit to my care. I advise you to refrain from wasting your efforts. You must take your medicine, How I choose to treat you is my prerogative. However, should you forsake yourself, I shall truly look down upon you. Humph. Xiao Rongjin scoffed, though his demeanor betrayed a different sentiment. His eyes were filled with concern. The girl had truly bitten down hard, leaving a ring of bloodied marks on her delicate arm. He furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for words. Shu Miao continued, I will give the young master some time to reflect. If you still wish to vent your frustrations by biting me, I am willing to be your outlet. Xiao Rongjin glared at the red marks left by her bite. Instantly incensed. He had not bitten her. He could not bring himself to do so. Moreover, he had only ever bitten the sturdy male servants. What kind of man would bully a woman? He retorted with irritation, Are you trying to tarnish my reputation, claiming that I, in my compromised state, bully a frail woman? Princess Fuyan, you are quite calculating. Chu Miao smirked slightly, casting a glance towards the door and window. Yin Fu and Yin Rong had been stationed outside, undoubtedly relaying her every action within the Wang Fu to the crown prince. She subtly indicated towards the entrance. Xiao Rongjin followed her gaze and understood that they were being watched. Since you still value your reputation, Chu Miao replied leisurely, it seems you do not truly wish for death. I cannot promise that you will walk like a normal person again, but I assure you that I can heal your hands. You will be able to dine independently and wield a weapon for self-defense, provided you are willing to cooperate with me. I have ample time to wait for your response. Think it over and inform me when you are ready. I shall remain here. She picked up a chair, placing her medical box beside the table. Once seated, she opened the box and began tending to her own bite wound. Xiao Rongjin sat at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixated on the pale skin of her arm, marked by the bite, his brows furrowing in concern. After she finished, she leisurely retrieved the fragrant powder that Yin Fu had given her. This was a substance that was notoriously difficult to quit once consumed, unobtainable even in the black market. Mo Hongjin had gone to great lengths, procuring this fragrant powder from the western regions to thoroughly ruin Xiao Rongjin. Xiao Rongjin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As he watched her handle the small packet of powder, Chu Miao took out a piece of paper and pen from her medical box, jotting down the crown prince Mo Hongjin's scheme. This is the fragrant powder. Those who consume it become entranced by their own delightful illusions, lost in a dreamlike state, rendering them unable to break free. The crown prince has entrusted me with this task, instructing me to incorporate it into your medicinal meals. Xiao Rongjin grasped the powder packet, his thin lips curling into a chilling smile. Having accompanied his father in military campaigns, he was well aware of the potency of the fragrant powder from the western regions. He had not anticipated the crown prince's elaborate machinations.